One podcast has crushed the horror landscape, leaving behind the silent audio waves of all of those who have came before. Introducing our host. This man needs no introduction, but needs 7 takes to record his own. He is known for rating bad movies high and known for rating good movies high. Don't try to call him because he only phones it in. He is our host from the foreign land of Canada, Moodz 616. This man is willing to die even on the smallest of hills. He argues to the point in which he disagrees with himself. A man who knows a remake when he sees one. He is the Mexican-born super producer known as the humble one and the sexy one, JP. They are known for creating superstars out of their guests. They are known for being the #1 horror podcast on the Horrorphilia network, except for when they allow others to take a turn. They are the devil's advocate of horror podcasting. They are the 22 shots of moods and horror.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 84 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, Moodz 616, aka Moodz, the man that can't keep an erection past 10 o'clock p.m. And of course, I've got my homeboy, the lazy Mexican criminal by my side, Double Shot J, also known as JP. And we are very, very excited to welcome back to the show 1/3 of the Exploding Heads Horror Podcast, and formerly and presently of every other podcast on Horrorphilia.com, Joe Pesci, also known as Dave to the motherfucking Z ya later. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
Yo, what up, Dave? Welcome back, buddy.
Thank you. It's fucking, I'm really excited to be here because this is a regular show. And I love listening to the regular shows, the regular format, a couple movies, and all the cool stuff. Every time I've been on before, it's been list. It's like a big freaking event. This is more laid back for me, and I don't have Brandon with me, so I'm especially happy.
And you also don't have to watch. You also don't have to watch like 30 to 40 movies to prepare for this show either. Yeah. So
Dave's not babysitting tonight, guys.
No, I'm not. Nope, I got enough of that on the head. So
I don't know how you and Christian keep a chain on that damn boy.
He's out of his fucking mind.
My favorite thing is I was listening to episode 10, I believe, which was your top 40 of the 40 years or whatever.
Yeah.
And Brandon, every 10 seconds, I'm yelling at the traffic because Brandon's got me like all bugged up. He's like, it's literally a list of like, okay, guys, we're going to pick our favorite horror films of each year. And Brandon's like, okay, coming in at 1987 or whatever. He's like, Friday the 13th, Part 7. Now, it's not my favorite horror film. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's the only rule. It's the only rule, Brandon.
Right.
So he cheats so much. It's hilarious.
That's still funny. That's the one that he picked from 87 because that's such a good year. There's like a million good films from that year, man.
Is it 87 or is it 88?
I think it's 88.
So
it probably Part 7? Yeah. No.
Yeah, I think it was. I don't know.
No,
I think geek I am.
Honestly, I think Part 8 is from 88.
Because
I think Jason Takes Manhattan is from 88 actually, but still, either or, man. Why are you picking that as your favorite film from either one of those years? Those are solid years. 87, 88 are like amazing.
No, I'm with him that I like Friday the 13th Part 7, but it was just funny because like Christian's reaction was hilarious. But it's funny because like he did that multiple times through the show where he'd be like, well, it's not my favorite horror film, but like every time they would be like, all right, our favorite horror film of 1994. And it's like, well, this one's not my favorite, but it's I understand what he was doing. He was just trying to showcase some like lesser talked about films, I guess, lesser talked about as in Friday the 13th Part 7, the most talked about franchise ever.
Yeah. I'll tell you.
I'm glad Brandon isn't here to defend himself right now. Gotta be honest.
Typical little Jew, man. Right there, right? Totally shortchanging everybody.
He's whiny and nasally, too.
Oh, yeah. I know that. You guys, I've noticed that you guys really have a lot of running jokes now. The anal bleaching thing and
everything.
And all kind of things. I'm really impressed.
We got real lucky, man. We just have great chemistry, and we're just...
Anal bleaching. So good.
You know what's funny?
Show now.
I've noticed over time that me and Christian kind of have something in common, and I've noticed that he's a real stickler for like technical things. Like he'll break down like I believe he told you guys that Dawn of the Dead is actually like a year later than what you guys thought it was and stuff.
Oh,
he's real in depth with like actual like release dates and stuff, and it reminded me of myself because I do a lot of that stuff too, where I'm real picky. You could ask Moodz, I probably annoy everybody with it.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but 78, did you guys know that? All my life. What, you guys both. Moodz, you're the biggest fan of that movie. Okay, what year is it from? When you think of Dawn of the Dead, what year do you think?
78.
Yes, thank you. See, me too.
Yeah, but it was technically released in the U.S. in 79.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
crazy.
because I mean that's the thing, man.
It got its Italian release first.
That's right, because it's Italian produced, right? So it got its release over there first. So everyone just associates the film with, I don't know, the first release date, but I don't know. I mean, we've even made top 5 lists, remember, top 10 or whatever from 78, and it was on there.
Yeah, yeah. It's really tricky when you get into some of those old films, like with Spider Baby, for example. It really got its release in 79 in the U.S., kind of, but its first release was like 77 or 67, but its real release was like technically 68 or something like that.
Yeah.
Real weird, man. I guess you kind of just have to narrow it down and decide what you're going to roll with.
That's it. I always say whenever it's released.
I think I did that actually with I cheated I always cheat on my lists and everything that I do, but when I did my 81 series, I actually used the Anthropophagus release, the American release date for it, which was in 81. But the film actually did come out in 1980 because I just wanted to have it in the randomizer. No one argued. They're just like, whatever, got released in the US in 1981. So you can go either way. Who really cares? It got released somewhere at some time. Just roll with it. Right.
Did you have Evil Dead as an 81 or an 83?
81.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
I did, yeah. And
81's of the year, man.
You know what, actually? Evil Dead never came up on my randomizer once. I never got to review it that year.
Wow.
Isn't that strange? Because I think I had like 60 films or something like that in the randomizer, and I would just, every week, I would literally just hit random, film would come up, I would review it, and Evil Dead never got chosen.
So what you basically did was Moodz reviewed one film from 1981 for a year straight every week.
Yeah,
so it was 52 weeks. Yeah. And he had about 60 total films, and Evil Dead never showed up. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think there was like 8 or 9 that didn't get picked.
That's
Evil
why,
Dead
right?
happened to be one of them.
Yep, he stood up for itself. He said, fuck you, Moodz. I'm 83 and you know it. We all know it.
Yeah. I did the same thing for 88 too, and there was a lot of sequels that never got chosen. I was so happy for that. Because sometimes I don't like reviewing just random sequels. Like, hey, do you want to review Jason Takes Manhattan? Not really. Not right now. Not unless I'm doing the entire franchise. I'm kind of weird like that. I mean,
no, that makes sense. Speaking of 88, I was right. New Blood was released in 88.
Was it? Okay.
Don't fuck with a Friday fanboy like me. That's
you know what?
My one thing in life. I'm a Friday trivia master.
Yeah, I did know that Takes Manhattan was 89, but Moodz said it was 88. So I double guessed myself.
All I know is Friday, so you got to give me that.
Yep.
That's it.
You win. One thing that I did want to share, since Dave is on here, we got this review back in May on iTunes, and I found it very funny. It's by FX Guy 1969, and he says, yes, check it out. He gave us 4 stars out of 5, and he said his entire review consists of this: almost as good as Exploding Heads Horror Podcast.
What?
Incense. I'm like, awesome.
I swear it wasn't me.
Well, thanks for the fucking.
It's probably Christian.
That's so good.
Bad that we didn't put him on the show yet.
And I think this would be even funnier if it was someone that we didn't know. Just totally straight up like, nah, it's pretty good, but not as good as those Exploding Heads assholes.
Yeah.
Maybe they heard our
Little do they know we're the fuckers that made. No, I'm just joking. That's what JP always says. He always says, all their successes because of us. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, again. Come on. We gave them the rub. I mean, they got one of their top 3 guys straight out of our voicemail line. They drafted him right out of there.
Smart, you guys.
That is a true story. That is a true story. Brandon's voice, I guess, was apparently first heard on our podcast.
Yep.
So I guess JP is technically right here. We gave you guys breath.
Well, I was smart enough to hear that and say, hey, this kid's got potential. But you guys obviously aren't into scouting that way, you know?
I guess not, huh?
I think that was a missed
some ear
opportunity.
voicemails. Wait a minute.
That was a missed opportunity, man.
See? You can't blame me for that. So yeah, after all that shit talking, he's pretty good after all. He is Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. Brandon's very witty and clever. Quick-witted, too. Yeah. As much shit as I talk on him on here, I love that guy. He's definitely a cool friend that I met podcasting.
He's cool. And whoever wrote that review, I want to know who it is.
Brandon's a cool guy. He just needs to cool it down with the lying. The guy lies all the time, constantly lying. I can never. He's like the boy that cried wolf, man.
Movies for 96 already. Lies.
You never believe what the fuck he's saying to you, man.
He probably really didn't do that 100 obscure movie list that he was supposed to be doing on our show.
That was pretty damn fast, Dave.
That's what I said. I said, man, he did that list so damn fast, considering he'd only seen like 36% of them or something. I'm like, damn, dude, you polished off the other like 70% so quick, man. Fucking liar.
There's one thing that I wanted to ask you, Dave, before we move on from the intro. And I was going to do it in a voicemail form whenever I helped you set up your voicemail line, but I'll just ask you here and now. I'm a few episodes behind, so you have to stop me if I'm, just talking nonsense. But I really like the idea of you guys each having your own segment, and I thought that the Christian versus found footage challenge should be a weekly thing where he takes one of those films and he watches them and gives his review. And I love what you did with your daughter with showing her the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That was amazing. Like it was really like heartwarming, and it was really cool. And I wish you could do that weekly, and then Brandon could come up with some segment where he reviews like a horror film that's not really a horror film, because he tends to do that.
So did you just talk about the chainsaw or just the experience with your daughter?
I interviewed her.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah. I interviewed her, let her give a review. We watched the movie. As soon as it ended, I got my phone and I said, okay. And I told her it was going to happen. And boom, I asked her a few questions. She gave me a grade. She fucking said a few things. And that was it. I call it the 10-year-old horror fan. And yes, we have been continuing on. We've done it one more time on the show. And I have like 3 or 4 more recordings of her. So that's going to happen. As far as Christian and found footage, every week I've been asking him, because he hasn't finished the list yet. So every week I ask him, and pretty much every week but one, he had watched at least one on there. So,
okay.
Brandon,
that's cool. I like.
So
that
is that
idea.
what his challenge is? He has to watch at least one found footage film every week, or for every show?
Well,
that's what it should be, but that's not
right.
what it is.
You're right. That's what it should be. In retrospect, that's what I should have done. I should have made it a weekly thing. No, Moodz, all I did was give him a list of movies that I consider good to great in found footage since 2000. And then
he wasn't a big fan going in.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, so that's where the challenge comes in. It's kind of a double meaning right there. So, did you have the tunnel on there by chance?
I had. There's a story behind it. I had the tunnel on there, and I only put it there because so many people like it. I know you like. I think it's your favorite one, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Your favorite found footage. I think I saw the first YouTube video I saw you. I think that was it, and it was
really
you, and that's why I remembered that you said the tunnel. Actually, I watched the tunnel because you picked it in your review, and I hadn't seen it yet. So I sought the movie out, and I watched it, and I fucking when I got to the last third of the movie, I checked out. I was fast forwarding. I was so disappointed because it was ballyhooed. But anyway, I still
what? Damn.
I know. I was so disappointed. I got so bored. The setup was great. The story at the beginning, all that shit. I loved the setup. But when they got to the third act, I was doing the Dave Z fast forward one and a half times because nothing was happening. I was so disappointed. But I put it on the list anyway because of
so
that.
Many people like it.
Yeah. So I said,
that's so crazy, man.
Watch it.
Huh. Wow.
Maybe I'll watch it again.
I was so intrigued with that.
Second watch, Dave.
Yep.
Interesting.
I'll get next time I come on this show, I'll have watched the tunnel. I'll tell you what I think then. It's changed.
But I think you guys should really consider each having your own segment and do it weekly. I really like the Christian versus found footage thing. I like the thing you do with your daughter. You guys got to come up with something for Brandon. That list, the list would have been perfect.
It is. It's. We finally finished it last show, so by the time you hear it, it's going to be 2 episodes in the future that have even dropped yet. So it just finally ended, and now he challenged anybody out there. If you want to challenge me to a list online, so there you go, JP. You want to be his first customer? Find a list that's like 10 movies. He said not 100 again.
Okay.
Like 20 or less, I think he said. Find one of those, and if somebody challenges me, I'll take the challenge. So there you go. You could help kick off that segment.
All right.
Nice. See? Wow, this is like Exploding Heads. You know how on that show we
come up with 90
That's how that
right.
got started. I had no idea how that got started with Brandon. He's like, oh, I'm going to do this list. And I'm like, really? I thought he was just doing it because. He didn't say why. So.
Well, I think initially it was just because someone else said something on our page about it. And he was like, oh, look at this. So I goes, I'm just going to do it. Then because he started to do it, he brought it up on the show, and then it took on a life of its own. It became a segment. Same thing.
That's a pretty good idea, man. Challenges and shit like that, and in different kind of segments. It makes our segments sound real shitty now, JP. You guys want to hear another Italian stallion? Cue the music, JP.
Wait, an Italian stallion of the week.
Of the week.
I forgot
yeah.
of the week.
My Italian stallion of the week. Yeah. Cue the porn music.
How about that music? Is that the same music from fucking Cannibal Holocaust? When
It is.
Talking?
It's actually what it is the actual trailer to the Italian Stallion porno film with Sylvester Stallone.
Sly. Yep.
And it is the Cannibal Holocaust music on top of that. I made that a while ago. I stopped using it because I hated editing, but I started putting it back in here and there.
Okay, so you created that. You put the Cannibal Holocaust music there.
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's what I'm listening. Like, could this be? Could they have used the fucking Cannibal Holocaust
That would have been awesome.
in a porno trailer? And I wasn't positive. I've only seen that movie once. One time. And I heard that, and I go, I think that's Cannibal Holocaust.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked you guys. I didn't know for sure. I thought you guys were going to laugh at me. Say, what? No, that's porno music. You know?
I absolutely love that Cannibal Holocaust theme, though. It goes. You can literally put it over anything. You can put it over something horrific. It's awesome. You can put it over something sexy. It's awesome. You can put it over something, epic. It's awesome. Like
I know, man. It's a great soundtrack,
anything.
Man. That's what's weird about the Italian soundtracks, and I said this on Exploding Heads, but they're never great beginning to end. They're like, they have a tone, like a real serious tone, some songs, and then they'll go off into some random fucking weird thing, like a dance number or a fucking something out of left field, like that song. I don't think the rest of the soundtrack sounds like fucking that song does.
It doesn't.
Porno.
As a whole, their soundtracks are very varied.
Well, yes, because it's also a score, right? It's just certain musical pieces for certain parts and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but
true.
I don't know, man. I personally love Italian soundtracks, man. Like anything that Claudio Simonetti has been involved with, and just among names, man. There's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah,
there really
definitely is. There definitely
it's unique. It's unique, yeah. Because I mean, I think really the Italians could only make something like that work with Cannibal Holocaust. Having that type of music, you're like, what the fuck am I watching? But that's cool that it makes you do that. Because you watch a lot of these North American films and stuff like that. The soundtracks compared to those are very almost generic sometimes. They just kind of fill in the gaps. It's like a bass line in a song. It just kind of does it. And I'm not saying with all North American films, but there is a lot where you just don't even really notice the music. And you said it yourself a lot, JP. You don't really notice music a lot because a lot of it doesn't stand out like, the music from the Beyond and things like that. It just doesn't stick out just like that. I find the Italian soundtracks.
I feel a lot of modern films it doesn't, but a lot of pound for pound, the best ever.
There's a lot of older ones
in movies. There's a lot of great ones.
There are.
I'm not saying there isn't, but I'm just saying the majority of these classic Italian films, they generally all have pretty good soundtracks. I mean, there's some classic American films that don't really have the greatest soundtracks to them. They're just good films. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The Italian thing is, in the context of the film, they're great, those soundtracks. But to sit down and listen into them, beginning to end, it doesn't work for me. I think because that's what I do. I listen to a lot of horror soundtracks most of the time at night.
Actually. Yeah.
And it's kind of like Suspiria. No one's going to praise Suspiria more than I do. I fucking love the movie. and love the soundtrack, but not beginning to end. It's great. There's like 10 out of 10, fucking half of the shit on that. But other stuff comes in and it just doesn't fit. Even a great one like that. And that's how I feel about all the sound. Just listening to.
You mean, it just doesn't fit when you're listening to it, like,
right.
in your house or in your car or something like that, yeah. But I think it's also because it's taken out of context a little bit. When you're watching a film, you're getting a visual, and the music does. And I find with that movie, the music almost drives the storyline too. Mm-hmm. It's like a pedal. It's like a wheel for the story. It's so weird how the movie works. But yeah, I can see that though. You're listening to Suspiria. Like I've listened to it before just, by itself. And yeah, it doesn't have the same control over you basically as you're listening to it. You find yourself wandering and you don't have that visual. But I think that's why that soundtrack works so well for the film, because it literally just buries you in it. It's just so captivating. But visually, if you're in your house, you're like, oh fuck, man, got some chips on the wall there, got some paint chips on the wall. You start fucking wandering like squirrel. Yeah, I think it's just a totally different feel. But I for sure, man, I was actually listening to the Demon soundtrack the other day, and it's definitely not the same than watching it with the movie. When you hear those musical pieces queued up in the film, you're like, oh, damn, that's so fucking sweet, man. It's just the way it cues up. And that's a big thing about, scoring and putting soundtracks in a film is queuing them up. Sometimes they're wrong. I think I know one film that we talked about, JP, lots. The cues in the film Stitches, the musical cues in that film are to die for. They're so perfect the way they cue up the music. It's great.
Died in Your Arms Tonight.
Oh fuck! And there's a couple other parts in that film too. It's just queued up perfectly, man. It's some people would say, oh, it's so cheesy, but whatever, man. It works. It's memorable.
Yes, it works. Yeah, and that's what it is. In the film, a lot of them work, but just not to listen to. Like that's all. In the film, they all work great. I can't say a negative thing about any of the Italian Simonetti or any of the Italian fucking movies and soundtracks.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll say one thing about soundtracks. The Witch and It Follows. If you don't have those things, get them.
I think actually, It Follows when, at least up here anyways, when I got the Blu-ray, it came with the free digital download. I think you can get the soundtrack on vinyl now. Of course, because vinyl's so hip now again that everything has to be released on color vinyl and fucking these crazy arts. And man, vinyl's gotten fucking massive. It's ridiculous. But
everyone's on its ass.
But I think the It Follows soundtrack, I swear, isn't available on CD. I think it's just vinyl and digital, which says a lot too. But the soundtrack is pretty interesting to listen to. It's interesting.
Yeah, I like to listen to them either driving in a certain mood, or 90% of the time I listen to them going to bed at night. Put on some fucking headphones, boom.
Oh yeah, I actually have a horror playlist on one of my iPods, and it's mostly just themes and stuff to films. Like it'll be like, it's pretty much all Italian besides like Night of the Demons theme. And of course, like all the Fulci films and Argentos and things like that. And just, classic films, just like Carpenter themes and stuff. And, but it's awesome because I'll put it on random. There's like 50 or 60 songs on there. And it's just like every time something gets queued up, you're just like, yeah, fuck yeah. You're like, right. It just makes you want to watch all the movies at one time, but that's the way to do it. It's just, those main themes. Like, fuck, I love the one Body Count. I use that one in so many of my videos and shit like that. I love those themes. Good shit.
Yep. Soundtracks rock, man.
They really do, man. They really do. I think actually it was so strange. I just got a bobblehead and the Beyond, the Jill Zombie bobblehead. And I think it actually came with the Beyond soundtrack. And I'm like, well, I already have like 2 copies of this, man. So maybe I'll just give it to somebody out there.
There you go. Yeah, give it to a listener.
There you go, man. Yeah.
See what I do for you guys? I guess they're on the show. Anyone that's listening, see, this Dave Z guy's not so bad.
He comes on the show and he's giving away our shit.
Right. I'm telling you guys what to give away.
I actually do have a few
DVDs
that I'm going to give it away here soon on the show. So,
you know what, man? I just finally finished my film room, and I have a huge stack of shit that I'm getting rid of, so I guess I'll contribute to giving shit away on here also.
I'll tell you right now, episode 100 is going to be insane with giveaways, guys. We're going to give away so much stuff. Whenever that comes.
Jeremy's going to be on the show. Maybe we'll give away his virginity. That would be fucking awesome.
That might have been like the greatest joke you've ever came up with on the show.
And the podcast. No. Awesome.
I think we got to move on to news after that.
Yeah, okay, man. Let's get into the news, man.
Okay, we don't have a whole lot, but this little piece of news I thought was directly not horror related, but anybody who is a horror fan, a little piece you might just die. So VHS has been long gone, but did you guys know that Funai Electric was still producing VCRs? They're still making VCRs as well. Sadly, this month marks the final production of the last company that still manufactures VCRs.
Yeah, that's so crazy. They're still making them. Wow.
And yeah, they basically just said that this will be the last time they produce any units due to declining sales, oddly enough. And difficulty finding the necessary parts for construction. So yeah, VHS players or VCRs, should I say, came about in 1976. They lived till 2016.
Wow, 40 years, man.
Oh, that's sad. I love the fucking VHS.
I still have one. I still use it.
I picked up one today. Not a player, but a tape.
Yeah, I think I'll always have a VCR. Do you have a VCR, Dave?
It's in my basement, but I still have one, yeah.
Okay.
I don't watch them.
I every once in a while, lately, I've actually been popping VHSs in. I watched, sometimes they come back again on VHS, because it's like really hard to get on DVD, but the VHS only costs like $4.
Hey, Dave, when was the last time you actually watched a tape, a VHS?
Oh, shit. Maybe, 2 years ago, I was at my brother's house, and he had one, and he had some old home movies that we made. But to sit down and watch a fucking movie, I don't know. Fucking since like 2004 or 5, maybe.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow. That's crazy.
And back then that must have been porno.
Yeah.
Most likely, yeah.
I was making mixtapes back then, man. Shit. Yeah. It's been a while though. You know what though? VHS is gonna become the new vinyl. Fucking 20 years from now, it's gonna all the hip kids are gonna be fucking doing VHS again.
Yeah, I mean, VHS collecting is still huge, but yeah, to come back out and kind of in the mainstream, maybe. Because vinyl, man, fucking huge, man. Like I actually
made a trip today. That is wrong with that argument slightly is I guess vinyl sounds better than CDs, yet VHS does not look better than Blu-rays or DVDs.
That's true.
But it's more of a nostalgic thing too, man. I mean, I don't think a lot of these kids buying vinyl today are, using the argument that, it sounds so much better. It's the in thing, man. It's the in thing.
True.
So I think that's why they're doing it.
I mean, they all are using that argument, but
2022 will mark the year that VHS is back on our shelves. And just like today, I wanted to find out if the rumor was true. Buddy from our podcast page, he said that the HMVs in Canada were stocking Arrow releases, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" So I went down there today to check it out. Wasn't expecting to find anything because I usually don't find shit in there because they suck. And sure as shit, I walked right in. First thing I saw was Arrows. I was like, "Fuck yeah, it's crazy." I mean, they're ridiculously priced at like $36.99 or something, but it was the simple fact that they're there, and I was like, "Oh, there's hope. There's hope. Maybe we'll get VHS back in 2022." But no, so I go down there, and kind of the point I was getting at was with vinyl. I mean, they had this little section a few months ago, and it's like tripled in size with records. And I talked to this guy in there all the time. His name was Carrie, and every time I walk in, he's like, "Yo, what's up, Moodz?" And we talk for like ever. And I was like, "Dude, what's at the fucking vinyl section?" He's like, "Dude, we can't keep it stocked." And these things are selling for like $30-$40 a record, and they're selling them out weekly, like the whole things. It's fucked, he says, man. I'm like, damn. So don't count out VHS. 2020 Deuce back on the shelves, and I'm going to regret paying the $8 that I paid for the borrower.
Yeah. I'm down. So rest in peace to VCRs for now, at least.
It's actually a sad thing. It's surprising at the same time, but it's sad.
Yeah.
It is.
So
after that, we have a little just brief announcement that the El-Ray network will be airing season 3 of From Dusk Till Dawn September 6th at 9 p.m. Eastern. So season 3 of From Dusk Till Dawn TV series is coming out. Have you guys yet checked out From Dusk Till Dawn, the TV series?
Nope. No. I got really close to watching, what is it, Stranger Things?
Yep.
About 3 times this week. I have been, man, it's like insane how many posts and how many videos.
Yes.
Like I've seen so many people talk about this, and the consensus is it's like the new best shit. It's like the best thing since sliced bread. So crazy. Like, and some of the people that have actually been, basically, stating their opinions on it, I'm like, wow. Like I just saw, Mr. Parker, he was talking about it. He said, yeah, it's like amazing. So I'm intrigued as shit to watch this. Intrigued. So it's been a while since, a TV show has sparked my interest that much, I mean, with Scream, it sparked my interest a little bit, enough to actually watch the whole series. But this one, I'm like really, really excited to finally sit down and check it out. So
Stranger Things?
Stranger Things, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm
watched
really
about
stoked.
4 episodes. There's only 8 episodes, so don't get too stoked and too carried away.
Yeah, well, that's why I haven't started, because I just didn't have the time to kind of like marathon it. And I think I just sit down and watch it all probably one late night or something. I'm assuming the episodes are half an hour, or are they an hour?
I think they're 40 minutes.
40 minutes. Okay. So it's got some pretty decent time. Awesome. Looking forward to it though.
You check it out yet, Dave?
No, I can't wait to. Everybody's talking about it, and I actually mentioned it to my wife this afternoon. I said, hey, I said, I got to watch this show. So it's only 8 episodes. So basically I'm telling her, you're probably going to watch it with me.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, it follows kids. It's very like Super 8, like Goonies, Monster Squad, stuff like that. Feels exactly like that. Set in the 80s in Indiana. Pretty cool stuff.
Oh, 80s. Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Sold.
Yep. I figured that would sell most people. From Dusk Till Dawn, you ever see that, Dave? The TV series?
No, I've never seen it. I don't even know if I have Ellery Network. I watch so little TV that I don't even know.
Yeah.
But, I'll tell you this. I predict this is the last season of that show.
You think?
Yes, and I don't know anything about it. I just have a feeling that it's a 3-season and out. It's like Hannibal and Penny Dreadful.
I didn't expect it to really last that long, honestly. Right. Like, I didn't really expect
But Hannibal also got canceled, though, right?
It did, unfortunately. Yep.
So, I mean, if it didn't get canceled, do you think it would have just only lasted 3? Probably not. 4 or 5, maybe?
Yeah, they would have kept it going, I think. I mean, they wrapped it up. You'd almost would think that they knew it was their last season.
I think it
came to a close. It wasn't like a cliffhanger. The series ended.
One of the things with Hannibal that was different is that a lot of the Silence of the Lambs era stuff and like some of the other topics they actually couldn't do due to rights, so they kind of didn't have very many places to drag it out to anymore. From what I understand, that's what I read anyway.
Oh, so they don't have Hannibal in the TV series?
They have him. They don't. I believe they can't have Buffalo Bill. They had the Tooth Fairy. They had that shit from fucking Dragon.
You mean they can have Hannibal? They can have Hannibal Lecter and Buffalo Bill, but they can't have, or I mean, the Tooth Fairy, but they can't have Buffalo Bill.
Yeah, because that's Silence of the Lambs. They can't have Clarice either.
Right, they can't have Clarice either.
Oh, because it's copyrighted through that. Now, okay, that makes sense.
Weird. Yeah.
Interesting. I think honestly, the reason why a lot of these TV shows aren't lasting as long as you might think they could. I mean, we come from an era too where there was a lot of TV shows that lasted, 8, 9, 10 seasons kind of thing. There's like a flood of them. I think these networks are just like, well, 3 and done, man. 3, 4 seasons. Let's get the shit out of here. Let's get the new greatest shit on there. Let's put something new on there. And I think that's just the way it is. It's just a flood of programs.
Yeah. Bates Motel has the plan. 5. They knew going into it was going to be 5 seasons and out. And that's what they're doing. And it's they know set up right now.
Well, that's good. I'm down.
They know this shit's hot.
Love it.
They know this shit's hot. So they're just like, hey, let's get them on the shelf and let's get them off.
Yeah, but I like when you have an end. See, that's the problem with like shows like Lost and Dexter, where they didn't have an end really, and they wrote themselves into corners trying to extend the series. I guess from what I understand, Penny Dreadful was planned for 3 seasons all along as well.
Really? No, I didn't know.
I'm not saying that all these shows that go on like 7, 8 seasons or whatever work.
No, they don't.
They definitely some of them definitely don't, for sure. But having like 3 seasons, that's pretty crazy too, though. That's pretty short. But maybe it works better like that. Maybe it works better.
I'll tell you right now, I watched the first 6 episodes of From Dusk Till Dawn season 1, and I like them. Essentially, the first season is like a long telling of the first movie, and then they kind of just, I guess, create their own story after that. But I understand it's pretty successful for that network. It's like their number 1 watch show. So who knows if they'll keep it going or not.
That doesn't really surprise me. It's the number one on the network because they push that thing like so hard, man. Right? Because they were pushing that shit before El Rey even went up, didn't they? Like, we got Dusk Till Dawn's coming on here, and it was kind of like the driving force behind the whole network. So it pretty much makes sense that show is the best one. It would surprise me if it wasn't.
Well, this is the same network that recently had a Ginger Dead Man marathon, an 8-hour Ginger Dead Man marathon.
What?
How the fuck did they have an 8-hour marathon, man? Those movies are like 70 minutes long, and there's like only 4 of them.
Commercials like mad, right?
They probably doubled that, like twice.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Fucking typical full moon shit, man. I'm watching Head of the Family the other night. I'm like, man, these movies are so fucking short, but they feel so long.
Yeah.
At the same time.
I don't have the El Rey network anymore, but when I did have it, I always had it on because they were showing shit like Maniac and like Fulci's New York Ripper and stuff like that.
They showed the New York really Ripper on there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
Damn. That's sleazy goodness. That's amazing.
Well, the Maniac is too, right?
Yeah, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, and then they show
have
like
no shows.
Moon and stuff like that.
They must have nothing, right? They have all they have on that network is so basically old horror movies, which sounds great, and from Dusk Till Dawn and Mexican wrestling. That's it.
And it's not.
The Mexican wrestling is actually that might be their number one programming actually.
Because that's all they have.
But they do have certain specials like the director's chair or whatever, which is like Robert Rodriguez sitting down with like Tarantino or John Carpenter, and they just talk film for like an hour, which was a really cool. I think I watched the Carpenter one. Those are really cool. I don't know if they've been doing them lately.
Oh yeah.
But they have some original programming. They have like they have the rights to the X-Files, so they air that and some older stuff like that too. But I think of it how Chiller was when they first came around, where they picked up like Freddy's Nightmares and like all those shows. And I think that's kind of what El Rey's doing. But they do show a lot of like exploitation and a lot of like a lot of stuff that Robert Rodriguez and Tarantino like, stuff like that. So
are they censored?
Cool network.
Is a movie on there? Is it censored?
I can't remember, honestly. I think it probably is, honestly, but I can't remember.
It's too bad if it wasn't. I was saying this on one of our shows. Why can't there be one fucking station? Because we were talking about that movie. What's that movie that Scream Factory put out, but it was a Chiller movie as well? It was the Fender Bender. That came out. And I was saying on the show, I go, somebody saw it on television. I go, was the gore in it? And they couldn't remember. And I said, well, it makes why can't there be a station? You know what I mean? Like a horror station, Chiller, or whatever the fuck.
Is that what they played it on? Did they play that on? Because that's actually like a Shout Factory original movie, and it aired on Chiller?
It's actually a Chiller original movie as well. It was like a tag team thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was a caveat to that whole Scream Factory, that they're directed movies. I thought, it was exciting for a minute, but it turns out it's in conjunction with Chiller. But isn't it weird that they show all this gore on? Have you guys seen Hannibal at all, or no?
No.
Well, I'll tell you what. Season 2 and season 3, the whole show is gory. You guys won't believe it. So it's like crazy gory, and that's on NBC. And The Walking Dead, the gore they show on that show. So why can't a horror station that specializes in the genre? How come they can never have a fucking good station like that just shows uncut fucking horror? Isn't it weird?
You know what's funny about Chiller? I remember watching all 3 of the sleepaway camps on there before, and they would just blur out the nudity. Like, it would just be, like, on Cops where they blur out the faces. Like, that's what they would do with the nudity. And I was like, all right.
Those lazy edits, that's so good.
That's funny. Was it, like, pixelated fucking squares?
Yeah, it was just a blur over the tits or the ass or whatever.
That's so good.
That's fucking good shit.
But yeah, I'm with you on that, Dave. There should be just a hardcore, and I don't. For all I know, El Rey is. I just don't remember because I only had the channel for a couple months.
I know I've asked this question so many times if it was like not censored and shit like that, but I don't know. I guess you haven't watched it enough. What's that? What was the fucking name of that network that was supposed to start up in Canada and it was like all uncensored films and stuff? We touched on it like 2 years ago.
The Horror Network.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was.
Something like that, yeah. But the fucked up thing is it like still hasn't started up or whatever, but the website's still going. And
well, Moodz, that's actually a great little transition, because something else that still hasn't started up but finally seems to be starting up is the next little bit of news. I want you guys to understand something. We've literally talked about this in the news since episode 1 at 1 hour, 55 minutes and 40 seconds into episode 1 back in November of 2013. And this is The Mist, the TV series. So Spike's The Mist is finally like actually happening, because there are like legit like photos from the set now. The mall, or not the mall, the grocery store. They have pictures of the grocery store on, I believe, Reddit. So yeah, that I guess it's finally happening.
Spike is still around?
Yeah, Spike. Yeah, of course. Bellator.
Bellator's on that? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know Spike.
That's what gets them all their ratings, probably.
I guess. Yeah.
Not really. Cops gets like most of their ratings.
Cops
still gets.
Is it still?
There's still new episodes as well.
What?
What? Cops still has new episodes?
What?
Yeah,
I can't believe that.
And like Ink Master and like Bar Rescue. Those are big shows, man.
Wow.
Bar Rescue sounds fucking terrible.
Bar Rescue's pretty hype. I watch it at work sometimes.
Oh my god.
Is it some fucking drunks in a bar? They gotta rescue them before they get their ass?
No, what it is there's a bar that is doing real bad. Like they're using too much liquor in their drinks, and they have bad customer service, or people stealing money or something. And then this guy who comes in just screams at everybody at the top of his lungs to get their shit together, fires a couple people, and then tests them out with their new things. And then
so
they
it's
all
like that
fail,
Hell's Kitchen guy?
Yeah, and then they all fail, and then he brings them back together, and then they succeed. Like, it's kind of the same thing every time, but this guy's funny as shit when he's yelling at people. He's like, he literally looks like he's about to have a heart attack every time. like he looks like maybe like an old like Italian like mobster or something.
So it's the same thing as that restaurant show with the Hell's Kitchen dude.
Probably. I never watched
Where he goes in to rescue restaurants that are doing shitty and stuff, and he goes in there, he fucking screams and curses nonstop. The whole show's edited because he's freaking balls. He's freaking balls, and then
that's awesome.
And then he usually saves them, and then he revamps the menu, and then the owners are making money.
Yep. Yeah, but picture that, but in a bar where everything's like sleazier and people are dumber and drunk.
It sounds like my kind of place. It's awesome.
It's pretty cool. So yeah, after that we have Netflix is actually making another season of Making a Murder. Like how? I don't know, but did you guys check out the first season of Making a Murder?
Oh, I fucking loved it. I talked about it on here before.
Yeah, it was really good.
It had me screaming at the TV constantly, man. I was just like screaming like an old man. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And just going, it's one of those shows that you just can't keep quiet watching because it's like, what the fuck? Good shit, though. Really entertaining.
What about you, Dave?
No, I have not seen any of it. Everybody seems to have seen it but me.
I've actually only seen the first episode, but the first episode was really good.
Yeah, it's so good, the whole thing, man. Marathoned it, as usual. So obviously it's going to be another case. I'm really excited to see what the case is.
Yeah, but wasn't that Making a Murder filmed over like 10 years or some ridiculous shit? Like it was
probably had this whole idea for a series 10 years ago, so they
probably
just
right?
filmed a pile of shit, and it's been years in the making.
Yeah, it was really successful for Netflix, so it makes sense they're doing another one. All right, after that, guys, just a little bit of news on Hellraiser Judgment. This is the 10th Hellraiser film. I actually did a video on this today.
Saw that shit. I'm like, you're uploading videos, news videos, like 2 minutes before you're ready to record a podcast?
Yeah. I just felt inspired. But a couple of things were, like, this. For those of you who don't know, let me just catch you up on it. Every, I believe, like 5 or 6 years, Dimension Films needs to make a Hellraiser and a Children of the Corn, or else for some reason, some kind of clause in the rights state that they must create.
And remember, folks, this is why the sequels come out so good.
Yeah, exactly. So every 5 or 6 years they have to make another film to retain the rights. And usually what happens, flash forward back to 2011, when Hellraiser Revelations came out, it was rushed into production. It was like filmed in a week with like $100,000 budget, and the script was written in a couple days, and that's what we got. And that's about what it looked like. So, and then right after it, of course, the remake talk started up again. And it seems like that's Dimension's MO. They waste their time trying to do a remake for 5 years. It doesn't get off the ground, and then they have to scramble and create another film in order to keep their rights. And in this case, with Hellraiser Judgment, the director, Gary Tunnicliffs, he actually created I believe he created a Kickstarter campaign for a film called Judgement, which did sort of seem like Hellraiser-esque, but it was an original film. It was like his own thing. And he's going to be the director, and basically he took that script and from his failed Kickstarter campaign, and that's the script for this new Hellraiser film.
So basically nothing has changed.
Exactly. Hellraiser is known for, at least with Hellraiser Inferno on through Hellraiser Hellworld, for actually not being Hellraiser films. They were other scripts that were shopped around Hollywood, and then they were turned into Hellraiser films to make a quick buck.
They were sitting on some dude's desk, they dusted them off, and they said, bam, here's a script, throw some Cenobites in there.
They have a little salt shaker with a little puzzle box on it, and they just dump it over, and little pinheads fall out into the script.
Exactly, man. Call up Doug Bradley so he can get his 4 minutes of screen time, and we got a Hellraiser film.
Yeah, except for now they just skip the Doug Bradley part altogether.
Oh, yeah, does that mean Fat Pinhead's going to come back?
No, it's actually another Pinhead that doesn't look nearly as bad as the Fat Pinhead.
Oh, so that is Doug Bradley's not coming back for this one either?
Oh, no, he's not coming back.
Oh, man.
They gave him a script, and they told him that they said, we're going to give you a script, but we want you to sign something that says you won't tell anything to anybody about this script. And apparently, he got offended and told him fuck off.
Yeah, that's what happened. But that's actually kind of weird, because that's non-disclosure is pretty common. So it was like that's kind of par for the course with.
Yeah, right. Wouldn't you?
I didn't really understand.
Well, no, that totally doesn't make sense, because that's pretty normal. Like, here's a script. Don't fucking leak it on the internet.
Especially when you didn't do the last one, and then you went and talked a bunch of shit about it before it came out. Rightfully so. But, I mean, it makes sense why they would want to cover their ass a little bit, right?
Well, of course, this is what they do. I mean, you want to leak the script out there and then have a Quentin Tarantino situation where you got to fucking rewrite the whole script, for Hateful Eight kind of thing.
Oh, man. Wow.
You don't want to do that shit, so it makes sense. You come to Doug Bradley, hey, man, here's a script.
What Adam Green does is he watercolors every page of the script. So
really?
with each person's name. So like if I give Dave his script, it'll have Dave Z like all over it in the background. So if he leaks it, then
wow,
it's his fault.
That's fucking wild. No shit. You know what? Doug Bradley probably just didn't want to do it anymore. So that's fucking the excuse he gave.
He said in the past that he was getting a little old to be dressing up in bondage. Like there's an interview where he literally said that.
Oh.
Bondage? That's hilarious.
So this guy here, this Gary Tunnicliff, he says that on the contrary to popular belief, this film was actually written as a Hellraiser film. When it was written as Judgment, it just was done outside the franchise because he couldn't get the rights for it. So basically, he's trying to make it seem as if like it was a Hellraiser film all along.
No one's gonna believe that shit. Come on.
That's kind of what I said.
There's just no fucking way, man. There's no way.
Yeah. Why is he coming out on the defense?
But you know what? All this shit doesn't even matter though. If it turns out to be actually decent, it is what it is.
Yeah,
you know? Well, I'm happy with that.
Our homie Heather Langenkamp's in it.
Yeah, it's so strange. I wonder what the budget's going to be on this one. I can't believe that Hellraiser 9 had $100,000 budget. That kind of blows my mind a little bit.
I just threw that out there. I don't even know what the real budget was.
Oh, you were just throwing numbers on it? I was like,
it was pretty low.
Because to me that seems so crazy that you're gonna film this movie in a week and have the screenwriters write up the screenplay or write the film.
It was
in a couple days.
$350,000.
Oh my god, even worse. So you mean to tell me that these guys wrote this film in a couple days, wrote the screenplay, and filmed it in a week for $350,000? Like if I was an investor on the film, I'd be like, what the fuck, man? Put a little more effort into this shit.
Yeah,
you know,
fucking a franchise.
$350,000 fucking dollars. I mean, it's still by industry standards.
It's still definitely made more than that, though.
You think so?
Yeah, everybody bought that shit when it hit Walmart.
Well,
mention Extreme Line, come on.
That's true. That's true. But I mean, still, I mean, if you're one of the investors, you'd be like, man, 2 days, really?
You know, I give Revelations a little more props than everybody because although it's a bad movie, for being made in like a week and for $350,000, it's more of a Hellraiser movie than any of the 4 previous sequels. It's true. It's more of a Hellraiser film. It follows the vagrants in there. Like, if it actually had like, a couple months to do the script and then more time to actually, you know, cast and stuff and more money, it would have been a good Hellraiser. It honestly would have been like, you know, above average probably.
Have you watched Bloodlines recently?
No.
I have for 96. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So.
I think it was the first one I watched. As a matter of fact, start 96. I don't
see. I always forget that like Bloodlines was actually a Hellraiser film. It's a strange one.
Yeah, that one actually was written as a Hellraiser film.
It's a strange film because the way they structured it and what they did with it, but at least it was a Hellraiser film. But
absolutely,
yeah,
it was. It was Pinhead's movie too.
Yeah. So the final little thing about this is they did release the photos of 2 of the Cenobites, the Butcher and the Surgeon. And what I said in my video was these are not Cenobites. They completely missed the mark on what Cenobites are. They are not this. These are like something out of Silent Hill or a video game. These are not that. Yeah, they're nightmarish.
Oh, they're gonna come back at you going. These are supposed to be modern. Quit bitching.
No, 100% no. Just no, because they don't fit the mold of what they're nightmarish and creepy looking. Yeah, they look good if they were for another movie, but these are not Hellraiser Cenobites. They completely missed what they are.
Yeah.
They just don't look right to me.
So they like those shitty ones at the end of
So you mean to tell me these Cenobites don't look like they've been damned for eternity? Is what you're saying?
They don't even look like they belong in the universe of Hellraiser, period. Like,
because that's kind of like what the Cenobites are in a way. Like the reason why they looked all fucked up and shit like that, because they're just basically they're damned and shit like that. Yeah, so I got to see them. I haven't seen them yet.
I did throw a link in the Skype chat. If you
basically what the point of the Cenobites, the Cenobites, they look like they're in pain.
Yes, these guys don't look like they're in pain at all. They just
because they're damned. That was the whole point.
And he looks like something out of a Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like backwoods movie. And the other one kind of almost has the sadomasochist thing going on with the leather or the latex with like the gas mask and stuff. But it's just the flesh isn't there.
There's like
torture
gas mask?
isn't there. Yeah.
Oh God! Fucking gas mask.
How does that make sense? They don't fucking breathe.
See this shit now, man. I don't even have to see it, man. It's done. It's over.
Oh, it's terrible. I was gonna make a joke and say it's worse than fucking CD Head.
100%.
It's way worse than CD Head.
100%. They totally missed the mark on this because the Cenobites are supposed to be looking like they're in pain because that's where they're coming from. Hell, it's the whole point.
A gas mask. They can't even breathe air. They're fucking from hell.
So basically, they're protecting they gave this guy a gas mask to protect him from all the toxic fumes and shit.
You know, for some reason, I thought that that one was actually a female. Like that, the surgeon looks like a female to me.
Oh, really? Well, I'll tell you.
Yeah, you see there's like nipple clamps, it looks like, coming down. No, I guess not, huh?
Maybe it's another fat Cenobite.
There should be fucking nipple clamps. That's what I'm saying. It's a female Cenobite.
Oh, okay.
It should be. I don't know. Whatever it is. It might not be, but it's stupid.
Well, they're supposed to be sexless, you know? Like in the fucking novel, in the Hellbound Heart, fucking lead Cenobite, Pinhead, is fucking a sexless being.
Huh. Well, in Hellraiser 1 and 2, most notably, the female Cenobite is literally named the female Cenobite in the credits, so.
Well, yeah, and Pinhead is named fucking lead Cenobite in the credits in part 1.
Yeah. I mean.
They have names.
Yeah, man. It says in the documentary that the name Pinhead came after.
Yeah, it was not.
It was
original. They didn't refer to him as that, I guess.
No, they totally didn't. The name was kind of given to him by the people in a way.
Yeah.
Simply, you look at him and what do you assume he is? fucking Pinhead.
It's almost kind of crazy that they didn't come up with that on their own.
Yeah, it literally
That's
says...
just Clive Barker's writing. He didn't want to give them fucking titles. You know
I'm 100% positive, man. It says it right in the Leviathan documentary.
Yeah.
They talk about that.
Clive is like that, though, man. He's very... He creates his own sort of worlds, and it does seem a little bit beyond him to really just call him Pinhead, you know?
Yeah, dude, it's too fucking... It's too
simple for him.
I don't want to say corny. It's just fucking... For him, it would be corny to name something Pinhead. It's not his style.
Yeah, definitely not.
Barker's is way better than that.
Yeah. But anyway, so next up, last little piece of news here, major piece of news, is that Lionsgate is apparently going forward with the new Saw film, supposed to hit October 27, 2017, directed by Josh Stolberg and Pete Goldfinger, the script writing duo behind Piranha 3D, Piranha 3 Double D, and Sorority Row. I guess James Wan and Lee Whannell are going to be on as executive producers. I don't know. What do you think the odds are that this happens?
I hope it doesn't. I can tell you that much. But the way they've been talking about it lately, I think it's at least a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, I mean they have been
talking
about it for a little while, and it seems like an official announcement. I don't know. I mean, I really don't care either way because I've only seen Saw 1 through 5, I believe, so I still need to see the last two.
Damn.
It's like me too, man. I've only seen 1 through 4.
What? What? Holy fuck. I'll tell you what.
I have had all the films I have all of them on DVD and Blu-ray. I still haven't finished the franchise, man. It's because I dislike 3 and 4 so much that I was man, I hated those films.
I only disliked 4. I liked the first 3 a lot. Wait, no, I only disliked 5. Or wait, 4. I can't remember.
I dislike part 4 a lot more than 3.
I hear so much good things about 6. I honestly do.
3, 1, and 6 are my top 3. But I'll tell you this. We did a countdown on Skeleton Crew last year, and we picked our 5 favorite franchises of all time. And fucking my number 2 was Saw.
Damn.
That's how much I love that franchise. And I don't even like Saw 2 and Saw 7.
I liked the Saw franchise for what it did. Like I loved when it was happening and it was a big deal when everybody was talking about it. When the next Saw, you know, like it was cool. Like I'm down for stuff like that. I know I hate when people get mad at that because all it does is create new horror fans. Like you know how many 12-year-old kids like their first exposure to horror was like Saw or Saw 2 or something that are now going to be like huge horror fans. It happens all the time.
You can't become a horror fan. You're too young.
You just fucking hear that right now.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel, man. I mean, it is what I'm not, upset about it. Another film. It is what it is.
They never should have gone as far as they did. See, I don't know. I'm so into the story of it because that's like, one of the great things about that series that everything connects and they go so deep with all these characters and everything. It's just 7 was such a disappointment to me, and it just, Jigsaw died at the end of fucking Saw 3. How many movies can you make fucking with him in flashback?
I know, that's what was, that was kind of bugging me. Even in 5, I was like, okay, he's been dead.
It worked.
Oh, no.
It was written well that they tied everything in. I didn't complain about that at all. Part 7 was a fucking complete disappointment, but I don't know. Doesn't it sound shitty? Come on, they're gonna bring an 8 now. It just reeks of fucking. It just smells fishy to me. I don't want it.
But you never know. I mean, sometimes you can save a franchise by taking a little break from it and then coming back.
I can't really fully judge that. Okay, they're gonna come out with a part 8. What was last? When was part 7? When did it come out?
6, I think. 2006, 2007.
So it's been almost like pretty much 10 years.
No, it's been longer than that, huh?
Okay.
Wait,
so
no, because the first one was fucking 2010 was the last one.
10. Wow. Okay. So
yeah, I was gonna say I thought it was okay. So yeah, it's been say 6-7 years since the last one, kind of thing. That's not really that big of a deal. It's like, for myself, the way I look at that is, if I compare it to something like Phantasm, which is one of my favorite franchises, I wasn't upset at all. That they're making a 5th one. I just wanted to see it, and it's a long time since the last film.
It's sort of a different world, though, because that's dealing with supernatural, much like Friday the 13th, where they are endless. They're immortal. You know what I mean? Saw is about real people in the real world. You know, so it's like kind of different to keep continuing a story like that than to bring Frankenstein back 10 times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Phantasm deserves an end.
I guess if you look at it like that, I don't know. I mean, either or for myself. I mean, I don't really think. I mean, I guess if you're using the same characters, you know, I mean, if you want to look at the film and like, yeah, they're just a lot fucking older. I guess it depends on how you do the timeline and the storyline too. So I don't know.
And you're right, Dave. Phantasm does deserve an end.
Yeah, everyone's wanted that end for the longest time. I remember it was rumored for like 10, 12 years or a long time that people even used. I used to see that title in fucking Fangoria in the Terror Teletype when you opened it up and saw the news that the movie was going to be called Phantasm's End, and everybody was psyched about it and pining for it for years.
Because that
film
I hope
is ended. But
yeah, I mean, Phantasm deserves an end more than anything because that whole franchise is like one big fucking movie.
Yeah, and you know Phantasm
you need to end it. You need to end it. It's so connected that like it's a perfect opportunity. So
totally.
Phantasm 4 was created specifically to raise money to create Phantasm 5, which was going to feature Reggie and Bruce Campbell like in a post-apocalyptic world. And Phantasm 4 did so poorly that it never happened after that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a shame, man. That's totally a shame.
And I was like, dude, for years, weren't you guys saying, make the fucking last film, Angus Scrimm isn't going to live forever? That's why I was saying that 10 years ago. That's how old he is.
Dude,
you know?
So many times, and I'm so
we
happy
said
that they
on our
got
Phantasm show.
Yeah.
See, well, there you go. Yeah, and it's crazy they finally got something made before he died. I hope it's at least decent when it gets here.
Yeah, I know. I don't think I could. Like, I would legitimately feel bad for the people involved if it wasn't good. Like, it's so personal to me, and just. Like, it's not even a selfish reason why I want it to do good, like, so I can see a good movie. Like, I just legitimately, like, I don't want it to be, like, a bad, like, oh, well, I guess we shouldn't have did that or something, you know what I mean?
Right. Yep.
But I don't honestly think it's going to be that bad. I mean, I read an interview with Coscarelli a couple months back in Rue Morgue, and it sounds like, you know, he was there, you know, during the filming, and he was still a part of it. So I'm assuming that there was a lot of talking and a lot of bonding and a lot of ideas thrown around and stuff. So I have a feeling this film is going to be not on that Coscarelli level, considering the first 4 films just feel like one fantasy nightmare. I don't know. It just has that feel to them. Mm-hmm. I don't think the film will feel exactly like that, but I don't think it's going to be bad.
Yeah.
You can mark my words. I think, I mean, it's not just me really hoping that it's not.
You know what happens when you
I think it's honestly not going to be that bad. The way he was talking about the film, but it's pretty interesting because if it turns out to be better than expected, the story behind it's pretty interesting because there was a lot of shit. There was a lot of problems in production that obviously, you know, money wise, like Coscarelli's had problems with every film he's ever been involved with, right? This one was no different. You know, it's amazing how somebody. Yeah, it was just terrible, and it had so many problems in the production, everything. It's really interesting. So, but I think, you know, just the fact that it got done and it's there, I think it's going to be good.
Yeah,
I think it's honestly going to be good, man.
I hope you're right, man.
Yeah, me too. So, the last little bit of news here we have is not like super news or anything, but I don't know. I don't even know if it's technically news, but I figured I would mention it. So. Scream Factory and Arrow Video are going to be announcing a bunch of titles tomorrow. So by the time you guys hear this episode, it'll have already happened. Which we obviously can't cover it because it's going to happen tomorrow, which we're recording tonight, but the episode won't post till Monday. So we're going to miss all that news. But one thing that I did notice, I recently got my copy of Crimes of Passion in the mail, the film starring Anthony Perkins about a prostitute. From Arrow Video, and on the inside of the case, guys, there is a little title card for George A. Romero's The Crazies.
Yeah, that does make sense, you know. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, rumor has it they're going to be announcing something to do with Herschel Gordon Lewis and stuff, but I mean, if you look in some of the older releases, man, they've had Blood Feast announced for like a long, or not announced, not like really announced, but it's been in those art cards for like a long time, but they've never officially announced it. So maybe tomorrow will be some Herschel Gordon Lewis.
Yeah, it's weird though, because this is a full-size card, and I was like, why would this be in here, you know?
Yeah, I don't think I ever seen any of the full-size ones, but it was just kind of in the, in the collage of releases. It's like, oh, there's Blood Feast. Interesting.
Yeah, that same collage of releases is on the reverse side of that card, by the way.
Yeah, so
I wouldn't be surprised if the Crazies get announced. It seems like they did tease that this is going to be their biggest announcements yet for tomorrow. So,
no, that gore thing, the gore, what's it called? The gore score or some shit. The aerial thing. Is that what you're thinking? It's H.G. Lewis Moodz?
I don't know, man. All I know is like Blood Feast, but the rumor has it that they might be releasing a box set too. I don't know how these rumors get started. I don't know. No idea.
I just know something's called the Gore Pack. I forgot what the fuck the title was exactly, but it has a title, and it actually even has a website on its own of what to go to. I saw it advertised today.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah. What the hell was that called?
I'm not actually 100%.
I don't know. Something with gore in the title. That's all I remember.
Well, I mean, it's like, a lot of it says...
Box of Gore. That's what it's called.
Really?
Boxofgore.com.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting. But, of course, the other rumor is Phantasm.
Phantasm box set. What do you think the odds are that either Scream Factory or Arrow announces that?
God, all of me wants to say... just go for it, 100%. It's coming tomorrow. It's going to get announced. In reality, you know what, man? I think there's a 50-50 chance it does get announced more, because Coscarelli said earlier in the year he's working on a deal with somebody, didn't disclose, and he said it'll be coming out sometime in the fall time. So if it does, this is like the perfect time to announce it, because then September, October is right around the corner. Yeah, hopefully it's Arrow that announces it. That'd be pretty awesome.
I think it would be Scream Factory, based on the fact that I think they still own the rights to Phantasm too.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, that is true. I mean, as far as we know, they haven't lost the rights, so yeah, I guess it makes more sense, right? If they already have one of the films, easier to acquire 3 than 4, right? Or even 5. So,
yeah. So
for Arrow, so I mean, I don't know, man. I'm really, really curious to see this head-to-head battle of announcements. This is going to be pretty interesting.
I think if Scream Factory doesn't have some crazy Phantasm box set up their sleeve, like, I think Arrow might get the win here, based on the fact that I think they're going to announce some Image titles, which we've seen with the Hills Have Eyes announcement recently, and Image owns Hellraiser 1 and 2. Those would be
Slugs
huge.
And Dead End Driving and stuff. Yeah, they're snagging up those technically Anchor Bay titles and old Image titles and stuff. So
yeah. Well, the Crazies also is an old Blue Underground title, so that's kind of interesting as well. If they tapped into Blue Underground's library somehow.
I know, that's what I was wondering too, because we do know that the Crazies just went out of print.
Yeah, that's why it makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, and that, like, recent news, man, that was only like a couple weeks ago, so they must have been working on this. If they're announcing it, holy shit. It's quick work.
But, yeah, that's the news, guys.
Cool. Cool stuff. Yeah. All right, so getting into Mood Swings and the DVD and Blu-ray releases for... what is this? July 26, 2016. Yeah. Actually, this month has been pretty busy, man. We haven't been back weekly, so we've been missing a lot of releases, especially the 12th. That was pretty good. Well, the 12th was okay. But yeah, for the 26th, what do we got coming out here on Tuesday? We have a 3-disc set being released by Blue Underground, of course. Of Baba Yaga, Night Train Murders, and Strip Nude for Your Killer. So if you're into these 3-packs and stuff, basically just the re-releases of their Blu-rays and stuff, check it out, man. I think it's worth the price. I wouldn't recommend Baba Yaga all that much to a lot of people. It's probably not everyone's cup of tea, but the other two are really good. But, if you like these sets, grab them. Scream Factory releasing The Boy Who Cried Werewolf. Now, this is one I'm really interested in because it is a film that's never had any type of release, I believe. Is that what it is? Is that what it is, JP? This one never had even a VHS. I think it was like a lost film.
I actually don't know at all.
I think this is the one that never actually had any type of release. So that's very cool that this is coming out of the woodworks. And I'm sure Scream Factory will bitch in that it doesn't sell at all. And yeah, anyways. Next up here from, I'll announce these ones considering that we did review Dolomite on the show.
Yeah, the one time ever that Vinegar Syndrome decides that they're going to give us screeners, and like I've not been able to get another one.
I know, right? I wanted like all these Dolomite films, but anyways, we got the Candy Tangerine Man and Lady Coca. So double feature here coming out from Vinegar Syndrome. Blaxploitation, can never really go wrong with that.
I love
Next,
Blaxploitation.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm such a big fan. From Shout Factory. I don't think this is Shout Factory Selects. I think this is just general Shout Factory re-releasing Death Wish 2. So Death Wish 2 was released by who owned the rights before? Warner? Or was it not Warner?
I didn't know those films were on Blu-ray before that.
I have them all on Blu-ray. I think it's I can't remember. But anyways, Shout Factory re-releasing Death Wish 2. Not sure if it's the uncut version. Probably not. But yeah, Death Wish 2. Good sequel. I think part 3 is probably the best one. It's just the funnest shit, man. Next up here from Kino is a film that I've always wanted to see, man, because I'm a big fan of Anthony Perkins. I love him. 5 Miles to Midnight from 1962 with Sophia Loren. Pretty crazy stuff. Kino's always digging out with these classic films. Pretty cool shit.
Anthony Perkins is getting Blu-ray releases all over the place.
I know. This Crimes of Passion Blue looks sick, dude. It has a really cool slipcover that's all like shiny and shit. And I didn't even know he was in this film. Have you ever seen Crimes of Passion, Moodz?
No, I haven't actually.
Oh, it sounds nuts, dude. It sounds crazy. It's from that guy who did Altered States.
Yep. Yeah. That's good shit, man.
Perkins is getting the love lately, man.
Yeah, he got that double pack for fucking Scream Factory with, what do you call it?
Edge of Sanity.
Edge of Sanity, and what was the other one? The Contender, or what the fuck? The Destroyer?
The Destroyer. Yeah.
The Destroyer, the Contender, I say. And Psycho Force coming out soon.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, man, pretty much. Yeah, everything's fucking coming out, man. It's pretty awesome. 5 Miles to Midnight sounds just awesome. And then finally, Scream Factory is releasing the DVD Blu-ray combo pack of Hellhole. This was a title that was announced, I believe, over a year ago, and they couldn't release it. Yeah, they canceled it due to the fact they couldn't get some decent elements to it or something like that. Apparently, they found some better ones, and they're putting it out. Hellhole.
Yeah.
Cool. Oddly enough, man, I couldn't pre-order this one through Amazon.ca. It keeps saying currently unavailable. Like the strangest thing. So I don't know, man. I'll get my hands on it someday. I do want that one. Next up here from, I know it says Independence. It's released by The Invitation. A film called The Invitation.
Huh.
Yeah, crickets. Crickets. From Vinegar Syndrome, man, we got another Dolomite film here, and it's called Petey Wheatstraw. Yes, The Devil's Son-in-Law. Vinegar Syndrome, man. Oh, he did such a good job with all the releases. This one right here, I believe is Wellgo USA. Wellgo USA is releasing a film called River. Never heard of this one.
The cover actually looks intriguing enough, honestly.
It reminds me of a film that came out about 6-7 months ago. It's got the same type of cover. It's got like the picture written in the writing. I think it was like a slasher film or something like that. That's what I thought it was at first on Blu-ray, but I don't know. Don't really know much about River being released on Blu-ray. Then we got a double pack here of Stephen King stories here being released by Lionsgate. Always doing this, aren't they? They're double packs.
It's such a weird double pack, though. Like literally, it's only the like. I guess because they're kind of like both about driving ish and fucking Stephen King. It's the only thing they have in common.
Yeah. So we got Big Driver, and which was what the rape revenge film that was on the Women's Network. Lifetime.
Yeah, it actually was not that bad.
Yeah. It was a fucking excellent story, though. I know we talked about this before because you read it too, right?
Yeah, pretty good Stephen King story.
Good story. And then, of course, Riding the Bullet, paired up with Riding the Bullet.
Which is not very good.
No, Riding the Bullet's not the greatest. I think this is another Lionsgate one here. No, from Bayview Entertainment. We got a double feature of Monstrosity and Teenage Zombies. DVD double feature.
Are those public domain?
I think Teenage Zombies might be. I don't know anything about Monstrosity.
I'm pretty sure they're both public domain.
Probably, yeah. I don't even have to look to tell you who's releasing this one. This has got to be a Wild Eye releasing. And sure as shit it is. A film called Consumption, because the cover art is... Well, actually, the cover art is pretty shitty on this one, to be honest, but it just looks so bad.
It looks like a Disney movie with blood.
Evil is eternal. Thank you for that tagline. That was awesome.
Is this next one Wild Eye as well?
No, this is definitely not a Wild Eye cover. Like, who released this one? Bayview. Well, back to Bayview Entertainment, and it's called Deadly Pickup.
The only thing notable about this is there's a big ass right on the cover, like a chick in some like booty jeans and just
total Daisy Dukes. Total Daisy Dukes, man. Her cheeks are hanging right out. The tagline: "Death thumbs a ride." What the?
It's ridiculous.
It's so bad.
And this next one is bona fide worst cover of the week, probably.
Oh, dude. Okay, this is released by Tomcat, releasing, of course, by Tomcat. Exorcist, House of Evil. And it's literally this house, like, fucking being lifted off the ground, of course, from evil's forces of evil. Yeah, it's horrible. It's a terrible, terrible cover. It looks terrible.
Oh,
Shot in the real house with real paranormal activity.
Get the fuck out of here.
What the fucking tagline says on the box.
It does say that. It says shot in the real house with real paranormal activity.
Holy fuck.
Like, what does that even mean? What house? The real house.
Shot in the real house? Like, this is the only house around? The house.
It's like the real one. You know all those fake houses everybody has? Like, this was the real one.
All right, next up here from Kino, which is just a general Kino Lorber release, and it's called Haters. Spelt H8RZZ.
Oh, jeez.
Haters.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like
right
a fucking license plate for some asshole.
Yeah, you're right.
Some
totally
douchebag.
right. That is a douchebag license plate.
Pretty much. All right, so we got some. I like to announce these ones right here. Mystery Science Theater 3000 volume. This would be 36. Fuck, there's so many of these. And this one's coming with Stranded in Space, City Limits, The Incredible Melting Man, and Riding with Death. Yes.
Out of print.
Wow.
All those damn things.
Wow.
Awesome. So, I mean, if you're into Mystery Science Theater, I know there's a lot of people that are. Pretty fucking cool shit, but...
Imagine owning the full collection.
No doubt, man. No doubt. From Maverick Entertainment, we have a film called Night Seekers. It looks really, really bad. I'm not gonna lie. They like it when you run.
Looks stupid.
Terrible. We can all write better fucking taglines than that. I do it for half the price. Come on.
And last up for the releases this week, we have one from Artsploitation, and it's called Perfect Husband. Now, this is a film I was really excited to check out just because it looked cool, man. It looks pretty damn cool.
I got my copy.
I haven't got mine yet, actually. So, but yeah, of course. But I don't know. Our boy Jeremy watched it today. And it didn't sound too promising.
No, he was messaging me saying that he's gonna tear its asshole apart because it sucked.
He messaged me and he's like, well, I guess I'm gonna be getting kicked off another review list. I'm like, I know what that's like, man. No, they won't.
I can't. For some reason, like, I don't know. Like, I'm just a little skeptical that it's actually that bad.
Well, he said, you know how Jeremy is. I don't know, man. He said the first hour was like super boring, and you know that's the one word I don't like to hear. You know, when people say something's boring, you're like, fuck, man. Like anything else but boring.
Because Fever was really boring.
Fever was one of those films where it's like, holy fuck, like something gonna happen. And
my question is, why the hell is it numbered number 41 on the spine?
Because there's like a bunch of other films that. Have you noticed, like, even the ones that they have on the Artsploitation site, they're not even in sequence. Like, one's like 31 and one's like 29 and stuff. And I'm like, where's like 27 and 28 and stuff?
It's weird.
They're not even numbered. So they must have had like this whole list of films already done and whatever. And then that's just the way they're coming out, I guess. I don't know how these companies work, but 41 is the spine number.
Yeah.
Jesus,
the last
dude.
one
I'm not
I
even
got
on
was
the
like
30s.
26.
Yeah, dude. I think 26. Crazy. All right, so for the release of the week, I honestly, man, this is, at first I thought it was going to be easy, and I'm like, well, now I gotta kind of toss it, because you can go a couple different ways here. You can go bang for buck with the Blue Underground re-releases, you know, get 3 discs, which, you know, if you're not familiar with these Blue Underground releases, it actually has their own, all the films are on their own discs. So they're not too bad. Then you can go with something super obscure, or you can go with something that's probably really good. But I'm going to go with The Boy Who Cried Werewolf from Scream Factory.
I don't know, man. This week's not very good.
I'll tell you what's good this week, and you guys, I don't think have seen it because the way you reacted. The Invitation.
The Invitation? Yeah.
You've seen
You
that?
haven't seen it? It's fucking, it's great. We reviewed it on Exploding Heads.
Really?
2 shows ago. Yeah, dude, I gave it an 8, maybe 8.5. I'm not sure.
I think that's
Those guys
the
gave it a
episode
9.
I'm on now.
What's that?
I think that might be the episode I'm on now.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
Oh, it's a Draft House, too. They usually do good things.
And it's been on Netflix for like 2 weeks. I remember somebody saying that. So people are seeing it.
So that's why I said The Invitation. Oh, yeah, because it doesn't say. Oh, it does say Draft House.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well,
maybe it actually is pretty decent then.
Okay,
Well,
Dave just took over on the pick of the week, the release of the week. I like it.
But that's kind of biased though, because he's already seen it, man.
That's why it's the pick of the week. I know for a fact it's good.
Okay, we'll go with The Invitation this week, guys.
No, it's Moodz' pick. I just said.
Well, if we
you
go
guys,
like that, then you know we got to go with the Blue Underground triple pack then. But
do it.
I just triple pack's a little pricey though. It's $40.
Yeah, but that's the pre-order price. You know that shit's gonna go down to probably 27. But
True,
still,
but
Blu-rays,
the
man.
The concept of this thing was always, if you're gonna buy one thing this week, no matter what, then.
See, the thing is, I would probably, I mean, with a film called The Invitation, with a cover like that, even though it's done by Draft House, I mean, you kind of got to look at it from other point of views here. Like, I mean, what would make you buy that film?
Dave's recommendation.
My recommendation is, and I'll tell you what, that movie could have been on tonight's show. It fits in with tonight's theme. 100%.
Intriguing. It almost has to be the pick, the week of the pick now. The pick of the
week of the pick. maybe it is the week of the pick.
Yeah, right. All right. Either way, there's the either go with The Boy Who Cried Werewolf or The Invitation, I guess.
No, it's Moodz. Moodz has always made the right.
You know, fuck this, man. I'm going with 5 Miles to Midnight. Sophia Loren, Anthony Perkins. Grab the Kino classics, man. You won't be disappointed. Probably a stellar transfer. It's probably
you know
awesome.
what? I'm going with Exorcist House of Evil.
I'm going with Fright Night. I had to say it. Moodz hasn't busted my balls yet about it, so I'm gonna fucking do it for him.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't see it for 30 years.
It still blows my mind, dude. It literally blows my mind.
I can't believe you hadn't mentioned it yet. So.
Yeah, actually, fuck, dude, I didn't. That is strange.
See, I'm picking up the slack. I'm stealing your pick of the week. I'm fucking telling you guys what to do on your own show. Fucking segments.
Hey, man, we got a boatload this week, man. You can go over to any of those releases. I mean, honestly, if you say it's good, it probably has potential to be good. So,
well, now that he mentioned it though, and I was reading a little bit more about it, I've heard that on a few podcasts actually. It just was such a generic title.
You guys watch it on VOD or you guys?
It was on VOD first. It was on VOD like fucking 2 months ago, and then it just came to Netflix a few weeks ago, and now Blue. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally wouldn't have been ripping on it if I hadn't noticed it was released by Draft House.
Yeah,
because the
Draft
fucking
House
Amazon says.
Quality.
Yeah, man, but Amazon says studio, The Invitation.
Yeah, I didn't notice.
I'm like, oh, this must be an indie film because they just wrote the. I've seen that actually happen before with these indie films.
Yeah,
it's
and
just
the cover looks generic. So I mean, it had all well, I guess
the
what this
title's
is telling
generic.
us is the marketing for that film was bad because like we completely dismissed it.
Oh, big time. But yeah, man, 5 Miles to Midnight. Anthony Perkins.
2 minutes to midnight. Iron Maiden.
Yeah, right. All right, man. Moving along in mood swings here. Let's get into the voicemails. I know we have voicemails. Do we have any questions?
I'm not sure about questions. Lawrence did write in his list of short films he wants us to review eventually.
Oh yeah, you actually have to send that over for me.
Which, by the way, I realized that I seen that Dave, you guys were planning on doing a short films episode too, huh?
Yeah, because somebody asked us did the same thing. They asked us a question like 3 episodes ago and said, "Do you guys watch any horror shorts and what do you think of them?" And we got into this whole conversation and we spawned that idea on the show that we were going to.
Fucking fans are stealing our questions, man.
Yeah, I know. You know
that
what
is
else?
so weird. Who would ever come up with that?
Dude.
You guys do a short film show. It's like,
listen,
what?
they suggested that Dave do a Killer Genitals week as well.
Yes, exactly. Before you guys did. Isn't that crazy? Yes.
This is getting weird.
It is
fucking sure
weird.
is. They're putting us in your review on iTunes. What the
Dude,
fuck?
I totally thought that Killer Genitals thing was like, no one was ever going to do that shit.
I know, right? That's weird. Yeah.
They even mentioned the movies we should cover in the email.
That's so funny.
It was crazy. Wow. Yeah. I guess that's going to be our mashup show. It's going to be
Killer Genitals.
Killer Genitals, fucking quadrillion.
Penis versus vagina.
Oh my god. I can just imagine the amount of jokes in that show.
Oh, man.
Killer Pussy and Killer Dinks. Oh my god, that's so good.
We could do that porno. Oh, no, we can't. Forget it. There's a porno called Angel Above, the Devil Below, and it's about a possessed pussy.
Nice.
That sounds awesome.
I know, but it's a porno. But yeah, and the pussy talks and shit. It's funny. I saw a trailer when I was young.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. So yeah, we do have quite a few voicemails. Maybe we have a lot of voicemails. So we'll play.
I think a couple of them are actually repeats, though.
Yeah, I deleted the repeats, but we still have a significant amount. So we'll just start playing some of them, and we'll see how many we get through, if we get through them all or not. So.
I know. Okay. Yep.
Ready?
I know a couple of them don't really. They're more just thoughts and things like that. So I don't really have questions, but.
All right. So first
do it.
one's up.
Gia.
David Stegman is a fucking douchebag. Not for life.
Okay, so one down.
That's a fucking true story, man. That guy he's a loser.
That dude's a big douchebag.
Oh, that's
the fucking
asshole
piece
from
of shit.
Scream Factory.
That's the fucking piece of shit that got me banned on Facebook.
Me too.
That's why I'm no longer Moodz on Facebook.
Yeah, that's
so
why
if you're
I'm no
listening
longer
to this,
JP 22 shots. I'm just JP shot.
Yeah, if you're listening to this, you're a fucking piece of shit. And I actually invited him on the show too, and he never responded. I'm like, come on, seriously. I'm like, come on the show. I'm like, I am being dead serious. I want to interview you. I said, I won't be an asshole. I won't call you names. I said, we'll talk about this. Like, man. And then he fucking reported me. So I guess apparently, that's being an asshole enough to fuck.
Hey,
he obviously reported me. He couldn't get away with, being vulgar and stuff because I wasn't, but he obviously reported me for having not a real name. Yep.
Oh, asshole. I'll tell you what. If you want to ambush him, I'll invite him on my show. He doesn't know me from fucking Adam. And then he comes on, you can jump on.
But this guy's not doing any type of talk radio type shit, man. I mean, the guy, he hides behind a computer. He doesn't have a picture of himself anywhere. He's one of those fucking guys.
Yeah, but I'll say we're doing a special about Scream Factory versus Arrow. And I noticed that you're really into Scream Factory. Would you come on to represent them? I'll set it up, man. I'm good like that.
that would be very awkward for him.
Fuck him. Then we hang up on him. It'll be fun. It's fucking revenge.
Yeah.
That's good shit.
Yeah, I got an evil mind sometimes.
Yes, you do. All right. Next up, we have one from Lawrence. Regular caller Lawrence.
Hey guys, it's Lawrence again. I'm pretty much putting the finishing touches on that list you requested for short films. But I gotta tell you, these things are something else. A lot of the short films I've seen are less than 5 minutes long, but they pack in so much in so little. I mean, I get more scared from these than I do the whole length films I've been watching lately. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. But we'd be spending so much money going to theaters to watch these long productions. I can watch a handful of short films and probably get more scared. I would do the full length film. Now granted, I'm still going to watch the full length one, but what are your thoughts on that? Is there an actual time at which a film, cannot be scary, where there's just like these... I suppose it depends on the story, but I'm just wondering if there's a certain amount of time where you're just so invested into the film, but you're just not going to get anything back out of it. Because with these, it's a few minutes, and I'm getting scared out of my seat. But to the longer horror films, I'm still comfortable in that chair. So is there any kind of length that a horror film just won't work? So let me know what your thoughts are, and I'll send you that list as soon as I can.
All right, so he's asking us if there's
Thank you, Lawrence.
Any kind of length in which a horror film just won't be scary because you've been watching it too long or something. I believe that's what he was asking. I couldn't really get it.
Yeah, that's that's an interesting question because I think it just really depends on the film. I know that's kind of a cop-out answer, but it is true because most horror films, like JP always says, the first 90 minutes are free and anything after that, you've got to really work for it. It's kind of true. I think there's a lot of films out there that are way too long. But one of my favorite films of all time is actually over 2 hours. I mean, well, my favorite film of all time is actually over 2 hours too, but another one in particular is The Shining. So there is films that can work over 2 hours. I think the exception is that like films that are running 2 hours, generally are probably dragging a little bit. So I generally find that they don't work as often as if they're over, 100 minutes is kind of my mark. If anything's over 100 minutes, it's like, okay, man, you're really, really fucking stretching it out right now. And I find a lot of them just kind of lose their ability to do what exactly they're trying to do. But there's exceptions to the rule, like every rule, right? Of course, with Dawn of the Dead and The Shining and things like that. I can't really think of too many other horror films that are actually over 2 hours, like 130 minutes. I don't know if you guys can think any off the top of your head, but, to kind of digress a little bit off that, I find that I've also found with shorts, they can be very hit and miss too, especially with, the recent, anthology films, ABC's of Death. I mean, you got 26 shorts in each of those. And I mean, look at the first one. I think I liked 12 out of the 26 shorts in the first one. And those things are roughly 5 minutes long, right? That's what they were. I think the majority of them didn't work. And I think about half of them worked in the second one kind of thing. So I think it just depends on the quality and what is being presented to you. What are your guys' thoughts?
I don't think length really affects scares at all. I don't really like short films. Like I guess it's unfair to say I don't like them because I never really give them a chance. For some reason, they just seem lesser. So I've never really spent time to check them out.
Yeah, but there is some that you've really enjoyed, like Treevenge. I know you really enjoyed
Treevenge,
which is more of a longer short, I guess. What is it, 25 minutes long or something? 20 minutes?
I think it's like 12.
Is it 12? Shit, they pack a lot of shit in there, man.
Maybe it's 20. I don't know. It might be
something
20.
like that, rather. But
yeah,
I don't know, man. What are your thoughts, Dave?
Well, I don't think, like JP said, I don't think that it has to do with scares. As far as length is concerned, that doesn't affect it. But typically, I've always think that 90 minutes to 100 minutes is about average. And I love that you say that, JP, about fucking after 90 minutes, because in a lot of cases that is so true. And
it's like you essentially need to be paying me after 90 minutes. Like I'll donate my first 90 minutes, but there better be damn good reasons I'm still sitting here after 90.
I respect that. I totally do. And in a lot of cases, not in a lot of cases, but in enough cases it works. Like The Shining and The Exorcist are my two favorite fucking horror movies. They're both over 2 hours. So what am I going to say? I love those two movies. It doesn't matter that they're 2 hours. But
yeah, there's not really a whole lot of films over 2 hours. There really isn't.
No, but I'll tell you, lately I've noticed there's a lot of movies that are 80 minutes, 85 minutes. And I watch the movies and I'm like, you know what? That's how long this movie should be. Any more would have made it fucking drag on. So I don't hate them being 80 minutes anymore like I used to. I'd rather watch an 80-minute movie than a movie that's an hour and 50 minutes and doesn't earn that fucking extra time.
It's all about pacing though, man. You look at some of these newer independent films that are, roughly 80 minutes and stuff. And I checked out some and they're just really, really good. And, but recently watching a couple Full Moon films and some of those films are like 70 to 80 minutes long and they feel like they're fucking 110. The pacing is just atrocious in some of those films, man. Like it's just so time is interesting. It's a very interesting thing. I think you just have to know how to pace it and really kind of do the film properly. But, when I watch Dawn of the Dead, I'll watch the extended cut, and, that one runs close to 2.5 hours. It's a long fucking movie, but that movie never feels long for a second to me.
Feels so long to me.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Dawn of the Dead's long as fuck.
Wow.
Yeah, see, JP just loves to fucking hate everything I like. So
I never said that.
He lives for it. It doesn't matter. I can be
like Dawn of the Dead a lot.
I bet you if I said to JP, I'm like, man, I totally just changed my favorite movie of all time to Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He's like, yeah, that's like not my number one anymore. He would just be coming as devil's advocate. He's like, nah, man, nah, I don't like that.
I don't know. I've never loved Dawn of the Dead like a lot of people do, but. It is a really good movie. There's just certain things I've never liked, like when they start pieing zombies. Like it just always seems stupid to me.
Well, it's one part, and it's not really that big of a deal, man. I mean, you kind of have to look at the situation though too. I mean, at that point, they're really just trying to have fun with what they're doing in there, man. I mean, they're trying to make the best of what.
Stupid to me. It's like, huh? Why? You don't care for your life anymore?
Well. Okay. I mean, if you want to get super technical about it, but...
Anyway, we're not reviewing Dawn of the Dead right now. Let's move on to the next voicemail. We're going to be here all 9 minutes on Lawrence's. So, speaking of Lawrence, we got another one.
Hey guys, it's Lawrence again. I have another comment for you, but this time I've given Moodz a card for it. I actually posted it on the group page, trying to see if I could get some other people chiming in with what they thought the story could be, but I haven't had anyone really talk about it. I've given the poster art for The Town with White Shadows, and the tagline, I have added a tagline for this one, is Mongo's Coming to Visit. It's a simple poster, but I think you'd actually like it. But I'm wondering, with all these little things that I'm doing, not only tell me what you think the story should be, but let me know, what kind of a story would you really like there to be in horror? Like, just for today or for any upcoming time? I mean, what would you like to see coming out in the theaters or going to rent the DVD? Something that would you would have to go after this. It's just too good to pass up. For me, it's Attack of the Killer Donuts. I saw the poster art. The movie is finished. I just have to get it. I can't pass that up. But what would you guys want to see? Anyway, have a great time, guys, and it's great to see that you're back on the podcast. So, I'm rambling on too much. Talk to you later.
So, Attack of the Killer Donuts, huh?
I hadn't even heard of that one.
That, it's so odd how different people can be, because that's something that I would literally run from. Like, I'd just run away from that.
Well, I mean, you just recently reviewed Attack of the Killer Tomatoes in return.
Out of obligation.
Well, you didn't have to do the first one.
No, but I can't watch a sequel without seeing the first one. I did that once this year, and it fucked me up. I'm having nightmares.
Did you really?
I watched Amityville 8, and I didn't see Amityville 4, 5, 6, or 7.
Yeah.
Wow, me too.
That seemed like too much of an undertaking to watch 3 just to watch 1.
That's a mental OCD thing right there, because really you don't have to see those ones to watch that one.
It's always will be with me though. Like, I hate watching things out of order.
So is he asking what is coming out with what?
He kind of cut out there a few times, or his voice dropped low.
Yeah,
I didn't really fully grasp what he was saying, but I think he just wants to know what's a concept that we would run to the theater for.
I don't know. What would you guys run to,
Dave?
A concept? Any concept?
Yeah, sure.
It's got to be new.
Not really. Just something that you really would be super interested in, I guess.
What, besides a kick-ass slasher movie?
Right? Like Friday the 13th.
Any kick-ass slasher movie that just came along and was getting fucking buzz and praise all around and fucking you go to the movie and it's just a kick-ass slasher. When's the last time that's happened?
Scream.
In the theater? Man, I couldn't tell you the last time I saw like a good slasher film. Man, it's crazy.
Yeah, like when is the last slasher film that's got rave reviews at a theater?
You know?
Dude, it's like such a simple question, but I actually can't think of the answer, man. Like slasher films don't necessarily make it to theaters anymore. They don't make it to the cinema.
I think it literally is Scream.
Rave reviews? I don't know. I know what you did last summer. I think got good reviews, didn't it?
Did it? I don't think so.
Probably not. I hope it did.
Kind of mixed. I didn't see it until last year, so fuck another one. I never wanted to.
Yeah. I mean, My Bloody Valentine got really good reviews, the remake.
Oh, that was okay. At the theater, I really enjoyed it. And then every time I've seen it since, it's declined. But the great thing about that was the fucking 3D. It was the best 3D. That and it was second to fucking Avatar as the two best things I've ever seen in 3D at the time.
Yeah.
You know? It was really good. Good 3D effects.
But I actually highly agree with that, though. If anything got announced, slasher wise, I'd be running there.
Well, I mean, like, does Chainsaw count? Because there's been a few 3 Chainsaw films.
I mean, if you consider the Chainsaw films to be, I guess, I mean, they're more or less slasher films.
But then I raved about. It's a fucking thing that everybody loves.
Well, I don't know. 2003 one was kind of raved about.
I guess. I don't know.
But it was also hated on a lot, too. Halloween 07? I don't know. These remakes are the only real ones, right?
That's
well,
true.
That's the thing. Excluding remakes. Exactly. Excluding remakes.
Nothing original. Right. Nothing that isn't a sequel or a fucking remake. Right? Nothing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Cabin Fever and Cabin in the Woods are two movies that when I saw them advertised, I thought they were both going to be kick-ass slashers. I remember that.
And neither of them were slashers at all.
And they both let me down just for their reason. I'm okay with both movies, but my initial view was both. I was expecting a fucking.
I want to watch Cabin in the Woods again. Man. I watched it when it came out, and I remember it obviously, but I don't remember if I liked it or not. I loved
Cabin in the Woods. That thing was so fun. If you're a horror fan, I think you have to like it. Just noticing all the nods and just little jokes that only horror fans would get. Like all the cliches and stuff. If you it's obviously not a serious horror film, but for the satire that it is, it's awesome.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a good movie. I don't think it's the second coming like a lot of people have fucking deemed it. I do. I wouldn't put it on, the best 15 or 25 movies since 2000 or something.
No, I wouldn't either. But it's a fun movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
No, it's not Scream or stuff that people were saying it was, but it's fun. It's like horror fan candy, right?
Right.
But yeah, I think
horror
that's
fan
question,
candy,
Lawrence. And moving on here, we have, I believe, Rob from Georgia.
Hey guys, Rob from Georgia.
Hi, Rob.
And how great was it to hear you guys once again, episode 82?
Pretty good.
And the whole
yeah.
I Know What You Did Last Summer trilogy. Just loved it. It worked out great. This is one of the first times I've actually been able to listen to the entire show from the very beginning to the very end. Had to run up to Kentucky. Every once in a while, we'll take our kids and meet my in-laws halfway between here and Western New York. So that's Kentucky, northern Kentucky, and we'll meet them halfway. So that's about a 6.5-hour ride for us. So we're on our way back. To take up a little over 4 hours of time, I went ahead and ran the entire show. We got a new car, and so it allows me to, for the first time, really listen to the iTunes downloaded, in the car, which is really awesome. And so that was that took up a big chunk of time, which was really, really good. But the whole, I just want to mention a few things about the show that I really liked. Your discussion about Image Entertainment and its relationship to Scream Factory and Arrow, I love that stuff. That's the kind of stuff that really gets me going. I mean, perks on my ears. I'm really listening because that's the stuff that I just want to continue to learn more about. So I really appreciate the conversation the knowledge segment, the whole Jeepers Creepers thing and Unsolved Mysteries. JP, that was really freaking cool and creepy too. That was really cool. I'd love to hear more of that kind of stuff. The news on Friday, I pretty much have a wait and see attitude on that. I wasn't really that impressed with the last attempt with that. Moodz, your story of The Conjuring 2, just had me rolling there, because when my wife and I went to go see Hot Fuzz in the theater, I kid you not, we got through that whole, pretty much, right up to the reveal. I kid you not, man. We were just saying, okay, who is it going to be? Who is behind all of this? And the power goes, the entire screen just goes black with a loud, awkward sound and all that stuff. And a really bad storm moving through, and the whole theater lost power. I kid you not. Just seconds. I mean, the hood was coming off. We were about to see who it was, and bam, we just didn't know. And so we had to walk out of the theater with free tickets and everything to come back. But man, what an awkward moment for the power to go right there, right before the big reveal. And I mean, I don't think there's much of that movie. I mean, it's not like got created a movie or anything. Not even sure why we went to the theater to see it.
All right, his voicemail ended there. You got cut off. I'll play the second part now.
I knew that was going to happen. Anyhow, just to have the reveal right there, power outage. So I was just laughing and thinking about that, maybe when you were sharing that story. And then just the review. I mean, it's the review on the 3 movies. I was most fascinated with the discussion that was coming for the third part. Really ignored and not wanted to see that third part. And I'm not the biggest fan of the first 2. They're okay, and I really appreciated your guys' discussion, especially in the first one. And then I knew it was kind of going to go downhill with the second one. But when you got to the third part, I was really curious, just because I've been ignoring it, pretending it didn't exist. I don't know if the synopsis, if the cover, just kind of, I don't know, I didn't care. But, now having listened to you guys talk, I really want to see this thing. And for the first time, I have interest into seeing this film. So at some point, somehow, some way, I'm going to see this movie, and very much looking forward to it. But I really appreciate it. This is probably one of the best overall listening experiences I've had in terms of the 22 shots of Moodz and Horror, the podcast. I mean, just a great podcast. So just, I'm glad you guys are back. Just to encourage you, JP, all that's going on in your life, and I cannot wait to the next episode. And just a great discussion. But again, it's that image entertainment, that discussion of Screen Factory and Arrow. I mean, I love that stuff. Absolutely love that stuff. So thank you so much for spending as much time as you did on that. Anyways, I don't want to get cut off again. So glad you guys are back, and take care. Hope you guys have a good week. And as always, go Bills.
All right,
yeah,
go Bills.
I don't need 3 Bills fans in my ear right now, okay?
And he said Western New York, too. So is he from here originally?
I'm not sure.
He mentioned in between Kentucky and Western New York, and that's where I am. That's Buffalo, so.
Huh. So, thanks, Rob, for all the kind words. Who would have thunk it that I Know What You Did Last Summer would be one of Rob's favorite episodes of ours?
It's interesting.
Yeah. Did he ask a question?
He did not.
Okay.
I think he just gave a whole pile of props and kind of tickled our fannies a little bit. And
yeah, funny thing when you went and seen Hot Fuzz. I said first mistake was going to see Hot Fuzz. Of course, things.
Oh, H8RZ license plate.
Fuck, man, you know what's really funny about that Conjuring 2 story, Rob, is well, I know Dylan posted the story on the 22 shots, but it happened to him again. So I think he went to the drive-in with his girlfriend, and The Conjuring 2 was playing along with something else, and they had technical difficulties with The Conjuring 2, and he didn't get to see it again.
I would give up at that
what
point,
the fuck is that, man? So crazy.
That's so ridiculous.
That is so ridiculous.
Wow. I'll echo what he said, though. I fucking love that knowledge segment stuff and all that other shit, too. And I listen to every show beginning to end. So listening beginning to end is a great treat. So it was his first time doing it. So I could see how, he's on a high because of it. And he loved the knowledge segment. And that's something that nobody else does on their show. So fucking, he's right. I'm with him. So
thanks, Dave. One thing that I do when I listen to podcasts in a car is I get so mad when I get to work. Not only because I'm at work, but like because I have to pause the show for a little bit, and I'm like, fuck. And it always happens to me when I listen to Exploding Heads. That's why it takes me so many days to get through an Exploding Heads episode, because for some reason, like, you guys are best. Like, I feel like driving is my favorite time to listen to you guys, because I could devote 100% of attention away from driving and listening to you guys.
That's how I am with you guys. So it makes sense.
But like at work, I say I listen to a lot of podcasts at work, which I do. But it's not always ideal because people are talking to me and I'm answering questions or people are asking me questions or I have to talk to guests or something like that. So sometimes I have to tune out of the show that I'm listening to, and I don't like doing that with, my top dog shows. So I try to listen to those ones in the car, but it takes me like an entire week to listen to an episode because I'm not driving.
It's tough to listen to a show like this straight through because it's so damn long. It makes perfect sense that, really, who has, 4 hours, of just straight free time all the time? Probably not a lot of people. So it makes sense.
I drive for a living. That's the only reason I have it,
Yeah. That's awesome.
Right. Yeah.
That's awesome. I wish that's what I did for a living too, man. I love driving.
It has its pros.
All right. So, we will actually get to the rest of the voicemails the next time we record. So don't think that we are not getting to them, guys. You don't have to resend them in or anything. I have them saved on my phone, and we'll get to the rest of them next time.
All right, so moving along in mood swings, and I'm pretty sure we got a knowledge segment this week, and it's probably going to be revolving around the Scream Factory situation that happened recently. JP, you want to enlighten us on that one?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about this specifically on this episode since Dave was coming on. When he said he was going to come on, like, out of nowhere, I was like, oh, perfect. Because we have sort of slightly different opinions on this matter. So let me just give you guys a little backstory. Scream Factory announced 5 Blu-rays, 6 titles altogether. The Velvet Vampire, Time Walker, Message from Space, Up from the Depths, and Deathstalker 1 and 2. Now, these, I believe, most of them, if not all of them, were originally released on the Shout Factory Roger Corman Classics label.
All of them but one.
Okay, all of them but one. A lot of people loved that label. It was, highly collectible when that label was released. There's lots of people who grabbed the entire collection. Moodz, I believe you have the entire collection, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. I own a couple, like the Slumber Party Massacre trilogy, Piranha, stuff like that. And I was like, sweet, they announced these titles. A lot of people were just complaining about how they were not releasing a lot of cult or, little less popular films. So I was like, oh, cool. Like now these people can pipe up for a little bit. And then I read that this is a limited run of 1,000 units that will be pressed for each title, and the pre-order price for these titles is not
$26.99.
They are $26.99, and that includes, I believe, $5 or actually $6 on Shout Factory, I believe, shipping.
If you are in the U.S., and it's $12.99 to Canada.
Okay, so $12.99 to Canada, not super good. I'm just gonna give my little beef with this. Okay, so as collectors, we know about the price gouging and the scalping that goes on with limited edition things. It seems as if people just line up anytime they hear limited edition simply because they know they can make money on it when it goes out of print. And that's why companies like Twilight Time are not loved. That's why companies like Code Red are not loved, is because they completely use this model of limited. And my beef is that the fans don't necessarily always have a chance to actually get these titles because of the fact that they're sold in this way. Now, another thing, limited titles are a weird thing because all titles are limited. Every single release has a limit to how many they're going to press. They order a certain amount to be pressed, whether it's 50,000 or 100,000 or 5,000. They have a press limit, and sometimes they repress, and sometimes they don't. That's when things go out of print. But they all have limits. The thing that I hate is when you announce the limit number, because then it becomes the selling point of the product. You're no longer buying a product for what it is. You're buying it for the limit that it has attached to it. And you get all kind of different types of people coming to that product instead of the people that actually want it. For actually the purpose that it exists, is the film and the Blu-ray edition of it. So Scream Factory knows about this stuff. They know that there's a culture of these people who come out and buy these limited things, and they decided to go with this model because their cult stuff is not really selling. But it is, but some of it isn't. That's a fact. Some of it really isn't selling. But there are titles that they've said are, like the Town That Jetted Sundown, which was a less known, never had a release cult title that is one of their number one sellers ever. There are other titles that have done that, but there are other titles where they've done really bad. One thing that Scream Factory has never said is that they've lost money on the title. I've never once heard them said that they actually physically lost money on anything. They've never said that. They always say that title didn't really do too good for us, or that title did a little under what we expected. But they've never actually said they've lost money. So I don't know if they have or not or what. And something specifically interesting about these titles is they actually did say in the announcement that they already had high definition masters for these titles. So the amount of money that they're actually putting into these titles is probably not that much. So it's probably a quick cash in of a lot of profit based on these titles. And my other issue is that when you start limiting these titles, where does it end? If you sell well, does that mean that you limit more titles? And does that mean that you start limiting titles that are more popular because you know that you can charge $60 a title if you release something like Return of the Living Dead Part 2 or 3?
That's what it's coming to. That's what it's coming to.
And then your whole model eventually changes to that of Twilight Time, which they release stuff like Fright Night, 3,000 copies, and you have $39 a piece.
35, I think, pre-orders.
That hurts us as a whole in our collecting community, and I think that denying people the ability to see a movie in its best available form is always a bad thing. How is it ever a good thing? And the very fact that limiting does nothing but positivity for the company. There's no positive to the collector. There's no positive to the horror fan. The only positive is for the company. It's not that the positive isn't. That's where it gets twisted. People think the positive is, they're saying that these titles aren't selling, so they're not going to take a risk on them and press up 50,000 copies and lose money on them. That's not the benefit of them. Like, they can do that either way. They can press 2,000 copies, 1,000 copies, and they can still do this without ever saying that they're limited copies. Like, that's my issue here, is the fact that
you can always repress, man.
The main argument is like that. Well, we have to do this because it's that we're losing money on these titles, or these titles aren't going to sell well for us. Dave, do you want to comment and maybe give me your point of view on this?
Well, I'll tell you what. I have no problem admitting that I'm not as knowledgeable as you two guys are in the collecting world. That's obviously that I've not. Excuse me. Obviously, I have been a collector in the past. I have gone back and forth, but the times that we're in now and over the last couple of years, collecting has it's been taken to a whole different level with all the different, especially with Blue. with Blue and all these different companies and what's going on. And I'm not as privy to that as you guys are. And maybe I'm not as privy to, the facts of, the scams.
The scalpers.
The scalpers, yes, but just the scams that people are portraying that the companies themselves are doing. And, now here, okay, let me say this. Who's to say that the guys at Scream, and the only reason I know this about the guys at Scream is because I listen to the same show you have, JP, and Killer POV. Those guys have been featured like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. And
I've heard them talk about things, and I don't think they would ever admit. I don't think a company. It's just not like the right etiquette to say that you lost money on something.
You're correct on that. It's not. You don't want to put
they would never
publicity or negative. You don't want to speak negative in any way of your company. Just never. It's always bad to say.
No,
anything.
You're strictly not allowed to talk like that.
Yeah.
Right.
So
we agree on that.
You can't say that shit. So
they're not going to say they lost money. They're not going to say we lost money on this many independent movies or whatever, the lesser known. So, and they also said that every time it seems like it's just 2 guys, if I'm not mistaken. They basically have the titles that they can acquire, and they take it to Shout, the parent company, and say, hey, we want to do this, and then Shout will say, what's this? Sometimes they have to get approval from Shout, and those guys are just company heads. They're not in the horror genre. These guys are fucking horror geeks, horror fans, whatever. So they're in the know. So that's the process of it. So who's just to say that, they've had cult titles that didn't sell, and they went to these guys and said, hey, the heads at Shout, hey, listen, there's been this company, Arrow's fucking doing real good. They have U.S. distribution now. They're doing a lot of cult titles, and we're getting some feedback that's kind of negative that we're not doing it so much. So what do you say? These 5 titles here, we can get them now. What do you say we do this?
And then Shout says, okay, but put them out for 1,000 copies each.
Yes, but you have to limit them. We're not going to lose money again. We'll give you one more chance. This is the test run. Let's see how it goes. If everything sells, maybe the next time it'll be 1,500. Bottom line is, I don't know what their scheme is, but
the scheme is that the second you say that these are limited to 1,000, people are just going to rush out and grab these things instantly.
They know that.
See, and like JP said, everything being limited to a point. This is just a selling point for them. They know this shit is going to go instantly. It's a huge cash grab, and it's just essentially what it is.
And your argument might be, well, let's say, okay, well, they want to let everybody know that there's only 1,000, so they're not mad whenever all 1,000 sell out really fast. But my argument to that is, okay, well, your argument to begin with is that they're not going to sell. So if they sell out really fast, isn't that a good thing? You just press up more?
Yeah, and this is where I step in. This is my biggest fucking beef with these companies, man. And I've said this before many, many times. Now, you got Twilight Times, you got Code Red, you got Scorpion. These companies are notorious for limiting their Blu-rays. Mm-hmm. They tell you that they're fucking limited. They are not limited. They tell you, okay, here's a release, say Nightmare. I'm just using an example. Limited to 1,200 copies. They are pre-pressing these things up fucking over and over and over again. You know how I know this? Because you go on these boards and they're like, oh yeah, this one's gone. It's out of print and shit like that. And all of a sudden on Diabolic, there's like fucking 120 copies of another same fucking Blu-ray. You know why they're doing this shit, man? Simply because they're just telling you it's limited. People's heads go fucking crazy. Yeah, we're going to go and buy this shit, man. They will never go out other way to actually hand number these things. Real limited products are hand numbered.
Right.
Nothing is fucking limited, man. It's a big fucking scam.
Well, it's illegal to do that.
What do you mean?
It's illegal to say that something's limited and then actually not be limited. But
of course, but do you think companies like Code Red and Scorpion and stuff they give a shit about that?
No, they definitely don't.
Scream
Factory, I would expect them to honor that a little bit more. But the problem is there's no proof to begin with. Like there should be proof. And it honestly, you can hire a college kid to write on a postcard that's pre-printed out. Number 1, 2, 3, 4 out of, and the other number, whatever, and you can just send that with the fucking Blu-ray. And there you go. But so it's not like it's impossible to do that. Like you could pay somebody $50 to sit down and fill out 1,000 cards.
Anything that's labeled as limited edition to me is not limited. because chances are these companies are going to be shady. And like you said, who knows? Shout being a major mongrel.
They're a mongrel.
Yeah, they're a big corporation, man. So you would think that they would do things by the book, but who fucking knows? There's really no paper trail. Let's repress this stuff up. Let's say we got 1,000. We'll probably sell a couple thousand, whatever. And it is what it is. But the thing I hate about it, it's just so shady, man. You're telling people that this is limited to 1,000. They don't give a shit about you. Yeah, at the end of the day, this is all business. I understand this. It's all about money. Everything is about money.
Mm-hmm.
But at
I
the
don't
same
have
time,
an issue with that.
You have a lot of people out there that really, they put their trust in you. They support you. They go out of their ways and stuff. But if you're going to keep lying to them and stuff, I mean, eventually they're just going to have a fuck enough of it. But again, getting back to saying shit's limited, it's all bullshit, man. It's not. The only real limited shit is the shit that's actually hand numbered. Then there's fucking proof.
I mean, but you can't really say that because that is just pure speculation as well. You know what I mean? You have to put that at least.
Of course it's speculation, but I mean, for fuck's sakes, man, this is pretty noted with Bill and Code Red and stuff. And these are the guys that really started putting this out there with Scorpion and Code Red. And let's face it, man, where the hell are all these copies coming from? They're obviously repressing. He's been doing this shit for years, even with the DVDs.
What's frustrating too about that is there's no guarantee that Scream Factory doesn't sell those 1,000 copies and then put them in 4-packs and release them wide. And so it really is. It's like, where's your guarantee there? I just hate the idea that they're selling. They're not selling Blu-rays. They're selling limited editions. That's what they're doing. It does not matter what the film is. It does not matter what's on the disc or anything. Literally, they're selling limited. The word limited. Yeah. That's what they're selling there, and I have an issue with that because of the fact that it does not help anything but the company. It only helps the company. There is no single thing that is there for the fan in that situation, which I understand that companies are for themselves mostly, and they should be. I'm down with that. But you have to have a fair split. The company should be 60. I said this in my video, and the fans should be 40, or they should be 80, and we should be 20. But it should not be 100% for the company and nothing for the fans, because that's what this release is. It's 100% beneficial for the company. There's no negative to for the company, yet there is no positive for the fans, other than the fact that 1,000 people get to have an attempt at getting these Blu-rays. Now, another thing, they are allowing three at a time. You can buy 3 at a time. So anybody can go on there. It's not limited to 1. You can go on and put 3 in your cart. And all you have to do is swap your email and do another 3 if you wanted, technically. But one thing that I thought was pretty interesting is Scream Factory has just hit their 100,000 likes, right?
Yeah.
They hit 100,000 likes the same day they announced all these. Is it really a positive thing for only 1% of those people who like that Facebook page to have a shot at getting any of these films? And also, I understand that, everybody knows that you have more fans than you actually have likes. Like, there's more people who buy from Shout Factory than have liked their Facebook page.
Yeah.
Another thing is that it's just the way that it's done with this limited thing is, like I said, everything's limited. So there's no reason to say that something's limited other than
for financial gain.
Yeah, to get people to go to it faster and harder.
Exactly.
It's a selling point. It really is. And when your limit is so low to 1,000, when your limit's so low at only 1,000, it becomes a shit show for actually legitimately trying to collect those films. And
and this is what I was getting. I was leading into that too. For people like myself who was, I'm a completist and I want to collect all these films and stuff. And then you put that on there and it's like, fuck, man. It makes everything so damn difficult. Like, I even posted the PayPal, the amount that it was going to come out to. It was going to cost me $53 for one of those to Canada.
One
fucking Blu-ray. That's what the cost would have been total.
And this is a guy who's literally bought every single Scream Factory, and I know that's the amount of people that actually do that are so low. It's like 1% of 1%.
Definitely. And I understand they don't give a shit about me, and I don't expect them to give a shit about me. Just because I bought every title doesn't mean I'm entitled to, have cheaper prices and shit like that. That's not what I'm asking. It's the whole principle of the fact.
You know what I think?
What's up, Dave?
I think that every fucking distribution company is eventually going to do this. So you're either going to have to say,
I already
fuck
said this,
everybody, or unfortunately, go with the flow, because that's big business, and that's what all big businesses do. As soon as they all figure this out, they're all going to fucking do it. Arrow's going to do it next, and then who else is left?
It should be noted that Arrow does do this in a different way. Arrow Video limits their titles, they do it in a way that is fair. Meaning they put up a special packaged edition with glow-in-the-dark cover art or something.
The premium
and
product.
They put 3,000 copies, and then when those sell out, they put out a regular edition. And it's known from the beginning that happens. Yeah. We know that another edition comes out that is standard afterwards. And that's the way to do it, because you're selling
Scream does that too with their fucking shit. Although they don't limit that.
They did it.
They did it with Nightbreed.
They did it once. They did it once.
Oh yeah, they did it with Nightbreed.
Scream Factory or Arrow does it all the time.
Which I made a video back when. Now. Well, yeah, in a way, right? Like there's bonus slipcovers and stuff, which I'm fine with cosmetic limitations, but why? I don't like limiting the film itself. If you want to make two versions, a bare bones edition with no special features and a limited edition with special features and a cover art and a different slipcover,
going back to what Synapse did with,
because that's a premium edition. You want to sell a premium edition and a regular edition, that's fine. But when you completely limit the film, and these films, I understand they're films that I wouldn't buy unless they were cheap or that.
That's another thing that fucking bugs me about this shit, man. This is straight out of their catalog, man. They still have the right
for these.
No, they still have the rights to these films, and they're limiting them. That's just fucking. I mean, that's just showing how shady they're getting. They're just like, fuck, we'll sell 1,000.
How much do you think it costs to print up 1,000 copies of those? I guarantee you, it doesn't cost how much anywhere. Even what, like, it can't cost much. It really
I don't know.
Can't.
Maybe $5 a title, if that. Dude, $4 a title.
If collectors all know this shit, and collectors are probably the only type of people that are gonna buy those fucking titles, then they should all just fucking boycott it, and then it'll stop.
And that's what we were trying to have happen a little bit when we.
But then we get overpowered and we get fucking banned for speaking our opinion.
Well, that shit sucks. That's all a bunch of bullshit, and everybody knows that. Everything online is complete bullshit, and those people are assholes, and fuck them. But
Dave's right. It's going to keep happening unless people don't buy them.
They're never going to boycott, though. Everyone's going to talk shit, and at the end of the day, they're all going to be forking over their money.
And he's right, for the most part. Every once in a while, you'll see it work where they'll just be in too much hot water and they'll pump the brakes and decide not to do it again or whatever because they don't like all the negativity. But for the most part, if they sell out really fast, it's going to keep happening.
Listen, it's a business model that if it just keeps showing profit is going to fucking spread. We'd all be fools to think anything other than that. So
it was amazing how many people I saw post like, I'm going to pre-order all those on Friday. I'm like, holy fuck, man. Like,
but it's also amazing how many people we saw who backed us and agreed with us. Like the video I made has like 40 thumbs up, and every comment is like, at least understanding, if not 100% agree with me. And when you had, a bunch of likes on your comment that you posted and all.
Man, when I got banned, there was something like 40 something on there. And then my post started that huge conversation, which eventually got us banned. But it's like, there was a lot of people fighting for our cause, man. There really fucking was. Yeah. Of course, you get the people thinking that, of course we're going to get the hate. Like, oh, you guys are crybabies. You guys are all thinking you're too entitled and stuff. Not at all. Not at all.
It's
you guys are missing the fucking point.
But you can see how.
I can understand where they're coming from because they're reading right through what we're saying. We're not about entitlement and shit like that. It's nothing to do with that, man. It's the fucking principle of what they're doing. And it's the simple fact that Scream Factory knows that this shit
They know
works.
what they're doing.
They know 100% what
and
the fuck
there's
they're
even
doing.
a clip.
They saw Code Red. They've seen Score. They've seen these guys sell so quick. Let's try this shit. Are you fucking kidding me?
What they want to do is tap into that market. They already are dominating in that niche market, and they want to tap into that market.
That niche market, man. They're fucking like, wow, that shit really does sell. Crazy. When you say limited, it's not, you know what, man? This shit doesn't. It's so offensive to me, man. Unless you fucking number it, then fuck off.
What was you gonna say, Dave?
Fucking limited. You can't repress fucking hand number shit, man. Then you're just a fraud. Complete fucking fraud.
Listen, I think it's because it's Scream Factory, and a lot of people fucking hold them near and dear. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't say that I'm a Scream Factory fanboy, but I do fucking like a lot of I'm glad they came around. I like a lot of the titles that they made available on Blue. I like the fact that, you know, they sent me like fucking coasters and magnets and shit just simply for ordering. You know, yeah. But I'm not a fanboy because I have complained about when the first ones came out, 2 and 3, they didn't have a chapter select. I didn't like that. I'm not a fan of the posters because they're not folded. Poster size and they're folded.
By the way, Dave, I heard you talking about that on a podcast, Skeleton Crew, I believe, and it's about the cost of shipping flat versus folded is like $6 difference.
Yeah, well, it's worth it to have it rolled. That's
I feel like such a goddamn hippie. It's so funny, man. I was just telling JP, man, that while we're doing this podcast, the wife came home and I guess there was a package in the door and it was 2 Blu-rays and it happened to be 2 Scream Factory titles. Return of the Living Dead,
and you know,
Living Dead and Bad Moon. But I pre-ordered these motherfuckers so long ago.
Everyone's been dogging Scream Factory lately. Everyone's been fucking dogging them. Right before this happened, people were dogging them because of fucking Arrow.
Which I was defending.
I'm not saying you guys. I'm just saying in the community, people were dogging them. And then this happened, and everybody went crazy. It's just like, well, how come everyone wasn't doing this before when every other company was doing it? Why is Scream Factory the one fucking vilified? That's just what it seems to me.
Well, it's not entirely true, man.
Scream Factory is way more popular than those companies.
Yeah, trust me, man.
And trust me, Dave, I've been dogging Code Red. I have literally stated like hundreds of times that I will not buy Code Red or Twilight Time under principle for
I've heard you say that. On this show I have heard it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I cannot stand that business model. Dude, so that's why I'm upset.
We constantly rip on those guys.
Follows the same business model that I've been hating for so long. But Dave, let me ask you something. Just as an outsider who collects a little bit, you bought the Return of the Living Dead and some of the.
I buy a good dozen a year.
Okay, so a good dozen a year. Is there anything good for us?
No, but in this case, it's not about us. In this case, it's a company moved by a company, and you have to come to expect it by now.
But I mean, you can simply say that, but at the end of the day, who is the people that keeps these companies afloat?
Listen, I feel you. Then
without guys like me and JP and the thousands of other people that buy all these releases and stuff, without us,
I don't think it is really guys like me and you that keep the company afloat, though. I think it's more guys like Dave who buy the casual guys.
What do you mean?
Because there's more of those than there's
because I don't buy fucking 100.
Our impact, the people like me and you, is much smaller than.
No, I'm not talking about buying every title. I'm talking about the people that buy the shit in general. Dave's included in this.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the people that buy the product. The fans, everybody that buys any product from Scream Factory is the ones keeping them. It's the people. It's the fan. It's us.
It is, but they have done.
It just hurts us more than you, Dave, because it's again. I don't want to sound entitled or anything, but it's just like we've been such big supporters. But I mean, I think that's the hardest thing for at least me, anyways. That we've been such a huge supporter of Scream Factory in everything they've done. We've defended them, with the whole thing
especially
about.
Me.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, man, and. We spent so much time talking about them and promoting everything and stuff, and then
if we're going to spend that much time talking about them and defending them and praising them when they do good, I think it's only fair that we are honest when they do something that's shady and call them out on it. Whether it has any greater effect on anything doesn't really matter. It's kind of irrelevant. It's a talking point, and it's just our opinion, which we've always been known to share.
Which everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Right. So, I mean, and that's why we speak up. And of course,
yeah.
you know, I guess our opinion's too strong. Like I told that fucking douchebag, idiot David, fucking moron, whatever his name is. I said, dude, you're getting scared, man, because more and more people are coming in. And then he didn't even reply to me. And then all of a sudden I wake up in the morning and I'm fucking banned.
Well, the
thing
about David Stegman is I know that he gets screener copies from Scream Factories because I've read his reviews before.
Yeah. Well, someone even piped up and admitted that. Yeah, he's been writing for our page for a long time, and then blah. We've had problems with him. The guy even piped up and said, "I've had problems with him because he gets a little too vocal and he's just probably goes way out too far on shit." And then someone else is like, "Yeah, this guy's all over everything." You know, I'm just like, "Yep."
Yeah, he's literally like
the first one to answer to everybody. If you say something negative, he's on your ass. Like fucking flies on shit, man. It's fucking ridiculous. But you could say anything about Scream Factory and he's right there. It's fucking ridiculous.
He's literally never said any criticism. He's never said anything bad.
No, he's super biased. He's super biased, and everyone sees him for what he is. But then when people pipe up and they have a bunch of followers, look what happens. He goes and cries to the fucking Facebook police and gets people banned.
Another thing about like the negativity, he told me like, why do you have to be negative? And it's not about being negative. It's about talking about what's happening, and whatever emotion or response comes, that's what it is. It's not about being negative or you know, just trying to be as negative as possible. It's literally just criticism. It's you present a product on a public forum in which you expect to be judged on that product, a fan page, and then you then get negative criticism towards that product. That's the way the world works. It's not about being like this whiny bitch who's like negative.
He's the worst though, man. He's just going out of his way to insult and criticize and everything. And like I said to him, or I think you had said actually, you're like, yeah, me and Moodz have been fans since day one. He's like, oh, I seriously doubt that you guys have been fans since day one.
Yeah, and literally I have a video on my channel of where Scream Factory literally was announced, and they announced like 5-6 titles. And like I covered it the night that it happened. It was like
remember when we were talking one night and I was talking to you? And I was like, man, I'm not gonna be able to get these titles, man. I'm like, can you help me out? I'll send you some money and shit like that. Cause like at the time, like they weren't gonna be available here and stuff. It was like really fucked up.
Day one, Halloween 2 and 3 before September of 2013.
Yes. We were right on board right from the fucking start. And I was like, fuck you. So I sent him a picture of the entire collection. He's like, oh, it's just horror fans like you that buy everything. I'm like, yeah, I buy a lot of stuff, but that's not what this is about. I'm not trying to show off. I'm trying to prove to you that I didn't start collecting these fucking 2 days ago, you idiot.
Yeah, well, David Stegman, that guy sucks. But Dave, any final thoughts on this?
Oh shit! It went so all off the fucking track. Who knows? I'm thinking about that asshole because fuck him. And yeah, fucking fight the power. I'm glad you guys did all that shit. I'm all for fucking that. 100%. That's what I'm all about. So, and fuck that page for doing that. You know, but I'm not surprised because that's what they would do to their fucking. Their fanboys, their number one guys.
The thing that bugs me about when you're stating your opinions on these things, that nobody actually from Scream Factory ever pipes up.
They replied to me, I think 3 times during that. And it was like one of the things I asked them how many units, like a title like Hellhole actually sold. And they said that they couldn't tell me that under, you know, whatever rules of something.
That makes sense.
And, but that's part of the problem too, is like, if you don't know how many units something sells, then you can't really talk about how many units would sell. You know, it's a clusterfuck. But I think the main point that this whole thing is limiting things is just a negative thing. It's like it's just all around reception is going to be negative. So if you don't mind the negative talk, then I guess go with it. But it's always going to be a distasteful thing to the fans, because we know how in a perfect world, if they wouldn't sell more than 1,000 copies of that and they released it because they didn't want to make more than 1,000, and in a perfect world where scalpers didn't buy any of them, then I mean, yeah, I guess it would make sense. But the fact is, you could still limit it to 1,000 and never say anything. And since they wouldn't ever sell out, you wouldn't have to worry about them not telling the fans about it being so limited because then you would be scared that like, oh, people would be mad because we didn't tell them how many there were. If they weren't going to sell out to begin with, then you wouldn't even need to tell them that. You wouldn't need to be able to tell. You would not need to tell them how many there are. And
Amen.
So I'm just gonna end it. I'm still gonna buy some Scream Factory stuff. I'm just not buying those things.
Cash grabs, man.
Yeah. Hey, listen. I can see points from all angles. That's all I'm saying. I see that they're a business. They're doing what they're doing. I kind of dig on what you guys were saying too. I hate to see shady shit too. I don't know if they innocently did it or it's a cash grab. Like
I totally get the business part of it, man.
I'm not saying you don't. Of course
I get
you
the business part.
Yeah, you're
It's
a
the
fucking
shady
intelligent
bullshit
guy.
that all these companies are doing.
They're all gonna do it now. That's what I think. And check it out. If somebody wants to buy these fucking things, there's no reason why on day one they can't buy them. There's no reason why they should complain about scalpers that buy them day one because they fucking waited 2 weeks to try to buy them.
Well, I'll tell you right now, guys, this is not
it's half
new
of their
either.
fucking guys.
This
half
is
of their
not
guys
new.
buying
It's
them
been
and reselling
happening
them
for a
anyways.
long time, and it goes in cycles because eventually people will stop buying them because they'll just be like, oh, everything's fucking limited. I don't like that. It's not going to be as appealing. And it happened back with Anchor Bay. It happened when Anchor Bay started limiting all their tins. And remember the box sets the Halloween that they would come out with? Remember the old Michael Myers box set that was limited to like 50,000 or 150,000 or something crazy?
The one
like
with
that?
the face in it?
Yeah.
I have that fucking thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
and this happened before, and everybody went nuts for him at first. But then everybody got used to him being limited, and it was like, everything's limited, it doesn't matter anymore. And then they pumped the brakes and they stopped doing it. And that'll happen again. Maybe not with companies like Code Red and stuff because they're obscure titles that they get, or like really obscure and you can't get them anywhere else. Like it's
That's
kind
the
of
problem.
Yeah, it's like niche, man.
It sucks because nobody wants to buy from his fucking ass. I know I don't.
Yeah, I don't own a single Code Red, nor will I until he changes who he is, which won't happen.
Which is never going to happen, man. The guy's fucking centric as shit.
Okay, what if somebody burned one for you? They paid for it, you have to pay nothing. They burned you a fucking Blu-ray. Would you own that one?
I mean, own it, I guess. Like,
okay.
I mean, I don't have a problem owning things. Like, I'm not.
I know
like,
that.
If something's out of print, I'm gonna see it somehow. Like, I don't care if I have to download it from somebody or like somebody shares it with me. If something's not available, there's actually certain laws that allow you to be able to do certain, not like distribute it and stuff like that, but there's certain things that you can do to see things that are unavailable legally.
Yeah, like streaming sites.
Yeah,
they don't shut them down. It's weird, but they don't.
Yeah, it's very sort of the waters are very muddy with some of those laws dealing with out of print and unavailable things.
Right.
But yeah, so I guess what do you guys want to move on here, right?
I guess that's it for the knowledge segment.
Yeah, knowledge.
We're done. We're done raging about Scream Factory.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Start numbering your shit, fucking dicks. All right, man. Moving along. Let's get into the morbid fact. Coroner's report of weird stats and morbid facts, courtesy of Rue Morgue magazine, coming from issue 130, February of 2013. Shit, this one's a little old. Yeah, this one right here is actually pertaining to an episode that we did a long time ago. I'm sure JP knows what episode it is, but when we did the Final Destination franchise, which probably would have been handy then.
Dave, was that the first episode you listened to of ours, Final Destination?
No. The first episode I listened to was a year end. It was the year end review. And then after that I went right to Halloween.
All right.
Yeah, the roller coaster used in Final Destination 3 is the Corkscrew at Playland in Vancouver, Canada. The actors had to ride it 26 times in order to film the premonition scene. Yikes. Fuck.
Sounds fun.
26 fucking times on that thing?
Damn.
Bet you they're feeling like shit after that, man.
Probably.
That's brutal.
Some people feel like shit if they go on it fucking once. Imagine.
I've been on that ride
at Playline. It's Jesus Christ. I couldn't imagine doing it fucking 26 times, man.
Yeah, I actually knew that. I believe that was in the bonus features somewhere, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Nice. All right, so that is going to conclude Mood Swings, and moving on to the WWW portion of the show, which is what we watched. And who wants to start us off? Dave, you wanna go?
Okay, I'll get that one out of the way because you're gonna have to help me with it. So
okay, sounds good.
Okay, it'll be the first one. This is the first time view, and I saw it for another podcast, ABC's A Hidden Horror, also on the Horror Affiliate Network.
Yeah, we actually run a promo for them sometimes.
Oh yeah, see, they were smart enough to do a promo. It was Jamie and Brian's idea.
Well, of course, I already stated this in the intro. I said, presently on every other podcast on horrorphilia.com, right?
Right?
Have you ever done one with the commentary guys?
Yeah, Neil, NFW?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done I think 2 or something.
So you've pretty much been on every show, huh?
It's been a while. Maybe. I don't know. Fuck. Who knows? But anyway, this movie's House of the Long Shadows from 1983. And actually, quite a lineup. Vincent Price, Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, John Carradine. So I don't know how many movies featured all of them together. But this is one of them. Desi Arnaz is Jr. is really the... he's really the featured one. Those guys are billed ahead of him, but their on-screen time isn't quite as much. But it's great to see them all together. That's for sure. And Desi Arnaz is he's an author, and he makes a bet with. This is what I can't remember. I don't know if it's just his friend or it's his business associate, but he makes a bet with him that he can write a novel in overnight, in 24 hours.
And it's for a hefty amount of money too.
Yeah, I think 20 G's or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So he says I could, because I guess he writes something else. I'm not sure what he writes, but he writes a different type of, a serious writing. I don't know if he writes about politics, if he writes, I'm not sure what he writes, but basically he's saying I can write a mystery novel. He's basically saying that that's like junk food and he could pump it out like it was nothing. So the guy makes a bet with him and he says, okay, let's do it. You have 24 hours to write this for 20 G's. So I have a place you could stay at because I guess this is where he's from. And you go in that house and write all night long. It's an empty house. Go right ahead. So he ends up going there. I guess his house has a bit of a reputation in the area. You got a crazy Ralph guy type telling him, don't go there. And, there's different stories about it. So anyway, this guy gets to the house and he begins to write, and he encounters a few people that are in the house that is supposed to be empty, and I guess they're the caretakers, they said. And then one thing leads to another, and it turns out this whole family is getting together this night because they have a brother that has been locked away for 40 years because he committed some crime in the house, and they just, instead of letting the police handle it or the courts, they just considered it family business and they just locked him in a room. That's fucking worse than jail if you ask me.
I know.
Right?
Yeah.
So they lock him in a room, and a passerby comes in and another couple comes in, and one thing leads to another, and basically we're trying to figure out what's going to happen here, and there's a cool twist and a twist on top of a twist, but it's a good movie. It's filmed in the 80s. It came out in 83, I think, was the year?
Yeah, 83.
83, but it really feels like a 70s movie, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's paced like a 70s movie. It's just movies that were coming out in 83. I mean, we were seeing slashers.
It makes a lot of sense, though, man, because Pete Walker, predominantly his whole career was done in the 70s. So... Right. He did all. This is his last film, and I think this is the only one he did in the 80s too. I think so. Makes sense. Yeah.
But yeah, it was an interesting film. The twist, it's weird because something was happening in the movie, and I don't want to say anything about it, but something was happening, and I'm watching this movie with my wife, and she's like, well, what do you think? I think this is gonna end up happening, and this is what it's gonna be. And I was like, if they do that, then it's complete bullshit. There's no way that would be able to work. It would be a terrible fucking way to end the film. So that better not happen. And as it's going on, things are happening that it could be pointing to that. And I remember saying, I'm going to stand up and say bullshit, saying that a bullshit freaking plot twist like that ruined a perfectly good movie. But ultimately, it didn't happen. But it is a mystery, and it does keep you guessing. And of course, Vincent Price is fucking awesome, as always. Christopher Lee, everyone just does a great job. And they're up in age. So what do you expect out of them? But it was a real good movie, and I will give it. It's not really my type of movie, but you know what? It's kind of becoming my type of movie lately. So I'm getting into some of these older things. Even though it's not older, it feels like it's older. So I know that it's just weird. Vincent Price and all those guys in it. So I'm just getting used to. I love Vincent Price, but I haven't watched a lot of the Hammer movies.
I like the subtle comedy in it, and it's not ridiculous and stuff. I think they did a good job.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
What would you rate it?
If I'm rating it, I'll give it a 7 out of 10.
All right, cool. I guess I'll go next, Moodz.
Sure.
The Purge election year, 2016. This is once again for the annual purge that happens where all crime is legal during a, I think, 12-hour period. And this one follows the character in the previous film who's now a, I guess, police sergeant who is the head of security for a senator who is trying to become president because she wants to end the purge. Of course, you have a few different other characters who are just trying to survive the purge. One of them is trying to keep his shop from being destroyed and stuff like that. And they all sort of get tangled together, and they must stop the people from trying to kill the senator because there's a hit out on her because, well, she's trying to stop the purge, and the people who are making money off the purge do not want that to happen. This one, I did like this one. You guys remember... listeners out there, I did not really care for this first Purge. The second one I liked a little bit more. This one I like less than the second one, but it's still pretty solid. And one thing that I take away from the Purge films is that they are, on the surface, they're sort of more, I guess, social commentary messages and like a lot of comments on our society and how we crave violence and things like that and how it's bad. But, at its core, it's an exploitation film because of the way that they shoot the violence and the way they sort of revel in it. And I always feel that these films are most successful as the exploitation film and not as the one with a message. So I feel like when the moments of pure violence and chaos are happening, these films are very effective. And when it's the more serious, messagey stuff, they're not successful. And I think, one, because it's sort of a mixed message, that it makes those messages not successful. And two, because of the way these films play out, where they seem really unrealistic in terms of you have people literally not caring for their life. And it just doesn't make sense to me. In the first one, these people are walking through buildings, like just running around like, ha ha ha, I'm going to kill you. And, meanwhile, they just heard their friend get shot in the other room and they're just walking around corners blindly. And that is fine if you're going for the pure, like, exploitation, like Grindhouse type of movie where, logic is kind of thrown out the window. It's fine for that, but these films are played very serious. So it becomes problematic when you have, a group of characters who are talking a bunch of shit, like, oh, I'm going to fucking burn down your store or something. And they're getting shot at, like, from the people above them. And it's like they just don't care. It just feels wrong. It doesn't feel right. And it's because the films are played serious. If they weren't played serious, I'd be fine with it. But they're played so serious that it makes no sense that everybody would have a complete just non-care about their life and their future and their safety. And I feel like it would be more if the purge actually happened, where people would be scared to move 10 yards outside of their front door because they get picked off from like the woods or something. Like, it just doesn't seem like people would be running around the streets just not caring about their life. And I just always have an issue with that. And it's really the one thing that kind of always bugs me about the Purge films is just they ignore the fact that people would actually want to live. Like, because everybody seems like they just are going for the madness thing. But those scenes are really cool. Like, there's one scene where these girls pull up in a car that just has lights all over it, and there's Taylor Swift, Miley Cyrus song playing. And it's a very interesting little commentary on that song was definitely very chosen. Like, there was a reason why it was chosen, because it was one of her earlier songs, and I think it was a kind of a metaphor for what she kind of became. And the characters that are coming out of the car, like causing mayhem, are sort of one of them even kind of looks like that style of Miley Cyrus. So I think that was very direct. But yeah, The Purge, it's kind of fun. It has its moments. I felt like it's very Hollywood in certain ways. Like, there's one character who's funny. He's like the black guy, and he makes a lot of like black jokes and like white jokes and stuff that are effective and they are funny. But certain things that happen later in the film make you feel like, man, how do I say that without spoiling it? Essentially, what you'd expect in terms of like certain characters you like and certain characters you don't like. The fates of them are very Hollywood, and that's annoying. But not too bad. I give The Purge election year a 7.5 out of 10. Did you guys see that yet?
No.
I've seen the first two, and I want to see this, but I just didn't want to go to the theater for it. I save the movies for certain ones, and I decided to wait to see this. But
well, every time I go to the cinema, they just don't play.
They fucking shoot you right down.
Oh yeah, fucking dicks.
Oh fuck, that's funny. No, you know what this sounds like? It sounds like the themes are more in your face this time. That it's not so much of an underlying thing.
For sure, they 100% are more in your face this time.
Yeah, it's very, very political.
They're just amping it up, man. You got to keep amping it up, right?
But they kind of didn't amp it up, really. No. Like, the violence is a little less extreme in this one. I would probably say.
Well, that's disappointing.
Yeah, that is. But I assume
it's supposed to be violent.
Right. It's like the second one, right? Where it's out in the street mostly. I mean, that's what it sounds like. Mm-hmm. Which it took it out, which is fine. That's what everybody wanted. So, I definitely want to see it. I just. Who knows, the political statements that might even add to it. Sometimes I like that stuff, so I guess it just depends, personally.
I mean, there's so many scenes where it just looks cool, like some of the way that the characters that are purging look and like some of their costumes and stuff. It's really neat, and that's more of the exploitation stuff that is fun. But it's a weird mix where they try to be super messagey, and it just is wrong.
So did you like this one more than the second one?
No, I like the second one the most, this one the second most, and the first one the least.
Yeah.
What'd you give the second one?
7.5, I believe. Okay, as well.
Same rating.
Maybe an 8.
Okay.
I can't remember. It was pretty close to that, though. This one's it's almost as good, but just slightly less, so it makes sense they have the same rating.
Yep.
Huh. Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. I really enjoyed the second one. First one, ugh. Yeah, so film, I got one here from 2014. Very, very independent film from Legless Corpse, and it's called Sledge. I gotta read this tagline, man. It always makes me laugh every time I look at this. It says, he didn't drown, he wasn't burned, and he doesn't hear voices. He's just a psycho with a sledge. I love that, man, because you're just going to be presented with senseless violence, right? It's pretty awesome. Who needs a fucking motive? Who needs reasons to go and kill people, man? It's great. Yeah, this is, it's actually a really short film. I think this one only runs about 75 minutes, but it opens up, and how they present this film is actually kind of cool, man. It kind of shocked me at first. It's funny because this Blu-ray doesn't have a synopsis written on it anywhere. It's got like reversible art, but it's on the back, if that makes any sense. It's really strange, actually. So I didn't really know what this thing was about. And it's kind of cool, though. It starts out, it's got this girl kind of getting ready to watch a movie at home, and she's being bothered by someone giving her calls and like asking her to come out and stuff. But anyway, she wants to watch this television program called The True American Horror Television. And what it basically is just it showcases horror films. So she's sitting at home watching this horror film, and then it cuts into your film, which is, you know, the film that she's watching on this TV. So it kind of almost presents itself like in an anthology type way. It's kind of strange. And basically what it is, it's very simple. It's very cliched storyline of 5 people that go to the woods to go camping just to get away for some R&R and drinking and, you know, sex. It's pretty much what it is. And of course they start getting picked off one by one. And as she watches this on TV and stuff, and it's even filled with like, you know, trailers and commercials and things like that, which is kind of jarring when you watch the film a little bit, because at one point, you know, being a 75-minute film, and it, you know, right when the third act in this film starts, it kind of cuts to her, and a trailer starts, and I'm just like, what the fuck? And it's like a 3-minute trailer. It's like the most jarring thing. So basically what this film is, it's got a lot of comedy in it. It's got these characters, and it's got 2 couples and a 5th wheel. And now the 5th wheel is basically the main character in the film, and he's in love with this one girl. They used to be like a couple and stuff, and now she's with this new guy. And this movie is like very politically incorrect and stuff. It's just got a lot of bathroom humor and stuff. He makes a lot of jokes about how big of a slut she is and how much she likes to suck cock. And it's just like constant jokes like that, which had me chuckling throughout the whole thing. It's pretty damn funny, actually. Super, super micro low budget. This thing was all shot in one location on some dude's like farm or something like that. But yeah, you know, it's super low budget. You know, there's not really a lot of kills. The gore is, you know, what you're going to get in these micro budget films and stuff. It's all practical, of course. But the killer himself, now he wears this pretty unique mask. Now, my major problem with this movie is that the fucking killer talks, and he says like these really ridiculous things as he's killing people. And a lot of what he's saying is, I guess what they meant to be funny. And it's not really that funny. Like he says, this one guy actually kind of made me chuckle, and he's like, he kills him and he's like, oh yeah, fuck you and your faux hawk or something like that. And it just kind of made me chuckle, but it's just kind of ridiculous. Like it's, you know, there's really no premise to the film or whatever, but I do like the overall feel of what they did. You know, they tried to get original with, you know, having this on the program and stuff. It's kind of interesting. The killer in this film, his name is Adam Lynch. Now, I'm wondering if the director, who is actually the killer in the film, purposely did that. You know, of course, Adam Green and Joe Lynch. I wonder if he just put the names together and, you know, came up with Adam Lynch, because that's exactly the first thing I thought of. They said the killer's name, and I was like, Adam Lynch. I'm like, that's Adam Green and Joe Lynch. Like, totally. Maybe he's a fan of Holliston. I don't know. But yeah, you know, it's not a bad film, man. It's really, really for, you know, if you like those micro budget slasher films, very, very short and stuff. But like I said, a little jarring at times. I don't think they should have shown like a 3-minute trailer right at the beginning of a third act. I think it was very jarring, but I have to give him props for the originality of the setup of the film. Like I said, it almost feels like an anthology at times, but it's really not. But not bad. I'm going to go straight up average. I'm going to give it a 5 out of 10. I'm going to give these guys a pass on this one. It was actually kind of enjoyable. So, and you know, I kind of dug the ending a little bit. The ending was pretty good. So it gets props there too. So Sledge from 2014. Check it out. You can peep it out from Legless Corpse. And yeah, it's really cheap. I think you can get these things for $10. Check them out.
Cool.
Hey, an average slasher, that's okay with me. You know?
Oh, JP, don't sound too fucking happy.
What's the matter, buddy? You tired?
Little tired, but just that doesn't sound like something I'm gonna run out and grab.
Yeah, well, of course.
Hey, I don't know. If it's a slasher and it's average, it's
honestly, you would probably never watch anything from Legless Corpse, so don't worry about it.
Who, me or JP?
JP.
Oh, okay, all right. Because I don't even know what Legless Corpse is.
Fuck, it's just like a new indie label. Fuck, I was watching this one last night. And, I was even saying to myself, I'm like, this is the worst shit I've seen in so long. Like, it was literally the worst shit.
Apparently the budget was $800.
On Sledge?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, they probably paid most of that to the owner of the farm that they shot on.
Yeah.
It's that low budget? $800? You're kidding.
Yeah.
But to be honest, man, the acting actually wasn't that bad. I've seen way worse in films than this. So that was.
What does it look like? Does it look like fucking like I shot it with my phone?
It probably looks like it shot it with a potato.
No, it looks like they shot it on just a high def camera. Like the Blu-ray looks fucking good. Like it's clear as shit, man. So.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, it looks. It almost looks too good. It's kind of like this one I was watching last night. Like it looks so clear. You're just like, what the fuck are they shooting these things on, man? Like Jesus. It's like I don't know. I kind of consider these movies to be like the modern shot on videos. You know, like you can get really good cameras for cheap now, right? Yeah. They just look so damn good. But but of course the picture quality is way fucking better than shot on video. But just low budget, man.
Low budge. All right. Okay, my next one is from 2015, although it just became available here this year, just month actually. No, June. It was June it came out here on DVD. It's the Funhouse Massacre. Have any of you guys seen this?
I've reviewed it, man.
What?
On my channel. Fuck, dude, that video is getting shitloads of fucking views, man. It's crazy.
I'm stuck in the 80s with Moodz videos. I'm watching the fucking... when I started watching them again last month or 2 months ago, I'm on the 81 kick. So I'm going through those things slowly.
Holy fuck, they're so old, too. It's crazy.
Yeah, but it's 81, man.
True that.
Yeah, man, absolutely. So I didn't know. So Funhouse Massacre. Now, this can be a fun movie. You have to kind of suspend your disbelief on some of the things in the plot, but if you roll with it and it's a fucking slasher and it has to do with a fun house, they did a good job. There's some comedy in it, yeah, there is, but there's some good gore in it, some interesting killers, a real badass killer chick who I love. It's almost like not as much because you don't spend as much time with her, but she kind of.
Dude, didn't you just want to grab those pigtails and get behind her and?
Yeah.
I know, man. Just like she looked awesome, man.
Yeah, she was great. I wish she could have a fucking spin-off. Just fucking her,
Just fucking her.
That too, another spin-off. Yeah, she does fucking horror porn.
Exactly.
Her and fucking Baby from House of a Thousand Corpses, The
Funhouse Massacre. Ugh.
Nice. So basically, the plot of this is there's a massacre at a funhouse. No, it's more than that. There's 6 mental patients at an asylum that's supposed to be like real low key. They don't know it's there. But it's odd because they end up breaking out. And it takes place on Halloween. So that's something else good going for it. I might even watch it this Halloween. Definitely this Halloween season. But the people escape. There's these 6 real depraved killers, that are known for, just they've done some real sickening things. They each have a gimmick. There's a clown. There's a guy that's a dentist that likes abusing people. There's a guy they call Animal the Cannibal that ate people. And they all had this thing. And there's just different characters like that. They end up getting out of the asylum because they get some help from, they get somebody that's involved with them breaks them out. So, and it's played well in the beginning, how it all takes place. They get out. Now, there's a fun house in the same area. And it's weird because it's really cool because there's a carnival around the funhouse and there's a good carnival atmosphere. And the kids in the movie are pretty relatable. They don't annoy me, especially for like a modern movie. A lot of times, the teens are annoying and you just don't relate to them.
I actually thought the same thing, even though they're doing like the most cliched things too, right?
Yeah.
You got your stoners and like just the way things are going on and stuff. But like, yeah, they're kind of likable.
Yeah, they're fine. Yeah, I'm fine with them, and I like the one kid, the lead guy who the little angle they got with him and the girl, and he's kind of shy and he wants to take her out. Just the little side plots, they work. They're fine. It's not overdone. So it's so the time you spend with the teens is time well spent. So that's always a good thing in a slasher. And the weird thing is that at this Funhouse, they're putting on these presentations of the people that just so happen to be fucking breaking out of the asylum tonight, that these famous killers. So, and then it's like controversial.
Yeah, all the attractions in the Funhouse are based off of these 5 notorious serial killers that no one's ever heard of.
Yeah. Yeah, they're supposed to be hidden and locked away, and no one's ever heard of them, right?
I like how they present them in the beginning of the film. They're like, these killers are so much more brutal than Bundy and Dahmer and Gacy and stuff.
Yeah.
They got their own asylum. I like that. I was like, okay. Really?
Yeah. And Robert Englund's like, Robert Englund's in there for a little while, and he's the guy that runs this asylum, or at least he's the head doctor, and he's talking to this girl that comes to interview him. He's like, if I had my way, I'd put a bullet in every one of their brains or something like that. Fucking...
You know something about Robert Englund, since you mentioned him? I really feel like he's one of the most wasted talents in like the history of horror.
Dude, he shows up in every shitty goddamn movie, man. Well, this one's not, but like he does so many bad cameos and shit.
I know, he's just such a better actor than he ever gets the roles for, is what I'm saying.
True. I'm glad he still works in the genre, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm glad he can make money and be happy and stuff like that. But, I mean, I just feel like he can bring so much to the table if he has good stuff to work with. Not just Freddy,
He's probably the biggest name of anybody who's actually still working on the regular, though, if you think about it.
Him and probably Danielle.
Actor-wise. Okay, yeah, Danielle's big, too, but, I mean... I think it's a little different with Robert Englund. I don't think, Robert Englund has a good reputation, and he's beloved.
I always just think back to Phantom of the Opera, the 87, 89 version that he did, and he's so good in that movie, like playing a different role, and just more of like an acting role. And it's just like, I always think back to that one and think like, man, I wish he would have got some bigger movies, like, tossed his way.
I feel you. You know what he's good in? 2001 Maniacs.
Yeah. But sorry to derail your review. Continue.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's so these people happen to escape, and it's funny because this carnival's based upon these killers as well. So that's what I mean about suspending your disbelief. That's silly, but whatever. You just got to go with it, half of the comedy works, half of it doesn't. It got a little... I think it got a little too much during the third act. But like I said, there's some good gore. There's some good kills. It moves along at a good pace. And, there's one thing I'm going to complain about. I don't like the score. I don't like... it's kind of like action movie guitar music that just comes every so often. Maybe it's just me when I watch modern slashers, that I miss the way they used to be in the 80s and things like that. Maybe it's just me. Like, even Freddy vs. Jason, I didn't like the way the music was used in that, But I don't know. Maybe I'm nitpicking, but I guess that's the only thing I can complain. Granted, it's not great. It's a low-budget movie, but I don't know what the budget is. But whatever it was, they made the most of their budget. I can say that. They did a good job. They did a good job with the film. It's nothing special, but you'll have some fun with it. It's a decent slasher, so I give it a 6.5.
Yeah.
Sweet. That's one that I haven't seen yet, but I have seen a lot of people review it.
Moodz, what did you give it on your review?
I think I gave it 7.
Oh, okay, there you go.
7 or something like that.
Same ballpark.
Yeah.
It was so strange too, man. I uploaded that video, and it was like probably the length of the video, like 8-9 minutes later, fucking the director had commented on my review right away, and I was like, what the fuck? Was he like waiting for reviews to go up or something? Like, it was so strange, man. I was actually going to even comment back to him, like, were you waiting for this to come up? Because it's just like, it was instant, man. So strange. Yeah, it was really strange. He just thanked me for doing the review and stuff, but I just couldn't believe how quick it was. So weird.
Did he even have a chance to listen to it? Or was it just that quick?
That's what I'm saying. It was about, at least 10 minutes after. So he would have had enough time to watch the review. And, it was just really weird. That's never happened to me before. So.
Maybe he was subscribed to you already.
He could have been, that's what I thought. I was like, what the fuck? It's so random, but yeah. Actually, one complaint I did have, which I found out later, was I wanted to see a little more of Clint Howard in the film because he was one of the killers.
I forgot to mention the actors. Yeah, Clint Howard was in there. Who else was in there?
I'm so bad with names.
Oh, but who was in there? Courtney Gaines was in there for a little bit.
Courtney
Malachi.
Gaines. Yeah, Malachi. Yeah.
Malachi. Yep.
Yeah, I brought that up in my review, but I found out later that Clint Howard actually was injured or something while he was doing that filming, so they just kind of, he did his little parts and that was it.
Oh, he was kind of limping around, wasn't he?
Yeah, I guess he was having a hard time getting around. I guess he had surgery or something happened to him, and so they just kind of limited his screen time because he couldn't move. So I was wondering what was up with that, because if you noticed, I think it was him and the dentist or maybe the preacher dude or whatever. They didn't get that much. The more focus was on the animal dude, right, and the girl and stuff, right? Yeah. So the screen time wasn't really, given equally, and Clint Howard's was really limited. But then I found out that he was hurt. So yeah.
Cool. Oh, okay.
But it was definitely cool to see Malachi.
Yes.
Malachi. He was actually the Funhouse owner. He was the guy that's putting. He's such a fucking dick in the film too. He's just raging and shit. But I liked him, man. It was cool.
Totally. I recognize the father too, the head of it all, the guy that ran the cult. You know that dude? I know him from fucking...
he's in lots of things, man.
I know him from Dear John. Remember that show or no?
Dear John, yeah.
That's where I know him from. His name was... I used to like Dear John, and he was Kirk. I'll tell you what, that guy does not look like he's aged. This is like 30 years later.
I know, right?
He looks like maybe 15 years older. Yeah, I was like, wow, could that be him? Is that Kirk from fucking Dear John? And sure enough, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucked.
Totally. Right. But yeah, check it out, JP.
I will.
Yeah, it's fun, man. It's fun.
Sounded fun. Mine is Green Room. 2015 got its DVD plus theatrical release in 2016. This film opens up with a rock band who they don't really specifically say, but I tend to believe that they're struggling, but bigger than just like a garage band. And they are sort of on a tour, I guess, and they meet a guy who's going to interview him and book him a gig. He kind of fails on the gig part, and they make like $6, which they're kind of struggling for gas. They have to like siphon it and things, so and steal it. So they're really struggling, and they kind of flip on him. He kind of says like, "I'll get you a gig with my brother in the next town over," or whatever. So they all hop into the van. They roll over to this next town, where they they go to a little sort of bar where it seems to be mostly inhabited by like skinhead neo-Nazis, which is never a good thing. And they play their little show. They go to leave. When they go to leave the green room that they was in, there's guys standing outside of it. They already brought all their equipment out and was like, "Here it is, just go." And then one of them forgets their cell phone, so they run back in the room where they see that a murder has just taken place. Chick laying on the floor with a knife sticking out of her head. They heard that shit goes wrong. They barricade themselves in the room, and it's basically a standoff, sort of a siege horror film at that point. And they basically are just trapped and trying to survive this neo-Nazi skinhead bar attack because they don't want to let them leave alive. And that's basically your plot. This film was directed by Jeremy Saulnier, who directed Blue Ruin, which was one of my favorite films of 2013, and very similar to this one. Like they both have a very similar, like sort of revenge vibe to them. The cinematography feels the same. Like this guy's really good at that stuff. Green Room, starring Anton Yelchin, who was unfortunately that guy who passed away from the Fright Night remake. We mentioned a few episodes ago. He's really good in this film. I've always liked this guy. Every time I see him in something, he does really good in this film. And one thing that I will comment on is I was not ever part of like the punk scene, though my neighbors were very sort of like punk like that, and they would always have parties. And these guys look like exactly like the people that would show up at those parties. So though I have nothing to really directly relate to this, I feel like it's very authentic, at least in my limited knowledge on it. These guys feel like real like punk rockers who are trying to be like punk rock band people and make a name for themselves and stuff. They all sort of have that look and just that style. Really loved it, actually, with just seeing that type of film. I'm not very familiar with it, but it seems really cool, and I like the utilization of it for this film, especially with the neo-Nazi skinheads. Sort of a film that you really can't predict. Like, you don't really know where it's going to go. Left turns, right turns, the order in which people are killed, surprises around every corner. I didn't really predict anything in the film. Really, really good. Atmospheric. I love the setting in the bar. It's sort of almost contained horror in a way where they're just stuck there, which I'm always a fan of. And, even the ending was satisfying. I really liked it. There's a lot going on with the actual bar owner and
Patrick Stewart. I was about to ask you what you thought of him.
Yeah, he was really good. I really liked his performance. It reminded me a lot of exactly what I would think like a guy leading a Nazi skinhead sort of like gang would look exactly like. Like I figured he would be like sort of sophisticated and stuff, which he is. I really didn't have any issues with it other than none really. I mean, the gore, there's a lot of gore there that looks good. Music, sound, everything, lighting. It's all very well done. I don't have very many complaints with this film at all. It's one that everybody should check out this year. Give it a 8.5 out of 10.
Damn, I thought you were going to go with at least a 9 or something there.
No, I think that it's about as good as an 8.5, even though I didn't have many problems with it, just how good it is, I feel comfortable with 8.5.
Yeah, it's one of the few or a handful of films I was really looking forward to seeing this year.
It's good.
That was in my top 5 of this year to see, so.
It is good. By the time our review probably isn't going to come out for another 3 weeks from now, but we've already recorded our review for that movie.
I'm just waiting for the fucking price of that shit to go down. It's expensive here.
I Netflixed it, or Redboxed it.
Redbox. Okay. The fuck's a Redbox? No, I'm just joking.
Do you have Redbox?
Still not have them up there?
No.
Why?
No, we don't.
You have anything like that or no?
Vending machines with movies? No.
That's so weird.
Okay.
How is it so hard to implement a Redbox in Canada?
It's probably not, but we just don't have them. I don't know.
Why?
I have no idea.
Sense.
I have no idea.
Does Christian have them?
Does he live in Canada?
Are they not in any of Canada?
I have no idea. I
don't know. I'll ask him.
As far as I know, they don't have them in Ontario. I've never seen him. He's from Ontario, right? Yeah. I don't think they do. They definitely don't have them here on the West. So
there's literally 2 in each Walmart.
Yeah. Walmart loves fucking Redbox. You're right. They go hand in hand. They're all cheap.
That totally makes sense, though.
Yeah, totally.
There's 15 within just one little town where I live.
That's a lot of fucking Redboxes.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Shit. Wow.
All right,
it's a good movie though.
Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to it, man. It sounds awesome. When I first heard the premise of it, I was like, shit, yeah. It sounds awesome.
Oh, you know what else that director did? Murder Party.
Oh, yeah, Murder Party. I thought Murder Party was so much fun.
I actually haven't seen that.
It's I haven't seen Blue Ruin, but I've seen Murder Party. And
Blue Ruin is really good.
Blue Ruin, it's great, man.
I'm going to see it now.
I think Blue Ruin might even be better than Green Room.
Wow.
Really? Wow, that's saying, wow. It's crazy, man.
I like Blue Ruin a lot. Had it been a little more horror-based, it would have made my top 10 of 2013.
It did make some top 10. That's what I
remember.
So
do you consider this one to be a horror film?
I do.
Nice.
I think it's more of a horror film than Blue Ruin as well, even though they're both along the same tone. It's just, this one has that more of like the it almost has like a stock and slash vibe to it at certain points.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of horrific things happening in this movie.
Yeah, man, I'm stoked. I'm stoked.
Palmer, director of the X-rated films Hot Summer in the City, Erotic Adventures of Candy, Candy Goes to Hollywood, and coming soon, The Longest Foot, starring John Holmes.
Hi, I'm Gail Palmer. I've been hired by Stallion Releasing Company to supervise the editing of this new X-rated film, The Italian Stallion, with Sylvester Stallone in the starring role as
All right,
Dusk.
so for my Italian Stallion of the week, we're taking it back to 1972, directed by Tunano Valerie. It's actually a director I don't really know too much about. And it is called My Dear Killer. Now, I'm reviewing the Shameless Screen Entertainment edition from the UK, and it is the uncut version. I believe, I want to say maybe the Shriek Show edition that came out a long time ago is cut. I don't know. You know, it's typical Shriek Show shit, right? But yeah, music done by Ennio Morricone in this. Fuck, you can't go wrong with that, right? Yeah, man. Dude is won Oscars for his music, which he probably should have won many, many more for some of the scores that he's done. He's one of the most famous scores in the world. But yeah, My Dear Killer, very, very simple. It's a giallo. Basically, the film starts out with an investigator. He's down at this kind of water pond area or whatever, and he's looking around, and he ultimately gets decapitated by a loader. Now, it's probably one of the best opening scenes I've ever seen in a giallo. It just shocked me to see this. I was like, what the fuck? That's so awesome. Yeah, basically, this guy's standing there. This loader head comes down, picks him up by his head, and it just rips his head right off. And it shows it. It's pretty awesome. So right there, sets off your film, introduce your character, played by George Hilton, Inspector Luca. He goes down to investigate this. One thing leads to another, and he finds a link between this murder and a little girl's murder that happened about a year before. And yeah, and then that starts your film. She starts to investigate the links between this and who exactly is involved with all this type of stuff. And that's the storyline. Now, my thoughts on this film, it is actually a really, really good giallo. This one right here is not your typical sleazy giallo. It doesn't really have a lot of sleaziness to it. There is, you know, tits and stuff in it, a little bit of sex scenes, but it's not a sleazy giallo. It's very smart, and it's a very plot driven film. It's not, I wouldn't say it's like, you know, running speed, fast or anything, but it's very smartly written. That's all I can basically say. The way they uncover and the way they investigate these links and stuff, it's very cool, man, how things kind of come together and stuff. And it's very serious toned. One thing about this film that's pretty interesting is that it doesn't really have a huge body count. You get the one kill in the beginning. You're dealing with this past murder of this girl, and there's a couple other kills that happen in the film. One very notorious one to do with like a hand saw type deal, which you might see on the covers of the releases and stuff. That's actually pretty cool. It's pretty vicious and violent and pretty bloody and stuff. But yeah, man, I have to say this one is a pretty interesting giallo. It doesn't involve a lot of ridiculous twists and turns towards the end. It's like this police investigation that just kind of goes full force forward, and it just kind of, it gives you what you need at the end. It's pretty interesting how they do it, because a lot of these giallos have those twists and turns and things like that, and this one doesn't give it to you. It's pretty cool, man. Awesome music in the film. Very, very decent acting too, I have to say, for a film. The dubbing is pretty bad at times, though, I have to say. It's obviously an Italian film that's dubbed in English, but the dubbing at times is, you can just tell the voices are not these characters' voices. It's to the point where sometimes it's a little bit distracting, and I can see why some people have a hard time watching these films for the dubbing and stuff. But this one, yeah, the dubbing is a big factor. It's kind of annoying at times. But yeah, there's not really a whole lot to say about this one. I can't give anything away. I mean, it's just your giallo with some good scenes in it, that all play out so well. It's one of those ones where you're just like, this is why I like giallos. You know, exactly. You know, at times I do like these ones to be sleazy and stuff, but I like a very serious toned one, in which you get here, My Dear Killer. And it's got a good script, man. That's what it comes down to. It's good stories. So, I'm going to give this one about a 7.5 out of 10. All the elements are there. It's, you know, it's a giallo. That's a good one. So it's really all I can say about it. Yeah.
Nice. What's the title again?
My Dear Killer. This one shocked me because I was expecting it to be a lot more sleazy and stuff, and it's not really what you get. You get like a very serious, straight kind of investigative. But I love the way the links and the clues and stuff all add up, and it was just smartly written. Because
so many giallos don't, so when you get ones that do, it's awesome.
Well, that's the thing. That's the problem with a lot of giallos. Sometimes they kind of throw you these twists and turns and stuff. You're like, really? Are you fucking kidding?
That doesn't make any sense.
No, that doesn't make any sense. This one doesn't do that. It just comes straight at you, and then it gives you the end, and you're like, oh fuck, crazy. So nice. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, man. It was a big surprise. So yeah, My Dear Killer, and that is going to conclude what we watched, right, guys? That's it. We're just doing okay. That's cool, man. And getting into the featured reviews of this episode 84, which is going to be titled Cults. Right,
yeah,
we're doing cults, right?
On cult films, not like cult classics, but like actual cults.
Yeah, not cult classics, but yeah, films based around cults and shit like that. So, first film up here is from 1987, and it is titled The Believers. Yeah.
Got a plot synopsis on that?
Yeah, I guess I can get into that plot synopsis. This one right here is directed by John Schillinger, and it is starring Martin Sheen. There's actually a lot of familiar faces in here. Harris Yulin's in this film. Richard Moiser. Jimmy Smits makes an appearance in this film, which is pretty cool. Helen Shaver.
Yeah, which I know from Tremors 2. I was like, who is this chick? I've seen her before.
Tremors 2, yeah, I didn't even think of that. Robert Laguia's in this film. He plays the lieutenant.
Yeah,
so all around, man, you got a lot of familiar faces, which is always nice in these films. So basically, quick little synopsis of The Believers from 1987. A New York psychiatrist finds that a satanic cult which believes in child sacrifice has a keen interest in his own son. So,
all right,
that's basically that was the short version of the IMDb one. I guess there is a longer one here, but
short version.
So basically what happens in the beginning of the film is your main character, Cal, played by Martin Sheen. I don't even know if it says where he was living before, but his wife, unfortunately, dies in a freak accident with a coffee machine. She gets
Did anybody find that completely laughable?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a little ridiculous, but but anyways, his wife dies in this freak accident, and I like I said, I don't think it tells you where they lived before. But anyways, he moves to New York to continue his job as a police psychiatrist and stuff, and that's when all this kind of things start happening. Yeah, your guys' thoughts on this?
Dave?
I really enjoyed it, but I have questions about it it's probably going to affect my rating, and I don't know if you guys are going to be able to answer them, but I'm famous for this. Every movie I watch, I have like 2 or 3 questions, and depending on, sometimes that happens depending on if they're answered correctly or not. But in general, I enjoyed it. All good actors. You know what it is about this? This is like in the 80s. What is it? 87, right?
87, yeah.
Okay, this is when real actors could still do horror.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, before horror became the dirty word that it was in the 90s.
Yeah.
The only thing you saw.
But they could almost disguise these films, though, too. They could tell you, it's this drama / something else, but then they throw in these horror elements, and it's a horror film. you know?
Nobody wanted to say it in the 90s, remember? They were like fucking Silence of the Lambs and all that shit. And
people still debate if those are horror films. I mean, I guess, this one isn't really that debatable. I mean, I guess it kind of is.
I mean, it definitely has the crime drama attached to it, but
crime drama for sure, yeah. And I mean, yeah, for sure, 100%. So basically, what happens is, we got Martin Sheen's character. He's in New York, and there's this killing. This boy is found dead, and it's pretty fucking nasty. Actually, I actually have to praise the filmmakers for showing the dead kids like that for the 80s and stuff. You didn't see a lot of like mutilated, 10, 11-year-old kids on screen a whole lot in films
in America.
In those days, right? I was actually quite shocked that they even showed that. I was like, oh, wow, it's kind of crazy. So anyways, this one boy they find this kid dead, and it's like and he's in this ritual type setting. You know, he's in the middle of this table and there's all that ritual, kind of voodoo, witchcraft type things, occult things that are going on. Which you get introduced to your Jimmy Smith's character at this scene where he's just like losing his fucking mind, and he keeps screaming at the investigators. He's like, man, they're coming for us and stuff like that, which is kind of interesting because it's Jimmy Smith's really kind of hamming it up, but that's really how he is. I think he's crazy in real life. So it's kind of interesting. He was actually not a star when they did this film. He went on to do NYPD Blue and stuff, but I actually like him, man. He's just kind of over the top in this film. But so this happens, and then what happens again, they find another boy that's dead. Same type of result. There's, you know, dealings with the occult and voodoo and things like that, witchcraft and things like that. So then the investigators, the lieutenant played by Robert Loggia, he calls in Martin Sheen's character to, you know, kind of help out with this case. And, and that's really where things kind of start to go a little bit sour for him. So what do you guys think about this film? I mean, I'm actually kind of a fan of this film, the way it develops, because I think the way the filmmakers present the story to you is quite intriguing, because they make it seem like, you know, this religious group or this cult or whatever you want to call it, it's completely believable. It's believable. They don't present you with this kind of fantasy type, you know, cult that just seems a little bit ridiculous and over the top and things like that.
Fantastical.
Yeah, it seems like the way they present and the way they tell you things about this group, it just seems believable. It doesn't seem like they're trying to depict them as something they're not. You know, it doesn't seem fantasy. It seems like really real. And I find it's kind of haunting throughout it. And you're like, okay, where's this kind of going and things like that. And that's what really drew me into this film, is that I felt like I was watching something that could really be happening. You know, I don't know if you guys had the same thoughts about that, but I really enjoyed that. It felt real. I really like the fact that it felt not fantasy. You know, like a lot of these type of films where they just kind of present you with rules and things about these religious cults and groups and things like that, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, that doesn't seem real. It gets a little bit too supernatural and other type of elements where they just don't seem legit at all. But I think the way they did it, because I think, what is the name of the what is it? The Sanria group? Is that what the
Sanria?
The Sanria. Well, they're actually like a real type group apparently, or something like that. So, but
yeah, that's a real religion.
But I really like it though. Like, yeah, because they present it in an honest fashion, you know, like the mythology of the religious group and how they portray it on screen. I love how the narrative portrays them. It felt kind of real to me. It's pretty nasty. I mean, it's probably a lot due to the fact with, just really the acting too. It's so good. But I do feel like in the midst of, you know, the first couple acts of the film, I feel like there is a little bits of story and maybe certain mythologies and things that are kind of missing from the story itself, that, you know, I think if you filled in the gaps, like one question I was asking myself the whole time, I was like, hey, this movie completely feels like a Serpent in the Rainbow.
Dude, I totally was feeling that same thing.
Sometimes.
What?
Yeah.
I swear to God, I was just going to bring that up in a second.
Oh, that's crazy. So it kind of feels like that type of film to me. But then when you look at the setting of it in New York, you're like, man, this movie feels like it should be set like, you know, in Haiti, you know, like Serpent in the Rainbow, or like in Africa or something like that. So I kept asking myself, I'm like, why is the Sanria group, this cult, or what, you know, this group of people, like, why exactly are they set up here and stuff like that? It's just certain minor details that aren't explained in the film. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's kind of nitpicking a little bit. I don't know if you guys felt that at all. I was really reading into this film when I was watching it because I was into it. Then I started questioning things. And that's when you said, Dave, you got questions. I have a few questions. I was like, why are they set up here? And like, what's with this and that? I mean, if you think it from one point of view without going into spoiler territory, it does make sense. But the whole feel of the film just feels like it should be somewhere else.
Yeah, I was thinking that same thing. I was like, this feels like it should be in like Haiti or something.
Yeah, dude, totally, man. So weird.
Well, yeah. Why was everything happening now and here, there?
Well,
like, why do those people come over? They're gonna make that trip. That guy's gonna make that trip just because one couple or two couples want to sign up their kid to be, to be offered. So they're gonna make the trip all the way out there. They're gonna send that guy who's all powerful, it seems, to go do that. That's what's weird. That why there and why then?
I know, it was my biggest question too. I was like, why is it here? And like, it just, I think those are the things that are missing from the story. I think this movie's based on a book, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty fucking positive this is actually based off a book, and I'm assuming that there's more to the story of the group and why they're there. I'm assuming things like that. I don't know. Maybe they don't even set in New York. Who really knows? But there is questions that do arise from that.
Okay, let me ask another one.
Okay.
No, go ahead. If you have more to add here, please.
No, I just basically, I mean, like I said, the first 2/3 of the film is really about kind of feeling out the film in a way. I think the film, it does keep us in belief that this group is real and not fantasy. And that's the one thing that kept me really going with this film, is that that's the type of thing that makes me get more involved, but then again, there's always questions that arise too. But I don't know, man. You guys can say something. I feel like I'm just doing all the talking here.
What's your question, Dave?
My question is, when it's revealed, and I'll do this, without
delicately.
spoiling. Right. When it's revealed, what the reasons behind a lot of this were people signing up for it. Like, it makes perfect sense with what's his name, Robert Calder. It makes perfect sense with him because he started off small and he became a self-made man, and he had his hands in a lot of things, and he's rich, right, and powerful and known. So it kind of makes sense for him to be involved for what he had to give up. It doesn't make sense.
But did he get to that? But the question I had too, like, did he get to that level because of what he'd already gone through? Like, he's at that level, like, he's kind of the leader of this thing, so he's trying to incorporate other people to do the same thing that he did, so they can also have the same type of, well, essentially, the same type of status that he has too. I just don't want to say the spoiler words.
Maybe he's recruiting, is what you're saying, that he is doing that because he's the example. He's going to say, well, if you sign up, you'll end up like, because I was going to say, it seemed like nobody benefited, especially considering what they're giving up. No one really seemed to go anywhere with it except him. I was like, that's an awful lot to give up just to, be a fucking regular Joe, It's just, what were they getting out of it? That's what I couldn't get. The couple, the older couple, their friends, they had been involved in it for a while. And what did they have? She was a professor, I guess. But I mean, really? That's how they weren't super rich or anything. That was my other question. It made it a little implausible.
Yeah. Is it like more along the lines of like Rosemary's Baby, where it's just like Satan worship?
I don't think it is. I think the guy says it.
I think honestly, it's for, I don't know if this is a spoiler or anything, but like what they're doing is basically to have themselves reborn, right? So I think it's like I don't know, man. That's where it kind of gets into the head of not only the viewer and also the characters too. It's like, what do you being reborn? Like, you have to do something to get reborn, and that's just the payoff. I think that's exactly what the payoff is supposed to be for these type of people. And
reborn,
like, I mean, in like,
you mean figuratively, man. Though you don't mean it's gonna be like the other movie we're gonna talk about. That's a case of reborn.
Well, yeah,
but this guy just got real successful. I guess figuratively you could say he was reborn because he maybe got a new attitude and better things happened to him in life. But is that what you mean, or do you think there's more to it? Because I don't remember hearing it that way.
Well, I think it's supposed to be like, I mean, there's this whole ritual where it's involving so many things, and once you bring in, I think it's like a power thing. Like, you get reborn, and it's supposed to benefit you in the long run too. So it's almost like being super selfish.
Or maybe the writers wanted it to seem not really worth it, because then it would, like, you don't want it to actually, you don't want to side with the people that are.
But then that whole theory is thrown out the window by the very last shot in the film then.
Yeah, well,
right? Because it comes full circle. I mean, for sure that's not needed, but it is very haunting because, I mean, it's like it's another one of these films that has an end, and then it has an end.
Yeah, I didn't even feel like that last little tag-on scene was needed at all.
No,
yeah, it feels like it was thrown in there just to go, hey guys, we can kind of take this one step further and really shock people.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's kind of what it seems like.
Well, this was at the time where everything needed like a final little scare thing, you know?
Yeah.
It was a twist for a twist, I think.
But you know, the
overall
overall feelings on the film I thought was pretty good. I mean, you know, I didn't feel the film dragged at all. I didn't find it like overly that predictable because I didn't know exactly how this was going to go. I don't know if you guys felt the same way. I didn't feel the same way. I really did feel like this one drugged, and a lot of the time, like when you were spending time with the son and his anger towards Helen Shaver's character. Oh, but that's all. Of course, those are plot points and stuff that
I never liked.
Very cliched. They're very cliched. Of course, you know, after Cal loses his wife, he's gonna fall in love with the new fucking landlady in New York. I mean, that's just the way it is, right? You know, I mean, those are such cliched things. I mean, of course this is going to happen. And of course you're going to have the child rebel against the new
that's
girlfriend.
One thing that I always hate in movies.
It's a huge,
because I never agreed with it. I never felt like it. It annoys me. It's just like, I never feel
because he's such a brat?
Yeah. Like I never did that. And I just feel like it's overplayed in cinema.
I agree with you. It is.
Yeah, I really, really don't like that whole thing either, man. It's really annoying.
They spent too much time on it, honestly.
Yeah.
But
when I ran in traffic, I was like,
I don't think that shit's needed. I just felt like, I mean, for the film itself, I didn't find it really was boring.
One thing when he ran in traffic, though, man, and the dad started busting the kid's ass. It actually looked like it was like a real beating. I was like, oh yeah.
Oh, dude, he fucking beat the shit out of him, man. It was awesome.
I was into it. I was thinking, that's what that fucker deserves. My daughter, she's 10. My daughter's 10. I've spanked her. I can count the amount of times on one hand she's been spanked. But I'll tell you what, if she ran into traffic for any fucking reason, there's no question that at least a spanking is taking place that day. That behavior, I was like, that little motherfucker.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then he goes and hugs him and says, "I'll never hit you again." I don't think that's the appropriate thing to say during that time.
Not at all. It's like, what do you fucking, you deserve that spanking. Lucky you didn't get more. That's what I'd be saying.
But yeah, I mean, I did feel like this one drug a little bit. I guess I wasn't as into, like, I did feel like the cult was believable, minus the fact that the location and things like that, it didn't feel.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either.
But
it felt out of place.
I guess I just wasn't as into what was going on. Like, I wasn't that interested. I felt like it. I don't know. I just felt like there wasn't the answers that I was looking for, and I was just like, oh, like, it's kind of basic in terms of like what actually is going on.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that too.
I like the things that went down, though. I liked when the guy, and I forget the guy's name. What is that guy's name? The main, the guy that has the fucking Jedi mind tricks, and
Paulo? Is it Paulo?
I think
Paulo?
It's Paulo.
Yeah, okay. Paulo.
I was into the things he was doing and the things he was able to do to others.
Dude, that was crazy fucking eyes, man.
Yeah.
That dude was freaky as fuck looking, man. If I saw that guy, I'd be like, no thank you. I wouldn't want no part of that shit, man.
Oh, shit.
That dude was so freaky, man. Don't
you feel like this film could have been like 20 minutes shorter, though?
It definitely. Well, that's the thing. They spent a lot of time with, the kind of the side plots and stuff like that, too, right? For sure.
Obviously that's intentional to then make when the son is in danger more, I guess, uncomfortable.
Well, no, there's definitely points to this, like showing the whole family pictures and stuff like that. And, Cal getting all bent out of shape because he keeps seeing his wife in there and stuff. I mean, there's all a point, but it's all relevant to the side plot too, right?
Yeah, it kind of adds to everything. There's a lot going on. Think about this. Yeah. I mean, it adds to the whole. the weight of everything happening to Cal and his family. It's just
there's a lot. There's a lot of characters in this film too. When you really break it down, there's a lot of people that are involved in all this stuff and the way they did it and stuff. And I have to admit though, like when I was watching, I was like, I'm not sure if this guy is trustworthy. The dude that's working at the rehab and stuff, and like how that all kind of came together and stuff was actually a little shocking.
Mm-hmm.
Myself when they kind of reveal exactly what is going on with that whole thing and the kids and things like that, I was like, oh fuck, man. I was like, oh, interesting. So I mean, there was points in this where it was fascinating. It was a little bit shocking and stuff, and so I mean, it kept me interested. But yeah, I mean, maybe the payoff isn't overly the greatest. I think maybe they just kind of shortchanged it a little bit in the end, and maybe went too far. Also, I just really wish this film wasn't taking place in New York, man.
Yeah, I know. So many times I love New York settings, but I feel like this one would have worked better somewhere else.
This also took place they didn't show grungy New York, and this is 1987, so
it is grungy New York.
There is still 42nd Street. There's still fucking grungy New York, but they show.
I think they said it here completely based on like the writing of the end scene in like the scaffolding and stuff. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna need that.
True that. It's funny because like the other scenes where they're at the lake and fishing and stuff like that was all done in Canada. That was all done in just outside of Toronto, I think, and stuff. So yeah,
I'm glad it was in New York. That's where I differ from you guys. I'm like, if this was like in Africa or something like that, I don't think I'd relate to it as well. Like Serpent and the Rainbow, I'm not really a big fan of that movie.
Oh no, that Serpent and Rainbow is better than this shit.
Not to me it wasn't.
But when you're dealing with like this kind of like voodoo-ish occult, cult stuff, and I don't know, man. I think the Haiti thing is perfect because those people, the Haitians, that's their beliefs and those are religions.
Them, man. That's their MO.
That's what they do.
Makes sense.
This shit really they believe the hell out of this shit, man. And it makes a lot more sense to set it in that type of setting. Where in New York, all I can picture is muggings and fucking.
I was just thinking Maniac Cop 2.
Yeah, dude, it's so weird. It's
Maniac Cop 2 has a little satanic cult ritualistic shit to it as well.
That's right.
Damn. Well, see, I guess that's where I differ. I understand that it would make more sense to be there, but I just like the regular setting. Like that's why I don't like Serpent and the Rainbow, and like even in the beginning, like after the girl gets killed in the beginning, his wife, with the the accident, the ridiculous accident,
the coffee machine, yeah,
the coffee machine. After that,
which is actually another funny part in there. I understand that when Cal's at the lawyer's office. And he's talking to what's his face? I always forget the guy's fucking name, but his lawyer there, Richard Moiser, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna fucking sue them, and we're do all that shit." And they're like totally talking about like all this court and legal action and stuff like that. I understand it's just to introduce his character, but it just goes nowhere. Of course, they don't go into any of that shit, thank God. But it seems like it's almost it's like they're talking about this and that, and I don't know. It seems like scenes like that don't necessarily need to really be there. But
yeah, I just they go to a scene earlier and it goes right to wherever they're from, where they show the couple. What's the guy's name? The powerful guy, whatever his name is, not the what's his name? Calder. It ends up being Calder. We find out later. They go right to that scene, and they're in Africa, and they have a goat and all this shit going on, and that's when I was like, I hope this doesn't stay here. I just don't like that scenery. Yeah. Same thing in, what was that movie? Was it Bordello of Blood that takes place there? No,
Ritual.
What is it?
Ritual.
Yeah, Ritual.
It's the other Tales from the Crypt.
The unofficial third Tales from the Crypt film.
There's some movie we're watching from 96 that takes place there, and I thought it was Bordello of Blood. It doesn't take place...
Bordello of Blood just takes place in a bordello. I don't know what city it's. I can't remember.
I don't know what movie I'm thinking of, but there's another movie that I watched recently, and it took place in a place like that, and I don't know, I just didn't gravitate to the setting. I don't know. I see what you guys mean, though. It makes sense that it should be there and not in New York, but I like the fact that it's in New York, even though if it doesn't make sense plot-wise.
Yeah, and I agree with you that it is definitely a cool idea to kind of bring it there. I just feel like it kind of missed the mark slightly.
I see where you're coming from. I'm just I just like seeing things that I'm more familiar with.
Yeah.
Instead of, it just depends. I don't know.
I guess technically for me, I'm about as familiar with New York as I am with Haiti. So
that's true.
Yeah, which is like opposite for me. I've never been to Haiti, but I've been to New York, so I don't. I still would prefer that type of setting, but yeah.
How about the two people fucking for the first time? They must have had amazing sex. No wonder they hooked up. Because remember, they get together, and she's like, how long has it been for you? And the guy said 9 months, because that's when his wife died. Yeah. And he's like, how long has it been for you? And she goes,
a year.
A year. And she goes, I waited a year after I got divorced. And he goes, when did you get divorced? She said a year ago. I'm like, yeah. Man, no wonder they hooked up. Two people that had fucked all that time.
You got to see your boobs, too, man.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
No. I know, that was strange. I was like, nice. It's pretty awesome.
So, anything else on this one?
Without going into spoilers, no. I mean, I don't really want to give too much away. It's another one of these films where
Jessica's face was awesome. What happened there?
I was going to get into
it. Yeah, that was good. I actually liked that.
It was a little Halloween 3 like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Dude, the fucking scene in the morgue when Buddy shows him the guts.
Yeah.
With those snakes. I was like, oh, it just made me gag. I was like, oh, that came out of him. I was like, that's gross, man. I don't know what it was about that, but it was like, oh, dude.
I used to catch those same kind of snakes when I was a kid. I used to hunt for them.
That's gross. I don't like snakes, man.
Oh, come on, snakes are cool.
Just thinking about how they were in. Oh, I was like, oh, what the fuck, man.
I used to carry it in my pocket to school. Same kind of snake. It's like a racer snake or something.
Huh.
Nice. I like snakes, but I could never find many where I live. You would think there was more, but not that many.
Yeah. All right. I guess I'll start with ratings. This one, I don't think I liked it as much as you guys. I usually love this cult stuff. I don't know. I think maybe because it was a crime drama. I thought it was going to be more of a scary cult thing. It didn't really have that effect to me. It was cool and all. I just didn't love it. The setting felt odd, and I wasn't really there with the whole family dynamic of it. It didn't work for me at all. It actually made me hate the kid, which is not good for the end of the film. So I give it about a 7 out of 10. It was a solid watch, though. I'm not saying that it's bad or anything. I don't think I liked it as much as you guys.
That's interesting. Dave.
Well, strangely enough, I enjoyed it. Yes, I think there was I had some questions and we didn't really have the answers for them, so that's not making it go up at all. But I liked the movie. I thought I was okay with the pacing of it. I didn't mind the family stuff as much as you guys did. I'm used to seeing the kids doing that stuff, and my daughter's never done anything like that with my life, but I can still. It still hits home because it's a guy and a stepmother in that situation, and I don't know. That didn't bother me so much, but it was an interesting premise, and to find out certain people were in cahoots and the reason why and stuff like that. That stuff worked for me, and it just it just seemed to move along at a decent pace. The acting was good. I don't love it either, but I have the same rating as you. I have a 7.
Right.
Huh. Yeah, that's really, really strange. Yeah, the biggest ups for me, like I said before, was just how the mythology presented to us, the viewers, it felt real. It felt good. I thought the narrative was good. I didn't mind the pacing. I do agree that, the side plots and stuff with the family, I'm just like, okay, a little bit. But, I do find this thing a little bit scary. Maybe not on the same level as like a Rosemary's Baby, but in a sense, you can almost kind of relate this one to something like that. It's more Serpent in the Rainbow in a way, I guess. But there's certain things I liked about this film. I thought the acting was fantastic. I think the setting was a little jarring for what this was. But with all that said, man, a little bit too long, another little thing, but I'm also going to go with a 7 on this one. So.
All right.
just thought that was insane.
Sevens.
That like never happens. We never have the same ratings. It's really crazy.
Wow.
But all right,
nice.
Let's move on to the next one. Final review.
Alrighty, so moving 30 years into the future, we go into 2007, and we have a film called not The Believers, but just Believers.
And this is not a remake.
No, this is not a remake. Directed by Daniel Myrick. Of course, he was from the Blair Witch Project famed. Believers. Quick little synopsis on this one. Here we go. 2 paramedics responding to an emergency call find themselves kidnapped by a religious sect whose great obsession is to stop the end of the world by committing suicide and killing people. Wow.
That's a shitty synopsis, whoever wrote that.
Yeah.
This is not at all what it is.
So that's what you're presented. But then again, it's not bad to just kind of shield yourself away from things on this one. This is an interesting film, actually.
Yeah, this is oddly enough a film that I've recommended as like sort of a little gem for Moodz to check out for literally years, like 5 years.
Wow, I've never even heard of this movie, believe it or not.
Yeah, I've literally had it in the collection for that long. Never checked it out, man. It's just been sitting there, and I don't know. It just never fully. I guess I probably. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So, what are you guys' thoughts on this one? That's basically how it starts out, man. It's like, what the fuck? I'd be so pissed off if I was those paramedics, man. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm trying to help this woman, man. And they just go and jack them. They basically just jack this guy's pull up in this truck with guns, and they just jack these paramedics.
Yeah. This film, I think it should be noted that it is a little low budget. It only had, it had $1 million budget.
I was going to say.
I thought, actually, but this I thought it was a little lower budget because it kind of looks like that with some of the camera work and stuff, but I guess not. It's a film that kind of was a little sneaky, it didn't really have a wide release, and not many people really heard of it, including you two guys. The film starts with sort of a bonding moment of 2 paramedics. One is of Latin descent, and the other one is just found out that his wife is pregnant, and he was really happy about that. They get called to a scene where a woman looks to be going into some sort of cardiac arrest or something. They try saving her. Her daughter is very irate and just crazy because her mom's dying. And then these guys just pull up with these sort of almost what would you call those? Scientist uniforms. And they just have guns, and then they're like, hey, come with us. And they're like, no, this woman's going to die. And then they kidnap them and lock them up.
Yeah, I would say probably scientist overcoats as white coats that scientists wear.
White coats.
Because that's essentially what they call themselves, are scientists or mathematicians. And
yeah, philosophers, scientists, and mathematicians.
Wow, there you go.
They're a group of those.
Yeah, so, and they were selected. There's a select few.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is an interesting watch because as you're watching the film, you're not 100% sure if the guys that are, these mathematicians, these kind of scientists and stuff are bad people or, if they're telling the truth, because basically as a human being, when you hear and, you're presented with people like this, what's your immediate reaction?
Of course they're not telling the truth. They're fucking crazy lunatics.
Yeah, these guys are fucking... Okay, yeah, they're going to go to some far land on the other side of the galaxy, and stuff like that. Of course, you look at these people and you go, fuck, man, these guys are crazy as all sin. Basically, what you're thinking the whole time is that these guys are essentially preaching about the world's going to end here in a couple weeks, and they've been doing all this mathematical equations. They figured it out. They can transport themselves to the other side of the universe, but and start a whole new race of people, and these were the select people that we're going to start because they're smart. But the whole time I'm thinking, watching this, is going, these guys are going to drink the damn Kool-Aid, and that's it.
Yeah, that's exactly.
And
they're
it presents
crazy.
It's very, very crazy, but it's an interesting contrast between how they're acting and what they're preaching. they're not really violent. I mean, they present themselves to be not violent, but they're not really trying to be violent and do
that's why I didn't
things.
like the line where it said they're killing people.
Yeah, I know.
They're really not trying to do that. In fact, even though what they're believing in is complete lunatic craziness.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not trying to harm people. They're trying. What they believe in is saving them.
To the people that get abducted, these guys and stuff, which makes total sense too, because they take these people because they can help them.
Yeah.
In a sense, right? And
of course, cults, when you have them, that like they might be saying that they're trying to save you, but like deep down they're just crazy lunatics. Like these guys actually seem genuine, even though they are crazy lunatics. Like they seem genuine, right?
And there is cliched moments in this that I thought that were kind of obvious. I mean, you got these two paramedics, and of course, one right away you're told that he's an atheist, and the other one you find out that he actually believes in God, and at one time was going to be a preacher. And so right there, that there's something is probably going to happen with these two characters. It's going to create a conflict, and one's probably going to go one way and one's going to go the other way. So that in itself was a little bit predictable.
To me, I didn't find it like cliche. It just was very fitting because there needs to be a parallel. And
of course.
The one guy is of Latin descent, which typically are a little more religious, and he you could tell that one is level-headed. You need the yin and yang, right? Like it needs to be there in most films like this. So I think that it is very fitting.
Yeah. But this one has such an odd presentation, man. I love what it does though, because the film basically, it constantly makes you question your morals and your views on reality, and it questions like your beliefs and persuades you to kind of question, God versus science, or God and science as a whole, because they even tell you that in the film. It's like, okay, you believe in God, you believe in science, what about maybe God and science is the same thing?
Yeah.
So it's just presenting you with nonstop questions. You're like, holy fuck.
The writer of this film actually did a pretty good job of making it seem pretty believable why people would believe in this stuff.
Yeah.
Unlike most cult films where it's just utter nonsense. Like this one, it's like, numbers are everything. Like literally everything is dominated by numbers. Like everything in life revolves around numbers.
And I mean, obviously to us, it still sounds crazy because like the film is totally basing on the theory of science and mathematics, but in theory, it's not a proven science or a fact of life that this could possibly, it's presented as like it's like a fictional thing, it's like, I don't know, man. It's kind of strange, but at the same time, you question it because you're like, man, they keep preaching that they're the chosen ones, this and that, and like they're all in the math stuff. I'm like, hey, is this possible? Is this actually going to happen? This can't be happening. I really dug that, man. I thought it was pretty cool.
Well, it seemed very like I kind of understood a little bit of like the Victor character, which was the one who was more religious.
Yeah.
It didn't seem ridiculous that he started listening to him a little bit because like some of the shit, like they were saying shit that they couldn't know. Like, how did they know dude's wife was pregnant? Like, it's kind of odd. And if everything, like their argument is that everything is by design, and if you have the numbers, if you're smart enough to understand the equations.
I was confused on exactly how they figured out some of those things just based on their theory of science and math. They said everything, is relative to numbers and you can figure out everything. But I mean, you really have to question that though when you're watching. You're like, fuck, it's so hard to grasp the complexity of what they're saying. It's almost to the point where it's so unbelievable that like they figured out that this guy's wife is pregnant just through math. And so it's like, holy fuck, like it's just almost to the point where it's like mind blowing a little bit.
I guess if you figure out, it's like coding, right? With computers, like ones and zeros, like if you figured out a language that God's created based on numbers, that's their theory there.
And that's exactly what they're preaching to you too, which is really interesting because it's kind of adds this complexity to the film. It's like these guys may not just be so crazy. Like I said, it makes you question everything, and I love how they present you in small doses. It's like they kind of explain to you like that the beginning is near, and that's them kind of going to the other side of the universe and stuff. But does it really mean that the end is near? And things, they're kind of throwing these things at you. It's like, man, that's actually really interesting. the beginning is near, but the end is near. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? You guys are crazy.
I like that they mentioned like the Heaven's Gate. Like it's set in a world where they're aware of like the cult world and how crazy everything is.
Yep.
Dave, what want to chime in here?
Well, yeah, the formula. They kept mentioning the formula, right?
Yeah.
Which
was written everywhere too, right?
Right. It was all over the place. It was tattooed on them. It was.
I kind of dug that.
I like their little symbol. It's like a crucifix with like wavy arms.
Oh yeah, that thing was cool. Yeah, it was cool. But they kept mentioning that. Now that's not what would have convinced me. All that talk. Just because they're scientists and this and that, mathematicians and everything else, and they were saying that wouldn't have sold anything to me. But some things were just so obvious that I wouldn't have been able to deny. Like the woman that they're rescuing in the beginning, and she gets put on a stretcher, and what becomes of her? That would have been the first thing. I'm like, well, wait a minute, how is this possible, right? Mm-hmm. That's a major thing.
But still almost possible, right? Like you could still almost sort of rationalize it, even if you're reaching.
Yeah, that would plant a big seed in my brain, though, saying, hold on. But then when they go in and they meet the teacher, and he says things that he has no right knowing. That would have been it for me. I might have gone the way of Victor, hearing all of that, because just this is crazy. How is this even possible?
Yeah,
their talk didn't do anything for me. The formula, they could have talked to their lips fell off. It doesn't matter to me. That would not have sold me at all. I just think that they're another crazy cult. But seeing those things happen is what would have worked on me.
Yeah, it's like a build-up, right? They're just planting many little seeds. Like the formula thing, okay, you can talk to me till you're blue in the face. Like, I'm still going to think you're a crazy asshole.
Well, that's why they never pressed the fact with the other guy, with the atheist, that much, because they knew they couldn't convert him, because they knew the facts.
Yeah.
Right. They literally knew that. That's why in the film they press towards Victor, because they already know that he can be persuaded, because he actually believes, and this guy is a bona fide atheist, so they don't push it. That's why this guy is left there stuck in this.
But it works on another level too. Like, if this is a crazy cult that bases on manipulation, how do you manipulate? You see weak-minded people, and obviously Victor.
Oh no, that's what they want you to believe, though. That's where the filmmakers actually did a good job, because they want you to believe that and shit. And it's like, okay, this guy just totally fell victim, and they show it, because they have this argument. Like the other guy, I can't remember what his name is, the atheist. He's screaming at Victor. He's like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "Dude, like, what are you doing, man? Like, let's go." They just show it straight up, man, and it's effective.
I like the little units that they placed them in, kind of just very simple stalls with fences attached to them. That's cool.
That was showing that this cult wasn't being barbaric, and they locked him in, but they gave him a toilet.
Yeah,
that worked.
That's true.
Like, they're not just going to lock him in a fucking room without a toilet.
The toilet.
Exactly.
Joking.
they gave him little, chocolate lawn darts.
They gave him everything: a blanket, a pillow, a fucking Andy's candy on the pillow.
But I think that was by design, though. It's like, hey, these guys aren't crazy. Well, I mean, I should say crazy, but they're not barbaric. But there's actually one scene in this film that's pretty interesting when one of the other paramedics goes to investigate, of course, which I thought was kind of interesting in itself too. I think that might be kind of a misstep in the story with, them not realizing that they hadn't come back for 3 hours and stuff. I mean, if you know anything about like how these things work and stuff, if they have to have contact constantly, right?
Right. He's like, maybe they better not have gone out for a drink to celebrate.
See, they didn't realize until 3 hours later. They said dispatch, like, they're still on the scene, but dispatch, or somebody would have notified somebody right away after, like, they go to a call like this. They should have been back at the hospital within, half an hour kind of thing. That was kind of weird in the writing. I was like, that would never happen in 3 hours. One of my friends is a paramedic. One of my friends actually is a paramedic. And I was like, this would never fucking happen. Ever.
Yeah, it was actually just a mistake, because it wasn't that they did it for convenience or anything, because you could easily fix that. You can just change it from 3 hours to 1 hour, and it isn't going to change the story that much.
No.
Still, so it literally just was an oversight.
Totally. It was just something I noticed because I was like, no, they would never let it go 3 hours. That's crazy.
Yeah,
but
that's
anyways,
something that the filmmaker kicks himself for after the film's released. Like,
yeah,
damn it.
So basically, that scene where the one paramedic there, he goes up and he's talking to that dude from, the cult. And they go to that gas station. The gas station's name is Haxon.
I wrote that down. Yeah, isn't that cool?
I was like, I noticed
Haxon.
I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, that's amazing. So cool, man, because the Haxon film from the 20s, all based on witchcraft. So it kind of throws you kind of these hidden curveballs and stuff in there. It's like, okay, now you're kind of questioning things if you're familiar with the Haxon story and stuff. I thought it was cool. That's cool that you noticed that, Dave.
Yeah, I wrote it down.
I was going to be the only one that was going to notice. I always notice shit in backgrounds like that because I always look at posters and things. I'm weird like that when I watch TV.
How did you feel about our actors?
I thought it was decent. I thought for the most part was pretty good. I didn't honestly think the two leads were that great. The two paramedics were overly that great.
I actually did.
I liked their relationship a lot.
Yeah, I was down with that.
It's not bad. I just felt like
they felt like genuine friends.
Yeah,
no, their relationship, yeah, it was fine. I meant just the way they're acting sometimes. I meant Victor and stuff. I don't know. It just it seemed like he was kind of overplaying it up a little bit at times for myself.
I think it was something to do with like the sound too. Like it to me it seemed like maybe whatever they were using to grab the sound. It just it wasn't as like smooth as like you would hear in most.
It could be something was just kind of felt off with him for me. I'm not really 100% sure what it was, but
there's something I wanted to ask you guys that I noticed right off the bat. And I thought I was going to be in trouble for the whole movie when the paramedics make their run and they get to the place where the woman is down. And this is coming from a guy that loves found footage movies and has never complained about shaky cam ever. Did you guys see all the shaky camera work that was going on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's obviously by design to make it feel like chaotic, but I don't think it's a good choice.
No, I thought the same thing. I was like, they're totally doing it purposely to make it feel like it's like a high energy part of the film. It's very chaotic and stuff. But then again, that's Daniel Myrick. He comes from making the Blair Witch, so he's like, well, maybe he just thought he was making a sequel.
That's what I was wondering. It's like he threw it in there for like a found footage nod or something.
He's like, oh shit, man, I forgot I wasn't making Blair Witch 2 myself.
I'll tell you what, I noticed that later on it was doing it, but not in that manner. It was where a scene was framed. It was going up and down for like no reason. I just think that I don't think it was done by choice. I think that they just didn't mount these cameras.
Shit, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, because I was paying attention just because of that. I'm like, hope this doesn't stay. And then a few minutes later, it didn't do it that exactly, but I don't want to say out of focus because it isn't an issue of focus. Out of frame is a better term. Instead of ordinarily when you watch a movie where it would just be still, it would be still for a second, then it would go up and then go back down a little. So I really think, maybe I'm wrong, or maybe this particular scene was supposed to be for the effect. But either way, I thought I was like, man, I might not be able to watch this whole movie. And I've never had a problem with that. So that just took me by surprise. Then it happened again later, and
something I was wondering? I was wondering if originally maybe this film was supposed to be found footage or it was considered or something, and it was like written as a found footage but then filmed regular. I was just kind of wondering
like that. Wreck following firemen again?
Yeah, like I don't know. I just like because I think that there's like I might have. You know how sometimes when you just finish a DVD and you don't feel like taking it out or whatever, you might just stop on the special features real quick while you're doing something. I think that I might have like clicked on a special feature and it was like tapes or something of like like a gimmicky like thing about like the like interviews or something with the people. I don't know. It was something. I could be wrong, but I was just briefly thought that.
If you can shed some light on this, I thought it was really interesting how the film opens up with one of the guys from what exactly is the name of the group in this film again?
The Quantum Group.
Quantum, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Quanta, of course, from quantum physics. I guess that makes sense, right? But how the film opens up with one of the lead guys, not the head guy, the teacher, not the teacher, but the other guy.
Next guy,
He's on that like public access type TV show explaining exactly what it is. And you can tell like the host is totally making fun of him, blah, blah, blah and stuff. So basically this organization was out there. Like people knew about it. They didn't care if other people knew what was going on. Like they didn't have anything to hide that what they were doing there. I know they did state a little bit that they didn't, but I just kind of thought about that after the film. I was like, okay, so apparently no one was threatened by these people at all from what they were doing. Like, cause if you're going to go on TV and talk about what you're doing, the general consensus with people would be like, we need to go burn that motherfucker down right now. Cause they're going to go and do some drastic shit.
Hey, they let the Westboro Baptist Church on TV, man.
But all I'm saying is that if I heard someone on TV talking that shit in my town, I'd be like, what the fuck, man? Shit's going down. Like right now, that's so crazy shit. And then it just kind of gets away from it. Like all of a sudden they're at the compound and that's it. And there's really, I thought it was interesting with some of the other characters. They're just like, where are these people? Blah, blah, blah. And stuff. Like no one ever maybe thought maybe this cult were, I don't know. I obviously that would probably be going too far to investigate something like that, but it's just kind of the minor things that you do think of. But I just don't think that opening scene in the beginning of the film was even needed then.
No.
At all.
I thought it was like foreshadowing, like, so I didn't mind it.
Oh, totally. I understand
I didn't mind
for that. But at the same time, it's also doing another thing. It's presenting to, it's him telling the people of that world, that society, that what they're kind of. It just sounds
people on TV.
It sounds insane.
We've seen the craziest people on TV.
We see Donald Trump on TV every fucking day. It's insane. But but I'm just saying though, like the general says, like if you were in this small little town, which that's kind of how it's presented, it's pretty small. Usually people will kind of uprise to that, man. Like, I mean, depending on where you are, if you live in the South or like even places around here, man, like. There's some rednecks and shit that would go over there and burn that motherfucker down if they heard that shit, man.
I mean, I guess
there's a lot of crazy fucking
area. I doubt anybody would give a even second look here, barely.
I mean, we just know, these cults are going to be start pulling in our sisters and our nephews and shit like that, and it's like I don't want them to fall victim to the Kool-Aid kind of thing, right? So I think people will be a little testy with it, man. To be honest, I thought it was kind of an interesting thing to know. I just wanted to hear what you guys thoughts on it. So
I feel you, but you know what? You know how many people actually watch fucking public access? Like 12.
Like
13. Nobody would know about them.
Yeah, I know that's true.
I know, but that's the thing. You can speculate though too, right? But I mean, if you're going to present yourself on TV, someone's going to see that word of mouth, man. I mean, fucking Joe Bob over here tells fucking Billy Bob, and then all of a sudden you got a fucking mob on their ass. Generally,
that's true.
It's just the way it works, man. But I don't know. I thought that was kind of interesting, but
I have a question again about this. I don't understand. Okay, in the beginning, the lady is attempting to leave because she's having a change of heart about the mission and everything else. Yeah. And then you see what she goes through. It's what I mentioned before, which would have made me, maybe buy into what they were selling. And then here's what I don't get. Why would that person, of all people, start doubting again in the 24th hour? That didn't make any sense to me. That would be the one person you would think be the most convinced.
You know what, man? I actually have that same thing written down. I was like, because there's a scene where she starts crying as they move to kind of locations. I'm like, what the hell is she crying about? I thought she was like back believing in this stuff, and I literally have it written. Yeah, I questioned that too. I was like, what the fuck is with that? Yeah, I don't know what they were alluding to. What are they alluding to?
The one thing that, there's two things. Like one, I guess that human error and how we do as humans fluctuate, like go from one side to the other. But the other thing that I was thinking was that when she escaped, she was brought back and then operated on in some way or something, and she was like brainwashed, and then eventually came back to her normal thinking again.
Yeah, I didn't really...
Because she did seem kind of out of it, right?
Oh, no, she totally did.
And then...
She did. I thought it honestly had something to do with, like, she was a little worried, honestly, for her daughter a little bit, too. I was kind of thinking that way, too. Like, she was just so worried that, if we go through with this and it's not exactly what it's supposed to be, we're dead.
I mean, think about it really. Like
she's basically killing her own daughter.
Even if you are a believer, right? You're probably still gonna have like doubt. I mean, we always do, right?
But why her? She should know the power that they possess more than anybody. I think anybody else doubting would have made more sense than her. I think she'd be the one person that you wouldn't think doubted because something was proven to her.
If you're going to bring me back from the dead,
but we don't know that. I guess technically we don't know that other people weren't doubting, because we don't focus on the entire cast. But I mean, like, she was kind of a main character, so maybe just scared, nervousness. I don't know.
What exactly was her role within the compound, anyways? Because, like, how they said, pretty much everybody there, they said was, they were picked mathematicians and, they were just scientists and stuff, and they were the chosen ones because they were the smart ones. And the paramedics were obviously chosen because they could help out with anything medical. They needed people that could do that shit. So, what was her role?
I don't think they ever said her.
I mean, she couldn't have been just a mathematician as well?
Yeah, she could have.
As far as we're led to believe, I don't think she was. What do
you know about anybody? Honestly, the guys that carry the guns, they don't tell you anything about why they're there.
No, the reason why I assume that she wasn't is because everybody else there was wearing a white coat, except for her.
Yeah, but she tried to escape. She's not going to take her white coat with her.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Maybe. I mean,
I never thought about
it. Honestly, that's just a filmmaking technique to differentiate her from the group.
Exactly, but I mean, considering how they specified how everybody there was chosen specifically, and you can't deny that fact, they do say that everyone there is wearing these coats. They're scientists. What is her role?
Well, everybody isn't.
Well, I mean, for the most part, like, I mean, they all have specific roles.
Gas station guy.
Yeah, they all have specific roles, but what was hers? At least we know that guy, he's a gas station attendant. We know that, the paramedics are the paramedics. These guys are the scientists.
Got the kid. I don't know. Like,
exactly. It's just. She's
a mathematician. She's a philosopher or a scientist.
I'm just saying it's not told to us. That's all I'm saying. But I did question. I was like, is she there just to have babies?
I mean,
because she obviously can have them. I don't know. It's things like that you kind of question. I don't know. Just how they're so specific at times with the
But they weren't really, though, because they didn't tell us what anybody else's roles were either.
Well, I mean...
Except for, like, the teacher.
They do in dialogue, yeah. I mean, the guys that are wearing the coats were the ones that were working on the math, and they were the scientists and stuff, so...
She probably was one of them too before she tried to escape.
She could have been. They could have at least given you that nudge that maybe she was... I don't know, man. It's just, I just questioned it. It was like she was just there.
I just assumed she was one of them. Like, I didn't have a reason to really think otherwise.
It wouldn't take it much just to let us know, though. Come on.
Well, I mean, I think that they would think that we'd assume, like I did.
I guess. But if I've ever learned one thing in life is that you just don't assume shit because it's never like that. It's never like that. But who knows? I don't know. I really don't know what else to say about the film.
I don't have much else to say. One negative I had was I did not enjoy how they take a break from the movie for Victor to have a relationship with the girl. Like, I just felt like it just seemed like inserted there for the, like, romantic angle that every movie must have.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Dave?
I agree with that. Yep.
Yeah. I don't need that. I was more into his relationship with Libby, the little girl, and what's going to happen there, honestly, because I felt really bad for that girl.
Yeah, she was likable.
Mm-hmm. She did a good job, and I felt bad for her. So what was going on remember at the end when they're running around, he was concerned about her well-being. So
ratings?
Well, I just want to say this one has a really good ending.
I agree.
Yes, it was the ending I was hoping for.
Me too.
Well, because then it just... The things that are presented to you just make sense.
Mm-hmm. It does. It worked. Yeah. As I'm watching this, I'm like, please let this...
That's sort of the original reason why I've always kind of pushed this one for people for sort of underrated gems was for the ending.
I can dig that. And this movie, as you're watching it, it's one of the movies, and it really speaks to its benefit. This is the movie that you really have to see how it ends. If you're watching the movie, I don't think there's any way you could stop watching it and just never know what happens. It's just one of the movies that I had to hang in there no matter what. Like, I can't wait to see what's going to happen. And
this is one of those movies where the end decides everything.
Right.
Yeah.
It really makes or breaks everything for you in this film. And to be honest, man, before the end happened, I think truly the ending was the best thing about this movie. Because it really kind of I was thinking about it all day today.
All right, so
I thought about this movie quite a bit, man.
That's cool.
So
wow.
It's just the whole fucking, the God versus science and the science and God is one and stuff, and I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna do that shit.
And by the way, there are people out there who are testing these type of theories, that are the God and numbers and science thing. I've seen Joe Rogan talk about it before.
There's people out there doing all sorts of things, man.
Yeah. Definitely.
Triple ribbed rubbers and fucking a whole pile of things. Always testing shit.
Oh yeah, okay, everything has an audience. For every toilet seat, there's an ass.
All right, Moodz, you kick off the ratings.
Yeah, sure. Well, I basically said everything I need to say about the film. I love the fact that this one you're constantly questioning things, and I think the payoff in this film is where it should be. Yeah, I really like films like this. I've stated this in the past. I love where things are kind of presented to you and you kind of think about them, and it makes you think, during the film and after. And yeah, man, this one was, for me, I wasn't so sure for the majority of the film. I was liking it, but this is definitely one, like Dave said, man, you got to stick around. If you're one of those people that, turns off films and stuff, you'll be disappointed forever. But yeah, ultimately my rating went way up from the ending of this movie, and it doesn't really happen a whole lot. But I'm going to go with a 7.5 on this one also.
All right, Dave.
Nice. Yeah, it was a good movie. It was low budget, obviously, but what are you going to do? The acting was fine. The story, the plot was good. It kept you interested. I liked the relationship with Dave and Vic. That was believable. And I liked the one little touch I liked was at the end when Victor had already, abandoned some of his faith, and he instinctively goes to reach for his medallion. And then realizes that it's not there.
Ah, nice, Dave.
I like that's a nice touch. I thought that was cool, But
yeah.
Overall, I have to take a point away because of that shaky cam thing. For me, I don't know. That rubbed me the wrong way. And that never happened, so I have to weigh that in.
No, you're definitely right on that. It did seem annoying.
Yeah, man, it's unfortunate. But all in all, it's a good movie. I'd recommend it, and I say 6.5 out of 10.
All right. Me personally, I've always dug this one. This is probably the third time that I've seen it now. Probably won't watch it for another 5 or 6 years. It doesn't seem like I really need to. I just remembered the first time that I seen it, that ending really impacted me. I thought it was super cool, and I wanted to tell people about it. And those are my favorite horror movie experiences, where you just kind of want to, after you see it, just let everybody know, hey, this one's pretty cool, check it out. And I've felt like I've done that over the years. I like most things about this movie. There are problems. It's not a perfect movie.
No,
but it's my kind of movie in terms of concept. I like movies with small groups of characters in small locations with a lot of dialogue that makes you think. Those are my favorite types of movies, probably. And it's scary to me, the end of the world, the people that are so religiously fanatic that they are willing to kill themselves over their beliefs. It always frightens me and gets under my skin. There are some problems in it, but I've always dug this one. I give it a 7.5 out of 10 as well, right along the lines of Moodz.
Wow.
Nice.
I
probably would have given it a 7.5, if not for the shaky cam.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, you literally said you took a point off. So.
I did. I seriously, and I never do that. Usually, when it comes to technical things, it doesn't rub me the wrong way. But I'm the guy, like I said, I watch all these found footage, and I've heard so many people complain about shaky cam, and it's never bothered me in a movie, but it bothered me here. So I had to,
Have you ever seen Five Across the Eyes?
Don't.
It's a joke, isn't it?
What's that?
No, it's a movie.
No, have you ever seen Five Across the Eyes?
Five Across the Eyes.
It's shot with the most vicious shaky cam ever.
And it's not found footage, is it?
No, it's like it's something you got to see, man. Oh my god, it's fucked. It's
vicious.
crazy.
That's a good word, vicious shaky cam. But yeah, I'm a sucker for like bro films too, like where it's like two buddies, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I like that stuff. Like it's a feel good thing for me.
I can dig that, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's cults. Probably revisit this topic sometime in the future.
Oh, there's tons and tons of films that we can definitely do. And yes, that is going to conclude episode 84 here on the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast. I want to give a big special thanks to Dave Zialeta. I don't like keep saying that.
That's good.
It's so cheesy, but I can't stop saying it. I don't know. For coming on the show, man, that was fantastic. It honestly, it felt odd, but it also felt gratifying that Brandon wasn't on the show with you. No, I'm just joking. Just a little rip on him. No, but it's interesting just to have you on and not both you guys. So this is the third time you've been on, and you'll be on again shortly. So looking forward to that too.
This is true, and thank you guys. It was a better time even better than I expected. So
yeah, awesome.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
Yeah, make sure you guys check out Exploding Heads Horror Podcast. Almost as good as the 22 Shots Moodz and Horror. We need to get a little review that says that.
They jacked us up last month in the ratings.
Yeah,
though.
Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, we bounced back. We're back and forth, aren't we?
Yeah, I think we was 1 and 2 the month before.
Yeah, shit, man. We only had one show last month too, so hopefully we'll be able to have. Well, I think
it'll be 2 this month.
We got 2, so I mean that's not too bad. So, and then hopefully we'll get back to like a more regular schedule. I think that things have kind of straightened out a little bit.
Yeah.
So,
nice.
Yeah, we'll figure it out, and then I'm sure they'll get all fucked up because I know my shit's going to be changing real soon too. So, the unfortunate realities of reality. Life. It's fucking shitty. But anyways, man, that is going to conclude, and I don't know when we're going to be recording again, but we'll be back with episode 85. Have we decided what we're doing for episode 85?
We're going to do westerns.
Oh, we're going to do Western horror?
Yeah, or that famous Killer Genitals.
Or Killer Jim. Yeah, either or, man. Stay tuned.
I just say westerns because I already own the 2 films.
Oh, okay.
Ghost Town and Dead Birds. I
did. I actually picked up one of the Killer Genital films. I have it in. Just got it. So looking forward.
You sounded excited about that Western horror, huh?
Because remember what happened with me last year? I never wanted to watch a Western in my life, and then I loved Bone Tomahawk, and then I watched The Burrowers, and really liked that, and. Yeah, like off to the races. And then something else Western was good. So now I have Ghost Town on Blu-ray, and I haven't watched it yet. Now I have a reason to watch it. And Dead Birds I saw years ago, and I don't remember much about it, except Henry Thomas was in it. But I remember enjoying it.
I just recently did a top 10 video on Western horror films.
Really? Is there 10? Shit.
There's probably about at least 50.
I actually had to cut. I even had more. I had to cut out a couple.
That's cool, really.
Yeah. So if you want to give that a shot, I mean, they're all pretty good films. So it's a subgenre.
Isn't one of the Dusk Till Dawn's a Western?
Kind of.
Well, not. I don't really. One. I thought you said From Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah, the prequel, the third one. No, is it the third one?
Hangman's Daughter.
Yeah, it is. It is a Western one. You know, it's funny. I didn't even think of that when I was making my list. Actually, so there's another one. Shit, that totally is.
Damn. But now Ghost Town, I got the blue.
Yeah, I got the blue too, Dave. That's one of those cult titles from Scream Factory that sold well, I believe. That was one that a lot of people wanted for years because it was never on DVD even. It was only on VHS.
Yeah. And the VHS was getting quite scarce to find, too.
It's a great cover, too.
You know what? Ghost Town actually got a fucking Laserdisc release.
Wow.
Which is insane. I think it had a Laserdisc release, yeah.
It did.
Jeremy. So, but yeah, all right. So, thank you once again, Dave. We'll see you shortly.
You got it. Thank you.
Along with your partner in crime. And JP, you want to take us out of here?
Yeah. Not going to say too much, guys. The links are in the descriptions down below. Check out Exploding Heads Horror Podcast. Always rate us on iTunes if you would like. Entered into any contest we do in the future. Even if you guys want to only give us 4 stars and say that we're almost as good as Exploding Heads Horror Podcast.
Totally fine.
Well, I'll tell you what. On that note, remember how you said somebody should come on our iTunes and say that 22 Shots is better? They can do that. I don't care. But don't give us 4 stars. Give us 5. I don't care what you say. Give us 5
I mean, ratings are good even if they're 1 star technically. It really doesn't matter. Ratings help you get noticed on iTunes, and all ratings count for that. Now, if somebody sees a podcast and it has like a bunch of 1 stars, they might not click on it, but at least it'll be in their face.
True.
iTunes rating system is weird, but it really does help. So rate Exploding Heads, rate 22 Shots. Hey, we need to rate each other sooner or later.
Yeah, right. We're lazy. Right.
We're telling them to do them. We still haven't even done it.
I never thought of that. I should just make a profile and just start rating the shit out of stuff.
No one will see you. You're on Canadian iTunes. Nobody sees it.
Yeah, I heard Christian talk about that, huh?
Canadians can't see him?
No,
you can't see.
Remember a while back, Moodz, somebody said they left us a rating and I couldn't find it, and here they're from the UK, so it's by region, it's by like country, so you'll only be able to see the Canadian ratings, Moodz.
Oh, dude, that is so weak. Because there's probably none, unless Jill left one.
That's awesome. But yeah, guys, that's it. I hope you guys enjoyed episode 84, I believe.
Yeah, that was 84.
We'll see you in 85.
Yeah.